Good morning, Owen Mason here at Eastnor Castle Cricket Club. A glorious day here in Herefordshire for the England Lions as they take on the United States of America in the second of their tests this summer. So, for England Lions, they got a 198-run win at Royal Ascot on Thursday, so they'll be looking to get a second win in this series. It's going to be a scorcher here at Eastnor, 29 degrees the high today. Benny's going to have 10 layers of sun cream on. Join us from midday. Hello again, everybody. You join us here at Eastnor Castle Cricket Club. Two men here who know a lot about this club, Jim and Dave. Great to see you guys. Jim, first of all, how long have you been at the club?
I've been at the club approximately 60 years.
Great.
And it was Dave who got me here.
Yes, Dave, obviously you've been. How long have you been at the club? And
approximately 65 years, since I was a young lad. And my father played here before me.
Fantastic. Yeah, so obviously it's a lovely setting here in Herefordshire. How, trying to, especially with the dry weather at the moment, how difficult has it been trying to keep up with just the dry conditions?
Oh, we've got a lot of water in, Dave, haven't we? We got a walker which walks down the pipe, and we've been watering continuously for weeks and weeks, haven't we, Dave?
Yeah, exactly what Jim says. We keep it as well watered as we can throughout the season. It keeps the wickets safe, helps us prepare them for these big games like today.
Yeah, and how proud are you to have an international fixture here? Obviously, England Lions in the USA, quite a lot of prestige to this game.
Yeah, very prestigious for us. We look forward to welcoming both sides here today, and hopefully they all have a good day with us.
Yeah, and just finally, both. I know it's a bit of a tough question because we haven't seen any play yet, but a par score for today on this wicket.
Well, we had Worcestershire here last Tuesday, and they scored 400 in 50 overs, and Herefordshire got 250, Dave. So I would like to think England Lions will get 300.
How about you, Dave? What do you reckon?
I think that's probably a good estimate, yeah, 300 or thereabouts, yes.
Great stuff. Great to hear from Jim and Dave there, who know a lot about this club and are really proud of it too. Join us from midday for the England Lions as they take on the United States of America. So you join us here with the England Lions captain Jason Cornt. So Jason, good to see you, and obviously you've been a part of the first team and the Lions set over the last week whilst the US have been on tour. First of all, for you, how's that been?
Tiring on occasions, but great experience. It's always good to play in one-day internationals, and also for the Lions. But you can't play too much cricket, to be fair, even at my age.
That's right. Obviously, the two wins. Obviously, and you look at it obviously from a Lions perspective, that 150-run win at Royal Ascot. Do you expect more of the same today from the US?
Well, personally, I hope we do win, obviously, but you can't beat having a competitive game. So, but we've got a strong side again. We've got a few new players, and we'll see what they've got. But hopefully, yes, we'll have a good competitive game. But what a fabulous ground. Eastnor Castle. I've never been here, but what a great spectacle, and they've made loads of effort to get us on here, so that's fantastic. Yeah,
just a word on those debutants, Ian Barton, Charles Schofield. Nice for them to obviously come into the setup today. How pleasing is it when you can just bring in a few debutants after impressing for their counties?
Yeah, well, throughout the season, the intention of the selection committee and the management was, yes, we had trials, and we've got players who are obviously in the overall squad. But if people are performing out there, the Lions is a golden opportunity to give them a chance and see if they can prove it at the next level.
That's the England captain Jason Cornt there ahead of the second test against the US. That's to come at midday. So then you join us with the US captain, Ravi Suri. So Ravi, good to see you again. And obviously yesterday, didn't go to plan after electing to bat first. What did you make of yesterday?
It was one of those cricketing days that when things go wrong, they go wrong very badly. We got off to a reasonable start, getting 10 runs in the first over. Somehow gave me the feeling that it might be our day. But that's not how cricket goes. You got to play it accordingly. And I felt, particularly when Deacon, the experienced left-arm spinner, came, we were short. I think we opted for the wrong choices to play a bowler of his experience. But every day is a learning curve. It's part of the process. And my team did look at what went wrong and where they went wrong. Hopefully, they'll start looking at correcting those.
Yes, it's your second game against the Lions, obviously, in this series. Obviously, played them at Royal Ascot, and it was only about a 150 run defeat, you know, almost up to 200 runs. You know, an admirable target. You know, what do you expect today from them?
They will come tougher. Obviously, having seen us fight against them, I'm sure I expect them to come tough. Jason is an outstanding leader. I'm sure he'll talk to his team, and he's come and watched our game yesterday, so he's not taking anything light, obviously, and they'll come hard. And we are here to compete and fight as well. Hopefully, we'll give them a competitive game. We're not looking at whether win or lose. That's the process will take care of it. As long as we come here and do our best, the rest of it will take care of itself.
Yeah, and just finally, we just spoke. It's an absolute beautiful setting here at Eastnor in Herefordshire. So you've just had a look at the wicket. What did you make of it when you had a look just behind us?
That's a lovely wicket, and it's so nice of the curators to give us a ground and a wicket of this nature. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Paul Bradley firstly, and the rest of the over 60s administrators of the England board. This setting is something which you only see in pictures. For someone like me, I've been playing the game for more than maybe 50 years, but I've only seen such a setting. I've never had the privilege of playing on a ground like this. But today I would say that dream is going to be fulfilled. I'm fortunate to be here and fortunate to be leading a team, and I genuinely look forward to this game.
Great words, Ravi. That's Ravi Suri, the US captain there. Best of luck today as they take on the England Lions. Join us for live commentary, ball-by-ball commentary. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Eastnor Castle Cricket Club. Beautiful clubhouse, as you can see on the screen there. People really enjoying themselves. It's set to be a scorcher here in Herefordshire as the morning turns to afternoon as the England Lions take on the United States of America in the second test in this series. First of which being at Royal Ascot on Thursday just gone. But yes, it's a brand new week. And here we are again then. England Lions and the USA for the second ODI. So we'll get you some teams in just a moment. But just a word on the toss. The toss has been completed. And England won the toss and elected to bat first. So they will be batting first. The USA will be facing the English batting unit to start things off here at Eastnor Castle. Beautiful rural ground in the heart of Herefordshire. So last time out, of course, at Royal Ascot. A ground we know extremely well from our game, England and Australia, back at the back end of July. England put up a total of 350 for the loss of 5 wickets. And the US, they got to an admirable total of just short of 200, 198 for 6. In their 45 overs. Mark Eames and Paul Radage both retired on a century. 101 for Mark Eames and 100 for Radage. Sanjay Berry, 46 for him as well. He was just 4 off a half century. A nice day for him as well. On the bowling side of it, 2 wickets were took by Nigel Moore. Lee Self took 1 wicket for himself. And Sanjay Berry, another wicket. Lee Self, of course, getting that wicket. And of course, we saw yesterday at Chipping Camden Cricket Club the second one-day international in the Clean Clad Cup. That's where we saw quite a short game of it, actually, as the US batted first and were all out for 46. And that was, the likes of Phil Deakin, taking 4 wickets and Lee Self taking 3. Fantastic outing for both of those yesterday. And as shown, he did so at Royal Ascot on Thursday. But for England then, the Lions today, Jason Cornt, as mentioned in the interview with him just earlier on, as you just saw, he was part of teams. He was part of the first team that played England. Played the USA, I should say, on Wednesday at Winchmore Hill. And of course, part of the Lions. So he's had quite a busy few days. He wasn't involved in the team yesterday, but he was watching. And Jason Corn will be leading his Lions side, and this is how they line up. Jason Corn, Simon Ralph, Razi Ahmed, Ian Barton making his debut today for the Lions. He's from Lancashire County Cricket Club. Mark Eames, Martin Ford, Steve Hunt, Nigel Moore, Paul Radage, Charles Schofield, another debutant this afternoon. He's from Essex, Steve Small and Dean Seitz. For the US then, Ravi Suri, Ashok Patel, Bhavani Padada, Chetan Shah, Pardeep Gill, Rajesh Adate, Sankar Jayaram, Rizman Sheikh, Abhay Maheshwari, CK Chandrakant Barinde and Peter Jones. So yes, for the US, they'll just be hoping for a better outing. Of course, they won the toss at Chipping Camden this time yesterday and were out for 46. 46 runs. Of course, you saw it was a decent start. 1 over in, they had 10 runs on the board, and were looking to reach a fairly admirable total. The first time this series that they've batted first in any of the Lions or main games against the England over 60s. But they batted first and were all out for 46. As I mentioned, Phil Deakin and Lee Self taking 7 wickets between them. It was quite a hot spell, as the US were 40 for 4, and then, as I mentioned, out for 46. So only being able to acquire another 6 runs to that. And England made light work of that, as we saw yesterday. Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite, the Essex openers, getting 21 runs each. And putting England in an unassailable 2-0 lead in the Clean Clad Cup ahead of the final one-day international on Wednesday at Hursley Park Cricket Club, which we'll be there for. And you can join us from midday on this YouTube channel. Down south as we head down, back down to Hampshire. For the final game in this series, the England Lions and the USA will take place at Hamworthy Cricket Club near Poole on Thursday the 14th of August. Yeah, the Lions have had an interesting summer of it so far. Some really, really good contests that we've seen them in. Obviously wins over the West Indies, Scotland, USA and the Wales B-side. And 3 absolute thrillers against Australia at Cheadle-Hulme, Ooty Bridge and Stratford. Really, it showed how impressive. And I remember we were speaking to many of the Australian team about those games, and that some real highlights of the tour, because they were such competitive outings, as well as, of course, the 5 one-day internationals in the Grey Ashes. But we can get underway then. First ball for England, as we say, batting first this afternoon. And they'll be hoping to get a target very similar to what they achieved at Royal Ascot of 350. And they only lost 5 wickets for their troubles as well. Hopefully in a moment we will have a score to do on screen for you. But at the moment I can tell you what's going on. But yes, it's into that first over then. As you see, a lovely ground here at Eastnor Castle here in Herefordshire. Just a few miles of Ledbury, if you know the area. It's a lovely, lovely area. We've just discovered so many rural grounds. And as Ravi Suri was mentioning, just such a privilege to be able to play at grounds like this. He thanked, of course, the England manager Paul Bradley for being an integral part in organising all these games. And he was just really pleased to be able to play on a ground such as this, really picturesque. That's nice from England. They'll get their first runs on the board. One for the loss of no wicket then. But it's a scorching day, as I mentioned in my preview. 29 degrees the high at Eastnor today. Not as hot as it will get tomorrow. Highs of 34 expected. It's meant to be absolutely scorching. But as Jason Corn said, he's mentioned before the interview with me, he has played in hotter. in India and Australia, but still, it'd be quite taxing to be out in this for the batters and bowlers, especially for the US. You know, similar to the games at Winchmore and Royal Ascot, they were quite warm days themselves. It's quite taxing at any level, but to be out there, that's a lovely shot. I almost reached the boundary. Great bit of fielding though on this near side, but they will get 2 runs out of it. And with that, they'll be on to 3 for the loss of no wicket. 4 for the loss of no wicket. There we go. As the scoreboard to my left just updates. Final few balls. I think this might be the final ball of the over then. That's the end of the over then. 4 for naught for England. The Lions, as I mentioned, have had such a great summer of it. Wins over Scotland, the West Indies. Lovely dot there, just got a ball. Love a good Jack Russell. Don't tamper with the scoreboard. There we go. But yeah, it's a lovely day of it. So we've just hit midday. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the YouTube stream for the England Lions as they take on the USA. Just a correction on something I read out just earlier. Charles Schofield, one of the debutants today, is a player from Middlesex. So just confirmation there if any of his Middlesex players were watching and saying, hang on, he's not from Essex. But yes, good to see him. You know, we spoke to Jason Cornt about it. Really pleasing to see 2 debutants in the side. As we've seen all summer, really, with the Lions setup, it's been a really integral part of obviously getting into that England 60s team. And a lot of these players who are really impressing at county level, this deep level of county players, as we've heard all summer from everyone, how competitive it is at county level. So many teams at over 60s level. So it's great to see players come into the side and really start to get involved with a great bunch of players. Just representing their country, in any case, is just an absolutely fantastic achievement, as we've spoken to so many across the last few days. That was Bhavani Padada with that delivery there. An early wicket for the US. They take that after yesterday, but England, as I mentioned, will be looking to get a target very similar to their 350 they reached at Royal Ascot 4 days ago. It's a nice run. I say that, bit of a slight misfield, but they'll add another one to the total to reach 5 for the loss of no wicket. Yeah, just a slight apology, folks, that you can't see the score on screen. Normally, as we know, we normally have the lozenge on screen that tells you who's bowling, batting, run rates, etc. Quite reliant on grounds to get that up and running. And we've had a few scoreboard mishaps. They were trying to play around with the scoreboard earlier on. But hopefully we can get that up and running for you in just a few moments. Just confirmation then, it is Martin Ford and Steve Small kicking things off for England. Just trying to work out, I know a lot of these players by face now, but when they've got a helmet on, it's quite tough to call. So Steve Small, and yeah, I was 80% sure it was Martin Ford. And Martin Ford with his red cap on, the Lions cap, ready to face another ball from Bhavani Padada. 5 for 1 then. Steve Small, a Worcestershire native. From my neck of the woods, not too far for him to come today. Across the border to Herefordshire. Six for 1 then, another one added to the total. Just a slight word from each umpire, just to confirming if it was 1 or 2 runs, it was the 1. But Arthur comes in again then for, I believe, the last ball of his over. It's a nice shot. Small and Ford will add 1 more to the total. And reach 7 for 1 then at the end of that over. Seven for naught then. 2 overs gone. Into the 3rd over we go then. As we mentioned, a lovely day here in Eastnor. Thanks for joining us on the stream, everybody. Spoke to both groundsman and chairman earlier on, as you saw in my piece as well. Great to chat to them. And they were really just so proud of this club. They've been both at the club and been involved at the club for 60 years. Quite extraordinary. They've been involved at this great club. A lot of history to it. As you can see right in the distance, they mentioned it just before we got on the interview, that right in the distance is the old pavilion. Great to see this. There's a few of the England players just keeping in the shade because it is a warm old day out there. It's only going to get warmer. As I said, a high of 29 expected in Eastnor today. Our 4th heat wave of the summer. Big call there to the umpires. US thought they'd got an early wicket. Umpires unmoved though. Rajesh Adarte then with that ball, and with that they will claim another run on the board. Rizvan Sheikh on the other side of him. Nine for the loss of no wicket then for the England Lions. It's nice from Ford. They look to try and eke out 2 runs there, and they will get it. Puts them onto double figures, 11 for naught. Dot ball for Adarte then. He'll be open for a few more of those. Hidarte to come in again then. Paul Martin forward. Ooh, goodness. Yeah, welcome Bernard Brooks in the chat. He's a bit confused between the Clean Clad Cup and this series. Yes, the Clean Clad Cup was, of course, yesterday, the second of three. This is the Inland Lions, also taking part in the three-match series with the US, and currently 1-0 up in the series after their win at Royal Ascot. Their 152-run win at Ascot on Thursday. So they'll be open to get a second win. And as I mentioned, the Lions have had a really, really good summer of it so far. The only blemish is really, it being those 3 defeats to Australia. But even in defeat, there were some absolute grandstand games. Some of the highlights of the summer, really, were those Lions games against Australia, really pushing Australia right to the bone in all those clashes. Really giving the Aussies a stern test. And it opened the door for the likes of Timor Allen to come into the first team setup more prominently. And it really shone a light on the Lions and how vital that selection process is for Paul Gelder and Jason Cornt, the skipper. Some really, really good quality players. And I think that's going to go for our first boundary of the day. It certainly is. As you can see it trickle around the boundary. The captain, Ravi Suri, gave up on that chase as it was going round. It's a bit flatter on that side. As nearer us, it's almost a really steep incline. Almost like the hill I walked up this morning. My goodness, let's try and get here. It's a really steep incline towards our commentary position. If any balls come towards us, you'll see what I mean. Really on a slant. But yeah, quite flatter on that end. And with that boundary, England move on to 15 for the loss of no wickets. As we say, they'd be hoping to reach a target similar to like we see that 350, and they'd love to see a few more players get centuries. Mark Eames and Paul Radage, as I mentioned, both retired on centuries at Royal Ascot, and that was a nice way for players to just get some time behind the bat. That's exactly what they did. Sanjay Berry, of course, 4 off a half century as well. Great returns from those 3 as they were an integral part of reaching 350 runs, one of the highest we've seen all summer. Steve Small to face this one then. Oh, red lead comes in. Sorry, I can't be there, but I'm watching from home in Essex. Not to worry. Oh, that's a good catch, and that's the first wicket for the US. There you go. You can just about catch that. Bhavani Padada. A cracking catch as that was looping up in the air. It was a dangerous one. And Steve Small's out. That's an early breakthrough for the US. They'll be best pleased with that. Ravi Suri wanted to see a marked improvement, similar to how he saw it at Winchmore Hill and then into the Royal Ascot game. Of course, they almost reached 200 runs, but to claim an early wicket here could be very, very interesting in this Eastnor sunshine. If you've just joined us, Steve Small, the first to depart after a great catch from Bhavani Padada.
you want another clamp, Benny?
And apologies, I should have remembered 0-1 red lead was Mr. Paul Gelder himself. Great to have you watching, Paul. And as he mentions, also Mel Dobson. Yes, you're right. Had a great showing in that Lions game at Ooty Bridge, I believe it was. Yes, it was. And now coming into the first side a lot more prominently. First run to be claimed then by Steve Hunt. Early partnership then broken by Bhavani. Apologies by Rizwan Sheet. He'll look to claim another one. He's itching to get another one now. After that. Rizwan runs up again. Yeah, they won't mind that, the USA. Pleasing over for them to end this fourth over. 18 for 1. Steve Small, as we said, the first to go. Steve Huntland looking to add to his singular run that he's acquired so far since coming in. Decides against it though, as it was a bit short. Ravi Suri, the captain, does well there to claim that. Nice delivery from Adate. Proves another dot ball. Frustrating start for Jason Corton. Obviously decent to get 18 runs on the board, but they wouldn't have liked to lost that first wicket so soon. But as is the game of cricket, it can really change. You know, really change on a dime. As I say that, a big call. Umpire unmoved. Most of those US fielders, as we can just see on the replay here. Oh, I've done this. He has gone, yes. The US have claimed another wicket. I was just unsure on the call from the umpire. It's normally a lot more pronounced. But yeah. That's Steve Hunt out. 18 for 2 then. A really good spell for the US. Another wicket. Took in quite quick succession. Still early days, of course, but a great start for the US. The loss of Steve Hunt. Next to come with the bat then is Ian Barton. Someone we spoke to earlier, of course he's making his England Lions debut, his maiden voyage for the England Lions. And the US have really started well. Ravi Suri, as I mentioned when they took that first wicket of Steve Small, were really just hoping to see a bit of an improvement. Really, they say he said to limit England to about a 250 mark. And another wicket took. 2 overs in a row that 2 wickets have been took. 18 for 2 then for the US. For England, I should say. But the US, 2 wickets. Crucial start for Ravi Suri's men. England have got to regroup and get a partnership going fast between these two. Martin Ford remains in from the start of play. Of course, now joined by Ian Barton. We had a good chat to actually from just before we came on air. Really excited to get going with the Lions this afternoon. Also learned he does a show for BBC Radio Lancashire. Of course on cricket. Fantastic to hear that he's also in the sports journalism way of life. It's a nice shot there of Martin Ford. Yeah, a few dot balls in succession. They've really, as we enter this 6th over, England just need to, no need to panic. 8 wickets in hand, as we've said so many times this summer. That's a great shot. It's the second boundary of the day, just when England needed it, really. Just to stop the rot on wickets, really. 22 for 2. Now for the Lions. Yeah, apologies again on the score, folks. We're trying to... Yeah, we're trying to get the score set up for you. Obviously, like we say, we normally set up with the system with the... with the clubs here. And normally, as we say, normally have the run rate, partnership figures. Apologies, we can't get that to you at the moment. Working hard behind the scenes to try and get that back on for you. Rizvan Sheet. Another nice delivery, but it's slightly misfielded though, so that will allow England to claim another run on the board to reach 23 runs. Almost halfway to what the US achieved yesterday. That's the end of the over then. As we head into the 7th over. 22 for 2. Here it is, lovely Eastnor Castle. Here in Herefordshire. If you've just joined us and seen the score at 23 for 2, then what you've missed is the two Steves getting bowled out. Steve Small and Steve Hunt. Martin Ford remains in with his red cap on. As we mentioned, he's joined by Ian Barton, who plies his trade with Lancashire. We spoke to him earlier on. Really nice guy. Really proud to be involved with his country this afternoon. See how he does. Of one, of course, being Charles Schofield from Middlesex. Ford then, not able to add anything with that, as from a nice delivery from Adate. That's a big call in the end, they'll get it. A 3rd wicket, just as I mentioned, a partnership possibly forming. Sorry, I didn't mean to go over that. As you mentioned, look at that, Martin Ford is out. And England now at 23 for 3. Again, not panic stations, but that is a really, really good spell from the US. And the England Lions really need to regroup now. The loss of Steve Small, Steve Hunt and now Martin Ford. Interesting few moments. So to look to try and build a partnership with Ian Barton is Mark Eames, and possibly a good person to have in now after his 101 not out on Thursday at Ascot. He'll be open for one of them again today, and that's what England need at this moment. 23 for 3 then. It's an interesting spell this. The US, best they've looked on tour so far, I'd argue to say. Claiming 3 early wickets, and we're only into the 7th over. Just as we enter this next over with his new batter in, we can just quickly mention the Inland 60 sponsors. A big thank you to Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, MatTech, The Tube and Cleanclad. Of course, Cleanclad being the sponsors of the Cleanclad Cup that we'll see the final game of on Wednesday at Hursley Park. So a big thank you to all of those for making all of this possible. Mark Eames then. Looking to get off the mark and really help England's cause. They will go for that. And they will claim 1 run. Led by umpire. Mentioned by the umpire there, so it will reach 24 for the loss of 3 wickets. Steve Small, Steve Hunt. And as we just saw moments ago, the loss of Martin Ford. Ian Barton to get this delivery. And they will go for it. Yeah, Ian Barton says, come on. You heard that in his Lancashire burr there. Really convincing Mark Eames to go with him. And they did get another run for it. 25 for free. That's the end of the over. Another pleasing over for the US. I think that's 3 overs in succession that they've claimed a wicket. Crucial wickets at that as well. 25 for free then. As you just saw on screen there, the Clean Clad Cup is what England and the USA have been playing for at Winchmore Hill, and of course we saw it chip in Camden yesterday. A good way to make it 2-0 in the series, but that third game at Hursley Park to come on Wednesday. We'll be providing live coverage, ball by ball commentary on Wednesday down in Hampshire. This US and England tour finishes off on Thursday at Hamworthy Cricket Club down in Poole. It's final Lions outing against the US. Yeah, Ravi Suri mentioned it to me earlier on, that he really wants to close the book on yesterday. It was a learning experience, a learning curve as he called it. And as that trickles towards the boundary, it just about stopped before it reaches there. Nice bit of fielding. We'll get a few runs out of it though. But yeah, it's a learning curve for the US on this tour. We mentioned that with Peter Jones. If you're able to catch a chat with him, it's a great insight. Really, really interesting just to see where seniors cricket in general is going across the world. But even in the US, where, you know, me included, didn't really think of the US as a cricketing nation. Perhaps even just before the T20 World Cup last year that was held there. But even so, this is a learning experience for them. And playing a side like England really can show what they're made of before that upcoming World Cup in Canada next August. As you know, and that'll go towards the boundary. There was a big call for catch, but it was nowhere near any of the fielders, and that'll go for 4 runs. As you can just see a tractor go past, that's brilliant. Shows how rural we are at the moment. We've seen some horses as well. The Land Rover Experience across the road as well. Prem Suri picks that up. Gets us going again. As England reach 29 for free. No correction with that, they reached 33 for free. Scoreboard to my left was just being updated. But yeah, it's an interesting spell this for the US, because it gives them a test. You know, even Ravi mentioned it, win or lose, it really doesn't matter. And with that, we've seen. I think this wicket fest will be contained after this delivery by Rizvan Sheet. But will they claim another crucial one? It's another great effort. And another run to add to the total to make it 34 for the loss of 3. But yeah, that comes the end of the over. But three overs in succession where they claimed a wicket was really pleasing for, he'd be best pleased with that, Ravi Suri. England regrouping well though. Hit a boundary in that over. And a few nice singles as well. Gets them on to 34 for 3. Not exactly Bowden-esque in his gesticulations about the umpire. Yes, Banana Brooks, quite right. The second one, I wasn't, as you saw on commentary, I wasn't even sure he was out until I saw him walking back to the clubhouse. Steve Hunt. We just had a comment from Rash as well. Our good friend on the commentary desk. Morning, Owen, Ivor, Nuala and Benny. Interesting to say the least from the USA. Quite right, Rash. Was not expecting this from the US, especially after we saw them skittled out for 46 yesterday. Maybe it gave them the, in a perverse way, a boost that they needed just to be like, well, let's put a line under that and really show what we can do. England just looking to regroup with a few boundaries and just start to get some runs going, get this partnership going. Another comment from Rash. Lions need to dig in, but good to see Ian Barton playing. Been a good player for a long time. Yeah, great to see. As we mentioned, that Lions, the selection committee, it gives a lot of people a chance at county level. It's a great shot. Now we'll get another boundary on the board for Mark Eames. Yeah, really good to see new players coming in, all the time to this Lions outfit. A competition for places, as we said, such a competitive nature of these county sides at over 60s level. Some sides having up to 3 different teams at over 60s level, which is quite extraordinary. Rajesh Adate then, for another delivery, into Mark Eames. 62 live viewers at the moment. Thanks for joining us, everybody, for this second test for the Lions against the United States of America. Adate to come in again then. It's another nice effort from Eames, and that'll run towards the boundary, but a nice bit of fielding. Could have been a nice bit of fielding, but it gets right over the boundary towards the old pavilion. And that's another 4 runs. Just what England needed to do, really. Just start to really put those runs on the board. As we mentioned, and as we mention all the time with cricket, no need to panic. You've got 7 wickets in hand, and you've still got plenty of time. You're only in your 9th over here. So you're not even a third of the way through your innings, if you were to play your 45 allocated overs. Yeah, Rash saying, is that better? Yeah, there's a better. It must have heard you. The umpire must have heard you, Banana Brooks. As on that last call, it was a lot more pronounced. 42 for 3 then. As we come to the end of that over, into over number 10 then now. And a big thank you to everyone that the England Over 60s YouTube channel has just reached 1,000 subscribers. A big thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the weeks and months that we've been involved this summer. And a great little milestone to hit 1,000 subscribers. Long may that continue, as we know that over 60s cricket is just exploding in popularity. It's been great to see the viewership. Great for everyone to get involved. And if you are watching, let us know where you're watching from. We always love to hear from everyone across the world, whatever time of day it is, morning, afternoon, evening. Let us know, folks, in the comments below. We always like to interact with everybody, as we've all come together for a lovely game of cricket. Just a slight delay here. US just moving their field a little bit here at Eastnor. Yeah, it's nice to be undercover because it is quite a warm old day here in Herefordshire. Wouldn't want to be out there playing, or being an umpire for that matter. My goodness, it's a beautiful day of weather. Nice from Barton. Gets another run on the board. Pleased with him so far. He's done well. That'll please Jason Cornt, Lions captain, and Paul Gelder, who's watching along. Yeah, England have settled down after the US took those 3 wickets in 3 straight overs. But a really interesting few moments that, because the US, as we say, yesterday looked at, it was a really interesting game at Chipping Camden. It was a short old game. It was a really interesting outing at Chipping Camden as Mark Eames looks to go for that run. Ian Barton hadn't moved though, so he was lucky to reach the other side of that without any mishap there in the running. But yeah, it's an interesting game yesterday at Chipping Camden. As we had the live coverage of it on the YouTube channel, where the US had a really positive first over, 10 runs, and we're at 40 for the loss of 4, so no need to panic in that sense. But when Phil Deaton and Lee Self got going, my goodness, they got going. Bernardo Brooks also comments, have the batters who got out mentioned how the pitch is behaving. Yes, a very good point, actually. I'll have to try and get one of the England players on in just a moment, just to see what's going on out there. Because, yes, you're quite right there, Bernardo Brooks. It could be a factor. It's a nice shot at him from Ian Barton. He's looked impressive, and they'll look to claim 2 runs out of that, and they will just do just that. As England approach 50 runs, I think that puts them on to about 47 for 3 now. A nice Barton and Eames partnership wouldn't go amiss, and that gets them on to 50 runs. 51 for 3. Another nice boundary from Ian Barton. Just what England needed, I think, just to shore themselves up a bit. Because the US were really starting to impress, taking a few wickets in succession. With someone like Ian Barton and Mark Eames in, as we know what Mark Eames can do. Bit of the unknown with Ian Barton today, but as Rash mentioned, been a great player for quite some time. We had a little chat to him, as we mentioned, off air. He was really pleased, really looking forward to getting involved with the Lions setup. That's a nice effort. Just comes towards us and comes up the hill a little bit where we are. As you can see, you can just about see that where the ground really does raise up at times. Fortunate to him on that occasion. Gets another 4 on the board. 55 for the loss of 3 wickets. Yeah, really positive over from England. Into the 11th over we go then. As you can see, the old clubhouse pavilion there being used to keep everybody shaded on a warm old day. Great wide shot there of Eastnor Castle Cricket Club. Fortunately, we haven't seen the castle, but I bet it's a beautiful castle, nonetheless. Pardeep Gill then to come in. Another nice shot from Mark Eames. Requires another 4 runs to add to the total. 59 for 3 then. England really starting to cook with gas now. After the US's really good spell. England just regrouping at the right time as Rizvan Sheet tries to find the ball. Can't seem to find. There we go. He's found it now. Oh yes, Rash mentions a busy time in the County Championship tomorrow. Yorkshire take on Worcestershire at Bradford. Cricket club near me. Good luck to the Yorkshire lads involved. Yes, best of luck there. Best of luck to the Worcestershire lads. I'll be keeping an eye on that. That's my neck of the woods. It's a Rash versus Owen battle there. Yorkshire versus Worcestershire. Come on, Worcestershire. Gill then with 56 on the back of his jersey. Right on the umpire there. Umpire unmoved on Gill's appeal. And there you go, folks. Score on board there. Sorry about that, everybody. But 11 overs in. We've got our score on. So we're really trying to work out how to get it up on screen, but we've got it on now, and as you can see, and as that's another big call, but shaded ahead by the umpire. As you can see, nice partnership building between Mark Eames and Ian Barton. 18 off 14 deliveries for Eames, and 13 off 12 for Barton. Brilliant from them two. And a run rate currently of 5.71. So after a slight stare early on, England Lions going fairly well at the moment. Interesting over this for Dylan is opening over for 2 wides and 2 dot balls. Here he comes again then. It's a nice effort, but it will be limited to a dot ball. Well fielded there. By Prem Suri. 2 more balls then in this over for Dill. 6 runs conceded for him so far. Close to making that 10, but well fielded before it can reach the boundary. Limited only to a single then. 62 for free. Last ball of this Dill over then. Well, it would have been a last ball, but that was a wide. Quite a long hold over for Dill because of the 3 wides. So we will see one more delivery in towards Ian Barton. His 9th delivery then of this over for the US. And that's the end of the over then. England currently at 63 for free. As we've just see on screen now. Jason, courtside, won the toss and elected to bat first. And despite the losses of the 2 Steves, Steve Small and Steve Hunt, and of course Martin Ford early on, not going too badly at the moment. As we enter the 12th over, 63 for free, a respectable score. If they're anywhere near the 100 mark when we get to the first drinks break, Jason Corn will be pleased. Eames and Barton then. .32 runs between them so far. Nice little partnership forming between Mark Eames and Ian Barton. And in comes somebody we had a good chat to on the commentary call yesterday, Peter Jones. Our wicket keeper. Wide from Patel. Ashok Patel to get us underway in this 12th over. And a single puts them on to 65 for the loss of 3 wickets in the England Lions. Patel seems to put quite a bit into that delivery. Another 2 runs in. Very limited. He almost overexerts himself in his delivery there. Just shortly, we'll be joined by Silver Stumps podcast host Trevor Lee. He'll be joining me on the commentary desk to get his insight. We had some great commentary with him and Matt at Appley Cricket Club last month as the England Lions took on a Welsh B side. See what he thinks of this interesting contest we've got on our hands here with the 3 wickets that the US have took. But since then, that duo of Mark Eames and Ian Barton really proving to try and forge a formidable partnership for England as we end that over. Into the 13th we go then, and England currently 70 for 3. I can now say that Trevor has joined me to my right. Trevor Lee, welcome. Good to see you. What have you made of this so far? It's been quite topsy-turvy game. What did you make of the US getting those 3 wickets?
Well, that was a bit of a surprise, though, in a sense, wasn't it? But I have to say, Radesh Edat bowled. He looked on fire in those first few overs from the pavilion end, didn't he? He was getting a bit of pace. And, yeah, they would be chuffed to bits. What was it, 28 for 3 or something like that at one point? So, yeah, a little tonic for the USA, because let's face it, they've had a little bit of a battering in the last 2 games, haven't they? So I'm sure Ravi Suri, the captain, would have been delighted to get those 3 wickets early. But Mark Eames and Ian Barton have now steadied the ship a little bit, obviously.
Yeah, that's right. Trevor, really nice partnership forming between them now. And nice to see from Ian Barton on his maiden voyage for the England Lions. What have you made of him so far? He's really impressed, doesn't he?
Well, he does play, as a lot of people on your YouTube feed remind you, he does play for the current county champions, of course. So they're all going to be top players in Lancashire's team, aren't they? So I had a little chat with Ian before the game, and it was very interesting because he said when he first came into the 60 side last year, he struggled to get a bat for the Lancashire team because, you know, they were well established, a lot of good players. But now, obviously, he's finding his feet, and a great opportunity for him today, as the whole Lions thing always is, of course. So,
yeah, certainly, Trevor. But yeah, nice from England. Sort of steadied the ship, as you mentioned, steadied the ship a little bit because it did look like the way the US were going. You know, as you say, a really pleasing spell for them.
wow, that was a great throw, wasn't it?
Yeah, really accurate. Yeah, just see on
I
the
think
replay.
that was Ashok Patel down there at backward point. Well, backward square leg for Mark. But what a glorious ground, Owen. I mean, you guys have been to so many grounds this year. Is this, I think you said, the 17th match or something you've covered? I mean, you could be writing a tour guide to the best grounds in the country now, couldn't you?
Certainly. You know, you see some of the ones we've been to have been, You go down a country lane and you wonder where on earth you're going, and you end up with a beautiful expanse of pitch like this, as we don't have a call to the umpire, who again is unmoved at that one, Trevor.
Yeah, I don't know what you made of the Martin Ford one. It looked a little high-ish to me from where I was, but I don't know whether it came out on the replay on that basis, but I think he might have reviewed that. I think that technology is coming in next year, isn't it? When you can do umpire reviews with all your kit, you must have all the way of doing that, I'm sure.
That's right. That'd be a good way to do it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Trevor, the grounds we've been to, my goodness, it reminds me of when we went to Oakermore, and it was just such a extraordinary expanse of green. It was just we've seen some beautiful clubs. Even at Chipping Campden yesterday, the clubhouse was only 4 years old. It's a beautiful new clubhouse there in Gloucestershire, and the facilities that we've been to have just been second to none everywhere we've been, Trevor. It's been really nice to see.
Well, it's been a fantastic summer for international seniors cricket, hasn't it? Well, seniors cricket generally, Owen, and because I think, is this your first full season of commentating on cricket?
That's right, yeah. Because we had we had about 2 and a bit games last year. Where it was England versus Pakistan in the series. Where were we? We were at Oakermore, Smethwick for half a game, and Stratford-upon-Avon for England versus Wales. So this has been a really full summer of it, and we've really enjoyed it, because even, my goodness, the highlight has got to be that Grey Ashes series. It was just on 10 turns right to the very end, wasn't it? It was, even just going down to that last ball was just quite extraordinary and quite apt for the series, really, Trevor, that it went all the way to that last ball with all the DLS drama as well.
Well, I think a bit like the England-India series that finished 2-2. I think 2-2 was a great result. I mean, Australia obviously retained the Ashes on that basis, Owen, but yeah, it was a fantastic advert for seniors cricket, and I'm sure, well, this time next year, of course, the England and Australia will be battling to try and win the World Cup in Toronto.
Yeah, do you know, that looks a really, really interesting competition. The amount of players I've been speaking to just recently have been really looking forward to that. They were speaking of their memories in Chennai, just coming up to, what was it, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And you look at it now for this World Cup in Canada. My goodness, it'd be a really good contest, because the standard of it, I was speaking about this with Nick Gaywood yesterday on commentary, where now you've got so many teams that are improving year on year at seniors level internationally, and it will just make for a really intriguing contest come next August.
I think it will, and Toronto hosting it. We had the West Indies captain on the podcast earlier in the year, and he's based in Toronto, so he'll give us a little bit of insight into that as well. I'll tell you what, the USA fielding has been really good today. The arms are great, aren't they? That was a really good throw from deep mid on.
Yeah, they've been really tight on it.
But yeah, as you say, Owen, it's going to be it's going to be great. And the other thing about a World Cup, of course, is that you get 2 weeks of intensity. So you might have to play, 6-7 games in 2 weeks. So you need that squad all to be capable of playing at that level to do that. So all these lads are battling for a place on that plane, as they say, Owen.
Yeah, no, that's right, and that's where these Lions games can prove to be really pivotal. Because you look at, I think it was earlier in the year, and Paul Delder made good reference to it earlier in the chat, where the likes of Timor Alam and Mel Dobson have really had some really strong outings for the Lions, then got themselves into the main England over 60s side and really starting to impress. And that's where, like you say, they really are fighting for places, giving Paul Bradley and Ed Gordon some real selection headaches when it comes to next year.
Well, I did a little bit of research, knowing I might get invited to talk with you for a few minutes, but according to my calculations, Owen, there have been 44 players represent England or the England Lions this year, 36 of which have appeared for the Lions. But that does include 1 or 2 guys at the start of the season who just had an odd game, and then immediately, and 8 players who've only played in the ODI team. But 44 players, that's been a great opportunity for every single one of them.
Yeah, and there's been some really, really standout performances in these games. My goodness, you look at, even just looking at Royal Ascot on Thursday just gone, Mark Eames and Paul Radish both retiring on centuries, and that's been really pleasing to see from many players this. And you look at it right to the end of the top order. You look at likes of Phil Deakin, who now is only 2 wickets off matching the all-time record for wickets took. I mean, he's only 2 off. I think Jim Phillips had 51. Has 51, sorry. in his time with the 60s team. So he's only 2 off and 3 off breaking that record. So, you know, another day like yesterday for him on Wednesday, and he could be the new record holder of that one, Trevor.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one then, Matt. That's a great bit of insight knowledge there. Yeah, that he's only 3 behind, and I don't know whether Hursley Park's the spinner's track on Wednesday. That's a nice shot from Ian, but he's just going to pick up a single there. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about cricket as well, Owen, isn't it? Is that you've always got a new stat just around the corner.
That's right. That's right.
Because do we know you were on comms yesterday when USA were skittled out for 46? I was wondering whether that was a lowest ever score by a team that England had played in a full over 60s international.
Yeah, that's a good point, Trevor. Because the only other game I remember being as quick as that was earlier in the year. It wasn't a game we were covering actually. It was in the West Indies and England series where the West Indies, I believe, were out for 64. I think it was, or around about there.
Yeah, 63.
There
63.
you go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, and then England got them for. I've got my notes here. England got them for naught. Razi Ahmed took 4 for 19 in that game. He's playing again today. I won't ask you live on air to reveal it, Owen, but I'm thinking that it'd be quite good for you and Matt to pick your own World Cup squad at the end of the series.
Oh, definitely.
So we're going to invite you, by the way, onto the Silver Stumps podcast, and then we'll be asking you to go through who you think might be on the plane.
That'd be brilliant.
So you can both be chief selectors for half an hour.
That's great. No, that'd be good. Me and Matt on the podcast. We love that. That'd be a nice opportunity. Thank you, Trevor.
So anyway, this is quite a nice little partnership now, isn't it? So Ian and Mark, very experienced cricketers.
Yeah, only 1 run off now. A 50 partnership between these two now. Mark Eames on 25. Ian Barton on 24 off 26 deliveries. 82 for 3 then as we edge ever closer to that drinks break.
Yeah, I think they've sneaked past that, haven't they? Because it was 23 for 3, wasn't it? So I think it's coming up towards 60. But yeah, who'd have thought the Lions would be 23 for 3? I'm playing against Mark Eames tomorrow for Cornwall against Warwickshire. So I'm here to watch him bat today, so we can and then report back to our skipper all the places where he scores his runs, so we can set the field for him. His drink's at 15, is it?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's in from Gill again. That's a lovely shot. Again, bring up another run. On to 84 for 3 then.
And I think the other thing is that these two are now beginning to pick up singles, because that was just turn behind square. There's a guy inside the circle. That's Sankar Jara just inside the circle, but he couldn't stop the single, because if you play it and call and commit to the run, it's going to be there, and they're going to do the same again. No, he's found it. He steered it past. That could well be 4, I think. Owen, what do you reckon? Yeah, it's just gone over the rope. Yeah, just gone over the rope.
Brilliant. But yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Trevor? Because we've said this many times when me and Matt have been covering it, and with Rash as well, where if you do have a moment where you lose a few wickets like that and you get to 23 for 3, I always look at it where it was in the second ODI at Fairburn in the Grey Ashes, where Australia at one point were at 26 for 6 and the world champions were looking rather down and out, and you think, my goodness, they ended up getting up to about 172, a really good recovery from them. And no need to panic even when you have lost a few wickets, because look at this now, you're well on your way to 100 runs, and with those singles, those singles all the time, you don't mind a few singles here and there, and then when you just saw that boundary there, because before you know it, you keep reaching these milestones, Trevor, and that's so important in cricket, isn't it?
It is, and I think the way these sides are constructed, Owen, is that, as the Australians showed at 26 for 6, there's still plenty of players who can bat. Most teams bat literally down to number 11, don't they? So everybody can bat. Well, here are the drinks coming on. So, what do you think? do you think the USA 88 for 3 at drinks would have thought that's not a bad start, really, given that they've been walloped for 350 in the last couple of games that when England have batted first? So they'd probably take that, don't you think?
I'd say so, yeah, Trevor. At this moment in time, Ravi Siri, as he mentioned to me in his interview just before the match, if they can limit this England side to anywhere around 250 or below 250, he'll see that as quite a success today. And as we saw at Royal Ascot, the US can put some runs on the board, 198 for 6. They were just short of 200 runs in their 45 overs on Thursday. So then if you've got a target, if you limit them then well, you really have got a bit of a game on your hands. But yeah, England and Jason Corn, I saw you chatting to him. Was that a future podcast episode, was it, Trevor?
Yeah, I just did a few minutes with Jason, just because, of course, he was on the Grey Ashes tour down under last winter. And this year he's been the Lions captain. So we're just having a little chat about the Lions and how that kind of works and his role as captain. And, yeah, just chatting around the opportunities that it brings for players to be able to play in this environment and know that there is still an opportunity, as we said earlier, to make that squad, which is what all these players will now be aiming for. That'll be their target for all of them now. And, of course, the other thing, and I don't know whether you guys are covering it, but there's going to be the big clash of the giants in the Tri-Nations, because this year England are playing the England Lions, which didn't happen last year. Somehow they avoided each other, even though there was an obvious date, and when Scotland were playing Wales, and we were thinking, why aren't the England playing the England Lions? But so that'll be a great game. So we were saying that the tickets are selling well already for that game. So if you have, I don't know where it's at, but the tickets are selling well.
Brilliant. Yeah, that'd be a really interesting game of it, wouldn't it? Because these players, I always find that really interesting when these players really know each other so well. You'll know a few, you'll know strengths, you'll know weaknesses here and there, and that'll be a really interesting game to watch actually, just to see where both sides are up, because we mentioned so many times with the Lions this year that they really pushed Australia. Yes, 3 defeats, but it wasn't anything to be ashamed of. My goodness, they pushed Australia right to the last, didn't they? In all 3 games, it was, some of the Australian players were saying, along with those Grey Ashes tests, those Lions games really gave them a good test. And I think that's what was most pleasing for them, that they had so many decent tests all tour, really. No let-up, really, especially in those Lions games.
Well, that's right. I mean, the Lions, just checking my notes here, Owen, but they only lost that first game by 9 runs. The Australia got the victory by just 2 wickets in the second game, and then there was a high-scoring game when Neil Brathwaite got 89 and Australia chased down 265. So, yeah, I think the Lions will fancy their chances of giving England a bit of a game. And of course, one of the things is that, great, everybody plays on the Tuesday in the Championship, but realistically, for these players, they're only ever going to come up against 1 or 2 or 3 really top-class players in the opposition to bat against or bowl against them, So it'll be, in theory, the best 24 players around playing against each other. So that'll be a great game.
Yeah, definitely so, Trevor. So then, drinks have been took. 88 for 3. Yeah, good partnership with Eames and Barton now. Can they keep that going? Mark Eames, of course, reaching that 101 at Ascot on Thursday.
So I think this is Prem Suri coming on now, Owen, and it looks like he's going to bowl round the wicket to the right-hander. So I wonder if that means... Oh, no, he's going to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander. There we go. And have you enjoyed your summer of doing this, Owen?
Yeah. Do you know what, Trevor? It's been really, really good fun. I've got to say, I was speaking to you earlier that, like, even before last summer, I said, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? And that'll trickle round for 4 runs. Good start for England. Lions after the break. But, yeah, it's, what I've really enjoyed here, Trevor, because last year when we first started with the cricket, I was really quite new to cricket as a sport in general. Of course, I'd seen it on TV across the years, but I never really sat down and watched a game. And I've got to say, I've been really impressed just with the standard of the game and how chess game, it really gets into like a bit of a chess game format, cricket. I really, really like how fascinating the contests are. And we've seen some absolute thrillers this year. So I really, really, really loved it, yeah. So And now, I can say now I'll be watching the Ashes in Australia this winter with really great interest now.
Well, of course, if Test Match Special, I've got a vacancy, Owen, come your way. Yeah, look you up. But, I mean, fair dues to you and to Matt, because, if you've come in from a perspective that you don't really know much about cricket, and then you've been commentating on, the best part of 17 matches, then, hats off to you for taking that challenge on. I was thinking it'd be a bit like me commentating on gymnastics or something. I wouldn't have a clue what was going on. So I imagine you've caught up with the terminology and the field placings and the intricacies of some of the tactics.
Yeah, certainly. I've really been in, especially with some of the games that we saw in England and Australia. It was such a end to end, really just so like, especially when we were watching two sides, the two best sides in the world at the over 60s level, just going at it, hammer and tons, really. Some incredible run chases, and even with all that DLS drama, working out Duckworth-Lewis's system, that was an interesting one. But we had all the drama at Ascot a few weeks ago. That final over can still be watched on this YouTube channel. It was absolute commendable viewing. And
have you been surprised by some of the athleticism you've seen for people of this age?
Yeah, do you know what, Trevor? I was just about to mention that because, my goodness, there's always a few examples that stick out in my mind, and they're around about the same game, actually. It was England and West Indies at Dunnington at the end of June, where Richard Merriman and Razi Ahmed one of them almost ran into a wall to try and prevent a boundary, and one of them almost flew into the crowd, taking out a few deck chairs. It was absolutely, that was just commitment just to prevent a few runs. You know what I mean? And that just shows that, even when, at that point in the game as well, England were quite comfortable. I think they were still, West Indies were nowhere near their target of about 350 odd at Dunnington. So it's like, even then, you don't want to be giving up cheap runs. And that's what I've been really impressed by. There's no let-up. That goes up in the air, and will that be a catch? Certainly will. And that's another wicket for the US at quite a good time for them, Trevor.
Well, yes, and Ian will be disappointed with that. He was timing the ball really nicely, and there he goes. Well, 4th wicket down. Great for the USA. I mean, that's just what you need. A wicket after drinks, break that partnership. Who knows? 250, as you said, Ravi would have been happy to, defend 250. But, we'll see. We'll see how many they end up with. But, I remember one little bit which involved Richard, which is I thought the one you were going to mention, actually, Richard Merriman, because in one of the early games I was tuning into you guys, and Richard is a great runner between the wickets, and he was taking quick singles, and you guys were going, I can't believe it, they've gone for another single there. As though blokes of a certain age, there's no chance they're going to do that. So I tell you what, when I first played over 50s cricket, Owen, which is about 100 years ago, you could push it through the covers. In a club game, you might get 2 if you'd hit it well enough. But I suddenly realised in over 50s you're going to get at least 3. If people are chasing it. But boy, has the fitness level and the athleticism changed since those days immensely. In those days, if you were alive and you owned your own cricket bat, you were in. But not anymore. Not anymore. So great start for the West Indies for the USA. First over after drinks, a wicket. Good for fantastic. So I imagine this is Paul Radich coming in now. So the two guys with the big hundreds are back together again.
Yeah, this will be interesting now. Mark Eames, as we say, still on a respectable total of 31. But yeah, I've got to say, for Ian Barton's debut there, he'll be quite pleased with that. 32 or 32 balls, and Jason Cornt will be looking at that, and Paul Gelder, of course, watching on via the YouTube stream. We'll be quite pleased with that. Another player comes in and has done really well here today. But yeah, Radich come in then as they trickle towards 100 runs.
Yeah, so changed ends. That was the last ball of the over. So Mark Eames back on strike. 31 of 27 so far. So he's in good nick. I hope he gets all his runs today, so it doesn't save any for our game tomorrow.
You're looking forward to that one, Trevor? That sounds a good contest, doesn't it?
Yeah. I've played against Warwickshire once before. We were rubbish when I first came in the over 50s many years ago, and we somehow got in as the 16th team in the knockout competition, because in the 50s it's just the top 16 that go through, and it still is that for everybody else. So we went all the way up to Warwickshire, and and they were top seeds that year, and we should have won. Yeah. We were in a great position, and we just didn't quite have enough experience at that level to win the game, but it was great. And I think Nigel Moore played in that game. Mike Palmer played in that game. I'm not sure whether Mark Eames played in or not. I'd have to check. But so we're looking forward to coming back 14 years later and taking them on again.
That's it. That's why we just had a message from Paul Delder on the chat. Apparently the teas are very good at Eastnor as well. Oh, that's what we like to hear.
Oh. Well, that's what we want to hear, Paul. Well, that's top information. Well, I tell you what, they have got to our left, Owen, a marquee, and it looks like silver service in there. So you're missing out, Paul, by not being here, because and they've been handing out menus to the players during the drinks intervals to make their choices. A bit like Lords, really, I think. So it's an hour and a half between innings to cope with the quantity of the tea that's been served. So,
yeah, that's 100 runs then. 83 minutes, just about an hour and 20 for England to reach that. They'll be pleased to reach that, the century mark. But yeah, 350 was what they reached. 350 for the loss of 5 wickets at Ascot on Thursday. And as you know, as we said about the Lions, they've had such a good summer in terms of the only 3 blemishes on that record, as I mentioned earlier, was those 3 defeats to Australia. The rest of them, you've had wins over obviously the US the other day. Oh, big call again, really big call.
It's given him.
Lon thinking, he was thinking about that hard, wasn't he, the umpire there?
I don't know whether we get to see that again, but yeah. Well, the umpire took his time there, and Paul Radage has gone first ball. So, well, who would have thought this after the last 3 games, the 2 England games, the Lions games, and now England Lions are 100 for 5. And I think this must be Simon Routh coming in, I would imagine, at number 7.
God, isn't that interesting, Trevor? Like you say, you compare it to yesterday when Ravi Suri said to me earlier on, I mentioned about yesterday, what did you make of the game yesterday? Because it was, and he said to me, it was a learning curve. Win or loss, this whole tour is really a learning curve to see where the US are at. Because I was having such a good chat with Peter Jones on commentary yesterday, where he was saying just how much cricket in general is going up in the US. Of course, we saw it with the T20 World Cup last year. Because before they hosted that, Trevor, I hold my hands up. I did not know that the US had that, that level of a cricket team. And I'm not trying to be ignorant now. I just, it's one of them sports in America, which, as you know, with America, such a big sporting nation anyway, but more baseball, basketball, American football, soccer, as they call it. But, in terms of cricket, hadn't really heard about them before. But now it seems to be really building up, especially at seniors level as well. The last few years, Peter's been saying, it's been building year on year.
Well, if you look on Facebook, on the USA Masters Veterans Cricket page, whatever they call themselves, they've got 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s, I think, as well, activity now. And one of the things, I had a chat with Ravi, the captain, before the game, and one of the things that they've experienced that they don't normally get at home is that these kind of wickets. Yes. So I don't think they necessarily play on these, top class grass wickets, if you like. So that's a new bit for them as well. But whatever happens from here, Owen, this is probably, we've just experienced probably the highlight of their tour so far in the last couple of hours or so, an hour and a half. So to have the England Lions now 102 for 5. Yeah, and fair dues to them, because they've had a hammering in the last 3 games, haven't they? Let's face it. So to come back and get to this position in this game, fantastic for them. and fantastic for USA cricket. This could be the turning point for USA over 60s cricket. When they win the World Cup next year, Owen, we'll be going, well, we were there when when that journey, that transformation moment started.
That's
I mean,
right.
that would be a surprise, but
Stranger things have happened in sport, haven't they? My goodness.
yeah. But,
Yeah, that's the point there, Trevor, because that's where Ravi was coming from earlier, where he said this whole tour is, as I mentioned, a learning curve, and I can just tell he'd be really pleased with this. We'll try and get a word with him, obviously post-match if we can, depending on the result, whatever happens here. But that target at the moment, yes, we're only into our 18th over now, but when you look at it, that target in Ravi's head of limiting them maybe to about 250 isn't beyond the realms of possibility there with, only 5 wickets in hand for England now.
Well, that's right. I mean, Simon Routh is obviously a very good batsman. He's in next. But and then we've got the captain, Jason Corner, who hasn't really had to bat much this year. Razi Ahmed, we know, can give it a clout. You just need to set 3 blokes back at deep mid on for Razi. And I don't know about Charles and Charles Schofield on his debut or his batting credentials. And, Nigel Moore can clearly bat a bit as well. So, but, yeah, USA will be feeling as though if they break this partnership, get one of these two, then blimey, and it is game on.
Well, yeah, we said about Paul Radage when he came in, he got his century last time, to really get someone as good as Paul Radage out. And if they can get Mark Eames out here, my goodness, you're looking at quite a different game this afternoon.
Well, that's maybe one of the things that you'll have noticed about cricket, Owen, as you've been learning on the job, so to speak, this year. But, one day you get 100 not out, next day you're out first ball.
It's extraordinary, yeah. It is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's a great leveler, this game. It really is. It's a great leveler.
Brilliant. It's nice from Mark Eames. He just to shore up the ship a little bit.
Well, Mark's a difficult guy to get out. He's the leading run scorer in over 60s championship group stages this year, 744 runs, I think, from memory. And so he's a kind of player you want in your side in this kind of situation, because, he will have now set himself the goal of batting throughout the rest of the innings. That will be his goal, because if he's still there at the end after 45 overs, then he'll have probably got close to 100 anyway without having to really go crazy. And it means England will still be batting, and they'll have got that kind of 250, 260, you would think. So that'll be what I think. What's going through Mark's mind now is just no flashy stuff, no chances. Just as he's batted all the way through here, just stay in and anchor the innings now. But he's scored what? 36 off 33, so he's going to anchor the innings, but he's not going to be, dotting the balls. He's going to be scoring off most balls still, even if he's just picking up 1s and 2s and the occasional 4. But yeah, it feels as though he needs to do that role for England to get towards 260, 270, 280. I mean, it's a 300 ground and track really, minimum. But yeah, we'll see. It's all set. It's all set.
Yeah, because we spoke to one of the groundsmen earlier on, Trevor, and he said Worcestershire played here just recently and hit 400 runs. So it's quite an incredible stat that. But I was just thinking, as you were just mentioning about Mark Eames, if he's able to stick in here, then really he could be on. And I think England Lions would really love this if he has a Darren Smith-esque like performance at Tame, Trevor. That sort of performance, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, what a series Darren Smith had. I mean, incredible, really. I mean, leading run scorer, leading wicket taker. I mean, you can't expect more than that, really, can you? So, but I don't know whether you know, Owen, but Mr. Panacasio came with his wife Tracy and stayed with me for a few days in Truro at the end of the tour, which is rather nice. So I spent last weekend as their tour guide. Taking them to various parts of Cornwall over 2.5 days or whatever they were. On the train on the way back from St Ives, I handed him a bit of paper and I said, right, I want you to write down your England lineup for the best players you played against this year. So I won't reveal what he wrote because that wouldn't be fair to everybody. But I'm hanging on to it for when the World Cup comes around next year to see how many are still around and still playing.
That's nice from Mark Eames.
Got to use your hands there, buddy. So yeah, that's 4 runs, but that was Rajesh Eadat. Maybe he's a bit stiff after his bowling, but yeah. Do you know about the long barrier, Owen? Has that phrase come as a fielding technique?
Yeah.
So you get down on one knee and one leg out, and you get everything behind it rather than try and stop it with your foot as he did there, which clearly shows he's not much of a footballer, maybe.
Yeah.
But at this level, you've got to stop those sort of shots.
But you mentioned taking Tony Panicasio down to Truro. And even, I've been to Cornwall many a time, Trevor. One place I've not been, Truro, and I'd love to go. You'll have to recommend me some places.
Well, Truro's in the middle of Cornwall, Owen, and so therefore it's not. There's not a beach just out the back gate. So that's why most people don't. People only often go to Truro on holiday when it's raining everywhere in that day, and it never rains in Cornwall when you're on holiday anyway. So you're never there. No one's ever there. Oh, appeal, Peter Jones. So the umpire signalled wide. Peter Jones thought there was something on that. I mean, it was a good take down the leg side. The bowler, Peter, what's his name? Pardip Gill, he wasn't interested. And it was a wide after all that.
That's nice from Eames again. But it will be prevented the boundary. Trickles up a bit. I was going to say, interesting one with this ground, especially towards our end of the, coming towards our end of the boundary, it really does raise up, doesn't it? In places, this ground.
That's right, and until you mentioned that, I hadn't noticed that. But now I'm looking out from our commentary box window, and yeah, there is a bit of a. But the outfield is very fast. Yeah, it's very fast. So. Which is why we've got 4 players on the boundary. And that's a well-placed shot by Mark. He's just timed that, really, and that's a very good shot. They always say, Owen, that a sign of a really good player is playing a nice on-drive like that, just wide of mid-on, all the way along the deck, effortless 4, just timing. So, yeah, he won't be playing any of those tomorrow, but he'll get them all out of the way today.
Great to see that 110 of you are viewing us live at the moment. Great to see on the stream. Thanks for watching, everybody. Let us know where you're viewing from. We'd love to hear from you. As Mark Eames.
Oh, wow. He is in. He is in. But that was a super bit of fielding from DK. Chandrak Balingke. Super bit of fielding. But yeah, he was in.
That is some. Well, I say.
Well, I'm saying he was in from the naked eye. We had a good shot of that. Did it show that replay?
Yeah.
So that's 5 overs from Pardip Gill. I might get Rizwan Sheikh back on now at that end and change it up a bit, get a bit more spin on against these two, and try and get one of them to make a mistake. Pardip was looking a little bit tired in that over. It's a hot day for coming in, and he's had 5 overs now off that long run, so I think he might need a little rest there. But
so yeah, an interesting spell. Simon Ralph comes in, but yeah, Mark Eames only 3 runs off his half century. As we just had Ed Gordon Lennox walk past us.
Oh, you should have grabbed him and got rid of me.
The England skipper. He'll be watching this and he'll be seeing some interesting performances so far. Oh, no, you don't.
Well, I think he hit that, but the bowler's appealed. Let's see. Yeah, no, he didn't hit it. He didn't hit it. It was off the pad. So, half decent appeal, but at that angle, round the wicket, and the way that Mark was shaping up to play it down the leg side, would kind of suggest that that appeal was always going to be in vain. But yeah, he's got to 47 very quickly. 40 balls, 7 fours.
That's well fielded by Siri. Two lead buys and a dot ball to start his third over. And they will, unlike that previous shot, it just trickles out of reach for him and they'll get another run. 2 now for Mark Eames to get to 50 runs. But yeah, I spoke to quite a few players yesterday from the England persuasion, and even it's such a interesting thing being involved in a game like yesterday because you don't really take much from it in terms of in a game like today when you're putting up a good chase like you are of whatever England will get here if they're looking to reach over that 250 mark. That's when you've got time for people like this to get some runs on the board because of course it was only Neil Brathwaite and Mel Hussain, the Essex openers, who got 21 each, and that was your lot.
Well, you do get those games occasionally, Owen, in cricket. And, of course, Ravi Siri took 10 off Mike Palmer's first over, I think, didn't he? So at that stage, you're thinking, hey, what a great start. And then half an hour later, they're all out. So, it happens. But it's, again, you've got to learn from these things. Cricket is, as Paul Ruddage experienced, he got the 100, he's out first ball today. So, cricket is always you never know what's going to happen next. You really don't know.
Yeah, nice. Fielded well by Chetar Shah there. Is it just
so is there
nearing the boundary?
Are you guys have you played cricket? Have you had have you played at all, or is there a Media 11 match at the end of the season coming up, against the England Lions, against the media team, Have you arranged that yet?
Do you know, I've never played much cricket. Matt's played a bit in his time, and, Ivor to our left has said he's might have a few runs for these over 60s, I tell you.
Well, I think that would be quite good fun, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The media team against an England team, yes, and yeah, make sure you bat first, though.
That's right. Well, yeah, even Nuala and Benny in the truck have been...
My mate's a media man on the podcast. He's a top-class batsman, Mr. Grant Timms, so from Northamptonshire, so you'd need him in your team. And I'm sure you could rustle up a few more... Is this Ridesh Adit coming back on again? We were looking for a change of bowling. 2 for 17 off 5, if it is. I think it is, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. It looks like him.
Yeah, great return from him. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Rajesh Adate.
Yeah,
21st.
When we did a little chat with Ravi before the tour, I got the squad and I wrote down next to Radish, quick bowler. So, that kept low. And those first 2 or 3 overs, he was looking really good. He was racing in. Great action. It's always a little tricky at this age as a fast bowler to come back with the same sort of levels of intensity. It's a little loosener there, first ball for him. Who do you think has been the... Can you think of the best bowler you've seen this year in the opposition? I mean, I suppose people like Bill Blair come to mind, don't they, in terms of pace, pace bowler?
Yeah, me and Matt always used to call that the Bullet Blair because, my goodness, it was coming down. I've never seen a cricket delivery, I think, all summer because that was just extraordinary. Oh,
well, what's going on there?
Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, we'll see a slow replay of this.
Well, that looked to me as though initially the keeper thought he might have nicked it. Then he threw the. If he'd have hit the stumps, he was definitely out.
Yeah, that's right. Ralph was out of his.
He was miles out the ground, and in the end, it was a dot ball.
Not a bad over so far for Azata, though. 3 dot balls in succession. Not there though. No, another run to add to the total to make it 126 for 5.
But, I think the USA will feel that was a big chance because Peter just had to, and he threw it over arm where actually he could have he had almost enough time to. It's hard to throw it over arm with the keeping gloves on, but throw it under arm hit the stumps, and Simon Routh was gone. He was because he stayed out of his ground for ages because he just assumed the ball was going to hit the stumps. So, yeah, that was a definite opportunity missed there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that brings up Mark Eames on to 50 runs. Well, it was, yeah, that's brilliant for him. Yeah, 7 fours. Brilliant from him. Here he is again from Adate.
Yeah, nicely played. Easy single. They're applauding him now for his 50. Yeah, there we go. So I think that's him on to 50. Well batted. 7 fours in that.
Yeah, great return from Mark Eames. As we say, a 101 at Royal Ascot last time out. And a half century today. Great return from him.
That was a terrific. Well, it was a great over. Almost found the outside edge then. Should have had a stumping. Well, a stumping with the keeper standing back. I'm sure that's still a stumping as long as the keeper throws the ball at the stumps from where he is. But yeah, great over. Great over. So 2 for 19 from 6 for Radish. So he's got 3 to go.
Yeah, nice return so far for England, as you can just see a few of the locals roaming around the boundary. It's a lovely day for it. Here at Eastnor Castle, here in Herefordshire.
Apparently there was a big festival on over the weekend here.
Yeah,
So,
Late Fest, wasn't it?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, thousands of people there. They've not all of them have carried on staying in the community and come to the cricket, but maybe 3 of them.
Yeah, a good friend of mine actually was actually quite an up and coming artist. Actually, Star from my stall in Bewdley. She was actually performing at Late Fest with BBC Hereford and Worcester, the introducing stage, and she was actually playing at Late Fest, which was quite a
fantastic,
really good from her. She's really up and coming. She's quite a few. I think one of her sons has got like 80,000 streams on Spotify, so she's really, each son that comes out, she's really loving it. So yeah, this was just up the road at Lake Fest.
Brilliant. So let's give her a plug then. What's her name?
Star Aurora.
Star Aurora.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And what sort of? Oh, there's a chase around here. Are they going to get it? Are they going to get it?
Very close.
Just about.
Yeah.
How would you describe what she does then?
Yeah, it's very. Which is quite popular at the moment. That sort of pop music, proper 21st century pop, 21st century love. I think was one of her songs. It was called. So,
okay. But
yeah, she just always nice to see artists come up, especially when you know them as well. That's always nice because we had Betty Hill come from Bewdley as well. So she was on The Voice, and now she's always with the dance anthems now. Trevor.
Fantastic. Well, this is all new to me, Owen, so I know as much about this as you did about cricket a year ago. So
that's right.
Easy single, but well, it's a pity she didn't stay on because she could have done some between innings entertainment. Actually, I think that's the next step forward for over 60s cricket is a big session musician coming and playing during the interval.
Hey, there you go. Bit of a half-time show on there. That'll be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
See, a lot of sports trying to incorporate that now. They're sort of trying to take that from the Super Bowl, aren't they?
Well, I think top-level sport nowadays, Owen, is entertainment. Let's face it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 100, people, but some of the purists, if they want to call themselves that, they moan about the 100. But hey, it's allegedly put £50 million into the recreational game, and it's a pure entertainment, and it's got people watching cricket who wouldn't normally go. So. You could, it's great, but that's what it is. It is entertainment. That's a good shot now. Are they going to stop that? They're racing around the boundary. Foot's come out. There we go. Just a couple. But again, Mark, he plays that one, that good length ball. He just steers it through the leg side. And, yeah. So well past the halfway point towards that target of 250 and not at the half. And this is the kind of almost halfway over the 22nd. That's 4. So he's really beginning to push the button now.
Yeah, so just had a message from Rash on the chat. We mentioned a few people roaming around the boundary earlier. I think I called them locals, and Rash has said they're not locals. They're Dawn Radage, Julie Ralph, and Sue, Jason Corn's partner. So very familiar with the game today. They'll be watching with beady eyes.
That's pretty impressive when a viewer can identify everybody in the crowd, isn't it?
Yeah. Brilliant.
I bet Rush can't do that for a Premier League football match. Name the crowd, Rush. All 49,000 of them. So who was the lady who held up play then, Rash, walking past the sight screen in the last over with the big hat on, who's now, I think, might be sitting over there? I'm not sure. Can't see her. Oh, no, she's just making it her way around. Oh, I tell you what, she's going to cause the same problem at this end now. Watch this. Watch this, folks. I don't know whether we got the camera on this, Benny, but she held up play at the other end, and she's timed it beautifully, and here she goes. Come on, there she goes. She's right there now. Yep. Exactly. Oh, the field is just... Oh, is she... Yeah, she's just about held it up again briefly, yeah. But the bowler's still setting his field, so she's just missed out on the opportunity of being told off by the umpire yet again. So there we go. Brilliant. Is she doing laps? If she's doing synchronised laps, then at the pace she's going, she'll be at the other end in a couple of overs' time when she'll be walking behind the screen again. There we go. So there we go, Rash. Who is that? We need to know who that is so we can give him a shout out.
Yeah, Mark Eames on 58 then now. He's really, as you say, we mentioned it, didn't we, how crucial it was to keep him in. And as we say now, he's on his way to 60 runs. It's just getting those milestones, and then he's almost well on his way to reach that century mark again.
Yeah, we've had a change of bowling, so Radish only had one over in that spell, and now we've got number 2, Abhay Mashawari, if I've got that correct. And just going to have a little tweak of the sight screen here, because he is pretty quick, and Mark will struggle to pick him up, so I'll need to get the sight screen in the right place. That's a lot of sight screen moving. So one of the great things in club cricket, Owen, is that when the sight screen needs move, the camera's nearly in the way now as well, is that when you move a sight screen, all you do is you move it and then you make a mark. So next time you move it, you just move it to the mark. But the vast majority of very experienced club cricketers don't do that. So every single time they change the screen, they go, is it in the right place? Is it in the right place? It takes forever. So there we go. A little top tip for all you sight screen movers. Make the mark, and then you only have to check it once.
Oh, yeah, Paul Delder's also put on the chat. He's typical, missing out on good food. Yeah, he can't believe that. As he said earlier about the food that's being prepped up in that white tent.
Well, perhaps we could get him a doggy bag and mail it to him.
Brilliant. Yeah, Banana Brooks has said that there's been some rather leisurely singles taken. Yeah, they've been, like you say, Trevor, when they get these singles on the board, it really, then you look at the scoreboard and you're like, crikey, 140 runs. And you think, like, that's where with England, they're really pleasing to see that, actually, because, it really gets as many runs as humanly possible to really take the game away from the US. After, at one point, those 3 wickets took, and, no, he won't go for that after a big call from Mark Eames.
First slip. But yeah, I mean, I don't think, well, they may look like leisurely singles, but at the end of the day, one of the things in this sort of level of cricket, these two are showing quite nicely, is that they're not allowing any balls to be dot balls, or very rarely. So we've now got to slip in now, must be listening to the commentary. It's never going to happen again. But there you go, that's a good example where he's thinking, I can't hit that for 4, so I'll just push it out and we'll take a single. 4 or 5 of those and over, plus the odd boundary, and as you say, the runs are flowing. So even at this age group cricket, in the county championship, you get players who just block it and they don't think about every ball steering the angle of the bat, into the gaps, because there's always gaps. And look at that, even taking a single straight to the fielder, who's well inside the circle. So just playing it and taking the single to him, and knowing that he hasn't got much of an arm maybe, and easy run. Well, there we go. So is that 23 overs gone now? So we're just over halfway.
Yeah, it's a interesting point in this match, as you say, almost just over the halfway stage.
I think that's Tony Fitzgerald there, who's normally the England scorer, and today's on drinks duty. I'm sure it's him. I saw him earlier. And he's just giving Simon Routh a drink. It is warm. It is warm.
It is. That's the other factor I always bring up with games like this, Trevor, where, playing a game at this sort of, at any level, in this sort of weather is taxing anyway. But, when you're playing in that heat, especially for the fielders who are out there, and you've still got to bowl your 45 overs. Bat your 45 overs. It almost, goodness me, it's a long old day out there with the weather, with the temperature being as warm as it is. A high of 29 today at Eastnor.
Well, it's now 9 minutes to 2, so we've been out there for nearly 2 hours. Only bowled 23 overs, so at this rate, it's it's going to be 3.5 hours, isn't it? So that's a long stint. They'll be looking forward to that lavish lunch, these USA players. Mind you, if you then got to go out and bat, when I was in my days as opening bat, if we batted second, I never had tea. I just piled it up, put a plate of it in the changing room, and hoped nobody ate it while I was out batting. And occasionally, I did notice 1 or 2 bits had gone missing. But it's hard to eat and then go out and bat, a few minutes later. It's all right if you're a bowler. You've done your bit. You can put your feet up, have a massive lunch, and have a little power nap, and then you might be needed to bat. Who knows?
Yeah, me and Matt have always mentioned that, Trevor, because we always think that, especially when the players have a great lunch, and obviously we always say we've been to so many clubs, and the spreads that have been put on at each club have been absolutely fantastic. Just fantastic memory. Brilliant spreads, and I say that, and what a lovely shot that is. Will be prevented the boundary just about, but Simon Routh will add another run to the board. But even so, I always think that with Matt, where these players have then got to go out and do their overs. It's, my goodness, it's quite a task, isn't it?
Yeah, because you still see lavish food spreads. You don't see gels and energy bars and nothing else, do you? So that day will come. So we've got Rizwan Sheikh, the vice captain, back in the attack. Ooh, push that one through a little bit pacey. Good take by Peter Jones. So yeah, Rizwan, of course, got Steve Small out earlier in the day. He's this is his 5th over. But yeah, I mean, tees are an integral part of cricket. I mean, it's a bit tricky these days because people are gluten free. I personally try and be vegan as much as possible, but sometimes with cricket tees, you just have to go with the flow. But I remember the game at Tame when that's 4 runs, good shot. I was helping I was just using the boiler to get some green tea because I don't drink normal tea as well. I'm one of these. I'm very difficult to bloody cater for when I'm playing cricket. And I think it was Paul Bradley's sister Lorraine and the lady. I think her name was Karen, maybe at the club. And I mentioned I drink the green tea, and then and I cricket teas I don't normally have. Because I'm trying to be vegan, and they went out and got some vegan burgers for me for the after-match meal, which I didn't realise I was part of, which I probably wasn't part of. But because they got the vegan burgers, I felt obliged to gate crash the food afterwards. Otherwise they would have gone to waste.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
That's right.
What do? You have to.
That's right.
So I mean, and that was that kind of generosity and kindness and sort of thoughtfulness really was well, it epitomises seniors cricket to me really. That thing about the vegan burgers. Right, so 24 gone, 150 for 5. Well, I'm thinking 300 here.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly these two with 5 wickets down, you never know. But 66 to Mark, 12 to Simon.
Yeah, really nice partnership forming between these two. 150 for 5, as you say. Really looking quite good at the moment. Great, as you can see, that great clubhouse here at Eastnor.
So what's the commentary lineup for the last couple of games then? Hersley Park and then the one at Hamworthy. Is it on Thursday? Thursday.
Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday. It's me, myself, and I on the commentary again with a few rotating.
Is it?
Guests again? Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Mark Eames.
Far away from the field there, but
No,
far
I
enough.
thought that.
Oh, well, you might have to put with me again a bit, Owen, on Thursday at Hersley Park, because I'll be there. You'll have had enough of me by the end of today. So, but yeah, no, great shot there. Are you covering the Tri-Nations? Do you know?
That's right. Yeah, we'll be live on this channel. But yeah, like you say, it'll be that grandstand game of England and the Inland Lions.
I think it's somewhere in the Midlands, isn't it? I'm not sure.
That's right. Yeah, it's near our end. One of them is Dorridge Cricket Club and Nolan, I think Moseley Cricket Club, I believe it is. Yeah.
Okay. This looks, not the fastest bowling we've seen in the world. Number 99 on his back, Sankar. I wonder why he's got number 99 on his back. I should have asked him that when I was getting all the numbers collected on my little sheet here.
So yeah, we'll have a bit of an exclusive Trevor in just a moment. We'll have Ian Barton on to chat to us after his maiden voyage for the Inland Lions. Trevor, it'd be good to see what he thinks of his innings.
He's from Lancashire, the county champions.
Oh yes,
they're all champions in that team. Yeah, we'll have a chat with Ian in a second. So. Yeah, so I just wonder, I think, if I was these two, Owen, I'd just keep going like this now for a little while, and then, get past 30 overs, and then maybe think, because they won't be far off 200 probably by 30 overs, the rate they're going, and then if there's a few fireworks needed, well, Jason Corn can provide a few fireworks. Razzie can certainly provide a few fireworks, so we'll be looking. Oh, that was a bit of a casual bit of fielding, that. He'll regret the fact that that was on YouTube, and his CK will be and Peter Jones as well. So maybe we'll cut that bit out because it wasn't the best bit of cricket in the world there.
Yeah, Mark Eames on to 73 now. Brilliant from him. There's one more ball in this over before I take my leave, and Ian Barton replaces me. But yes, gotta say, like you say, Trevor, you hit the nail on the head. That's another great shot from Mark Eames. In terms of, they go for the 2 runs here. And Mark Eames moves on to 75. But yeah, I've got to say, like you say, keep them in. There's no need to panic. Keep doing what they're doing. Run a few singles. And like you say, they're getting healthily towards that 200 mark in no time, Trevor. But yes, for now, I will take my leave and hand you into the capable hands of Trevor Lee and Ian Barton after his debut here at Eastnor Castle. See you in a moment.
Yeah, well, while Ian gets sorted out, I think we're going to have another bowling change from the castle end. I think the castle is at that end, somewhere in the trees there. So who have we got coming on now? Let's just see if we can grab his number. I think that's 18. And that's, where's my scorecard? That's Chetan Shah coming on to bowl. So Ian, welcome to the commentary box. Have you done cricket, been on a cricket commentary box very often? But you've got your own TV show or radio show on cricket, haven't you, Ian? Did you tell me about?
Yeah, I had to work for BBC Lancashire Sport. Yeah, actually the last commentary box I was in was Edgbaston. I was lucky enough to do the game between Warwickshire Bears, Birmingham Bears and Lancashire in the T20 a couple of weeks ago. With Scott Reed and Andy Bears, and yeah, that was a lovely occasion. Really enjoyed the game, and I loved doing the commentary, core commentary. But I'll tell you what, I'm at a cricket ground today that's maybe not as not got as many stands around it, but I'll tell you, it's the most beautiful cricket ground you're likely to see.
Well, it's fantastic, isn't it? So here you are, your debut game for England Lions. I know you'd be disappointed with getting out caught and bowled there, but yeah, it felt you were looking good. 32 off 32. You must have been feeling as though you kind of got going. Is the wicket playing okay?
Yeah, I felt really good out there. Just sent a few messages to different people who've been texting me. I was so annoyed about playing a stupid shot like I did to get out, because to be honest, batting with Mark was a joy. Mark Eames, and obviously left hand, right hand. And we were running really well together. We were scoring really, fluently, weren't we? And there's just no need to play that wrist shot. I just had a bit of a brain fade. But no, I loved it. The wicket, it's just keeping a bit low, isn't it? At one end, I think we lost 3 early wickets, and I think that was all to do with possibly with the fact that it's keeping low at the far end.
Well, when you're youngsters like us, Ian, you'd still get those brain fades. When we get older and play this game, we'll have worked those out of our system. So
exactly.
So who do you play for in Lancashire then?
Exactly. Well, I'm connected to Longridge Cricket Club, which play in the Northern Premier League against the likes of sort of Blackpool and Chorley, Leyland, and teams of that sort, Garstang. So it's very high standard. I don't play first team cricket anymore. In fact, I very rarely play. I might play an odd game a season for Longridge, but I've just really got into the old codgers cricket, shall we say?
What, you playing in the 80s, are you?
No.
Well, I was listening on the radio this morning. They were talking about eyesight for tests for drivers, and someone was saying, well, 70 is the new 50, so 60 must be the new 30, I think. So did you play 50s cricket, county cricket?
No, I didn't. I tried to play 50s county cricket.
What, you weren't very good, or?
No. Let's watch this ball.
Yeah, work commitments and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, work commitment, and also difficult to get in. To be fair, with Lancashire, it was very difficult to break in and to sort of get trials or whatever. And I was still playing regularly for Longridge and scoring lots of runs, but anyway, I just couldn't manage to sort of get in and whatever. And so I gave it a miss until I was 60, and then I thought, well, I'll give this a try now.
Okay. And what do you make of it? Are you enjoying playing seniors cricket?
I would say I've absolutely loved it, and I just think it's just the best thing for lads who've been, like myself and yourself. You get to an age where you're 60 and there's very little you can do as a sporting man that replicates exactly where you were, when you're in your 20s and 30s, and the cricket, I just think it's the best thing for mental health and just to make you feel not young again, but you're just doing something that you've loved all your life. You're still in a dressing room with 11 lads having the crack. You're playing on lovely cricket grounds. You're playing with like-minded people. Just amazing.
Well, it's funny because all the conversations I've had with people this summer, there's been one underlying theme, and that is, isn't it great that we can still play decent level of cricket, and it's competitive and it's really good fun and enjoyable, and aren't we lucky to be able to do that?
That's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's just wonderful, and you've got a little story for you. One of the lads who's playing for Lancashire, well, he can't play for Lancashire because I think they've changed the rules this year. You've got to be 60 now. You can't have one. Did you used to have one player at 59?
That's right, and they changed that rule's been. There were 2. And then they had a 3-year plan to fade it out. You could play this year as a 59-year-old if you'd played last year as a 59-year-old.
Yeah.
So you've got somebody waiting in the wings.
We've got somebody waiting. A lad who I opened the batting with in the league team back in Lancashire and years ago, and I asked him to come to nets, and he was a bit reticent. Over 60s cricket, like most people are. Anyway, he came to nets and he absolutely loved it in sort of February. And I said, right, so you're okay to sign up then? He said, well, I'm not 60 till August. I said, oh, I thought you were 60 now. I said, they've changed the rules, Chris. You can't play till you're 60. I saw him, so he came to every net. He played a couple of friendlies, and I saw him about 2 months ago. He said, I was telling my wife I was dreading being 60. He said, and now I'm wishing 3 months away of my life. I thought, well, that sums up, doesn't it?
Chris, do you want to reveal his full name?
Chris Cornell. His son.
Chris Cornell. There you go.
His son Tyler played for Worcestershire and for Lancashire. And,
oh wow.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, Chris. And so it just made me laugh, and I thought that really summed up what senior cricket is about, really.
Yeah. Well, I suppose if where are we now? We're the 11th of August. So has he hit the 60 landmark?
I think it's the end of this week.
End of this week. Right. We better wish him happy birthday then from all the viewers on YouTube if he's tuning in.
Yeah, that's very nice. 169 for 5, by the way. We've not been commentating on the cricket, which is 170 for 5.
Yeah. Well, I think the viewers have got used to what's going on the field, haven't they? Really.
Definitely.
So Lancashire, strong side, won the final last year, and Chris Noddy Dearden. Do you know him? Have you heard of him? Is he from Lancashire? Is he happen to be Littleborough's all-time leading run scorer? I think I've heard that mentioned.
He's not back. Lancashire saying he's not backward at coming forward, isn't Noddy. I've had the good fortune of meeting Chris. I've heard quite a bit about him, and I met him obviously at Winter Nets 18 months ago, and he certainly likes to give it a thrash with a bat, and he bowls a lot of different stuff, shall we say, slow and then slow.
I thought you were going to say rubbish.
No, not at all. I'll leave that to the rest of the lads to say. But he gets a lot of wickets with bowling that at times you don't think's actually going to reach the wicket. You wonder whether he'd actually knock a bail off. But he's a legend. He's Noddy, and been a very good cricketer and still is.
Well, that's great. So tell us about this radio show that you do, Ian. This cricket radio show. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's we're very lucky in Lancashire that the BBC.
That's a beautifully placed shot from Mark Eames.
Yeah.
Beautifully placed.
Batting really well now. He's on 84, isn't he?
I'm playing against him tomorrow, so I'm hoping he's using all his runs up today.
He did say to me actually when we were out there batting in the middle, when obviously the sun was out and it was really, really hot, wasn't it? Early? And I was pushing him to run 2 and then to run a 3. And
good man. Wear him out.
And he said to me, "Steady on, Barty. I've got a big game tomorrow." So I said, "It can't be as big as playing for England Lions." So.
Oh, it is. It's bigger than that. Warwickshire against Cornwall. Right, anyway, okay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Back on to what we were saying then about the radio show.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, we're really lucky on Radio Lancashire. Lancashire, because obviously cricket's massive in Lancashire, has been for a long while. We've got hundreds of clubs, and BBC Radio Lancashire have always covered local cricket and had a cricket show for a number of years now. It's on a Wednesday night, 6 till 7, and they're one of the few, I think probably the only, county radio. BBC radio show that actually local radio that have this, and it's a wonderful show. We do it every Wednesday 6 till 7 in the season, so it's like 24 weeks, and we get regular every week. We've got different guests who come into the studio in Blackburn. We have guests via Zoom now, obviously, and we have David Lloyd. I think David Lloyd was on. Bumble was on last week. We get a lot of celebrities coming on as well, and certainly during COVID it was amazing because we kept the show going and we had so many international cricketers on, and Lancashire cricketers, because there was nothing else to do, I suppose, in those days. But it's a great show, and it highlights and just gives a little bit of glory to local cricketers and who've done well at the weekend, and it's really good. It's really well supported, and I love doing it. Absolutely.
That's another super shot from Mark. He's just placed that.
Yeah.
And that's Radish Idat out there, who he bowls well, but he tends to use his feet when he's fielding, and it doesn't always work. In fact, I don't think it's ever worked for him yet today. Oh, that's terrific. That's really good. You've been doing that for a little while then, by the sounds of it.
I had no experience actually at presenting or being involved in TV or radio, but I was chairman of Longridge Cricket Club, which I've been involved with for sort of 45 years, and if you win the Palace Shield, which is a huge shield, and if the first team win that, you, as the chairman's asked to do a speech in front of obviously the annual presentation. There's probably 300 or 400 people there, the league presentation, and you've to thank. Your job is to thank the committee for the work they put in to run the league. You know what I mean? And it's a thankless task. And what I've found over the years when I've been at the event is the chairman of the winning club talks about his club and how brilliant they are.
Right.
And I thought, well, really, that's not really what you meant to do. You're meant to be thanking. So I turned it on its head, like I say, and thanked everybody. And also, we've a man at Longridge Cricket Club, Tom Howarth, who's had given 70 years service volunteering, you know. And I turned it on to Tom and thanked him for what he'd done and the thankless task of volunteering. And it was really well received. The fact that, you know, spoke really well. Luckily, it's somebody from BBC was actually in the audience, and they came to me afterwards and said, would I be interested in working on the show?
Wow! So that's how your broadcasting career started.
Well, I've always talked a lot. I've always talked a lot. Most of it rubbish, but occasionally I'm all right. And I must say today, the volunteers here today have been absolutely unbelievable. I got here very early this morning, and there were two gentlemen on the wicket. It was about 8:30, 8:45. And there were two men, and they were doing all the work on the wicket, on rolling and cutting it and square. And one was the chairman, and one was the vice chairman. I think one was 79, and the other one was 78.
Wow!
And the work they put into this club, and all the committee here. Nobody gets paid here, you know. Nobody. They don't pay a bar staff. They don't pay ground staff. Everybody does it voluntarily, and that's cricket for you, isn't it?
Well, it is. You know, I mean, without those volunteers behind the scenes. None of this would be happening, would it? So we're always very appreciative of what they do. So so when you were growing up, of course, in Lancashire, I'm just trying to work out your, you know, when was it the Jack Bond Gillette Cup era and all that? That
was my introduction to cricket, 1971. That wasn't it? So when I got into cricket, and I went to Old Trafford the first time. I went to the Royal Grammar School, if you will, and one of our trips out was to go and watch the Test match at Old Trafford against the West Indies in 1976. It was the infamous one when Michael Holding was bouncing Brian Close. And do you remember the one? Yeah. And we went to Old Trafford. I was 11, and that was my first sort of international Test match, if you will. I'd watched a bit of cricket before that, and that was and on the Lancashire side, obviously we were really successful. Clive Lloyd, Farouk Engineer, and people of that sort, and Jackie Bond as captain, and Frank Hayes. We had some Peter Lever. We had some amazing players. David Lloyd, obviously. That was my introduction to cricket, and I've loved it ever since.
Well, of course, there was that famous game, wasn't there, in which you might have been relatively young. In the dark against Gloucestershire, I think it was the semi-final, wasn't it?
It
when
was.
David Hughes hit a couple of sixes, and in those days, no one hit sixes. And they're only chasing about a couple of hundred or something, and it was like in 60 overs, and it was amazing they won in the dark, you know. Well, nowadays, you know, you'd get that in the first 10 overs or something, you know. But
it's amazing how it's changed. A good friend of mine, Steve Nugent, was at that game, actually.
Okay.
And because I think it was early 70s, wasn't it? And Gloucestershire, and there was thousands of people on the grass all the way around.
Yeah.
It was a big thing because it was just a big thing because it was night, wasn't it? We never played at night. There were no floodlights or anything.
No, that's right. It was pretty dark and everything else.
Yeah.
And
I think Mike Proctor might have been playing for Gloucestershire.
I think you're right. I think
he was
quick.
Yeah. He was quick.
Yeah.
So I remember that. And obviously, you just as a kid, you in those days there was just one channel, the BBC One, and whatever. You followed cricket and. And then went to watch Lancs as much as I possibly could, and then started playing when I went to grammar school. Started playing there.
So of course we noticed this year, of course, in the North Group, because of course you beat Yorkshire in the final last year. That you both avoided each other by managing to arrange your games on the only 2 days of the summer where it was raining, so you haven't played each other.
I can't believe you Southern softies are saying that about us Yorkies and Lankies. Well, it did rain both days. It wasn't.
We didn't miss any games with rain. We just played through the rain down in the south.
Well, you never get anywhere. We've come down here today. We've come 150 miles. It's like landing on the moon. The grass hasn't been cut all season. It's not rained all summer. We're still getting games rained off, and it's
dear,
desperate Lancashire. Yeah.
But so obviously Yorkshire topped the group on run rate.
Yeah.
In the end, because I suppose they had a bit of an advantage that they played the last game where you'd played out, so they kind of knew what they want to get. So where are you playing tomorrow? What's the game tomorrow then?
We're playing Bedfordshire tomorrow. We've got a home game in the last 16. Bedfordshire at home. We're playing at Little Lever Cricket Club in Bolton. So it'll be a difficult game. Once you get into these last 16 games, everybody's well up for winning them, and so we've got the home advantage, which is good. We've got a good side, as you know. I don't think I would be unfair to say that we haven't played as well this year as we did at times last year. We've won every game. We've played 9, won 9, 3 rained off. But I don't think we've played just as well at times. But once it kicks into this real sort of knockout stuff, I'd expect us to up the ante tomorrow and to be really at it.
Yeah, so well, I think everyone's really excited. I think the knockout games are very exciting. What I would like to do is, I know the last 16 is divided by seeds, but I think I can imagine, Ian, the last, because you can plot your way through, can't you? But I'm wondering if it'd be more exciting. You get to the last 8 and you have
an open draw.
Live on Zoom with the balls in the bloody bowl. Number 3, Lancashire against number 4,
Yorkshire,
Old Kingston Rovers. So like they used to do it in rugby league all those years ago. I think that'd be really exciting, and then it's because if you're the top seed, fair enough, you're the top seed, but you have got to kind of run all the way through to the final at home games. So but anyway, I'm sure someone will put that forward as a proposal.
I know what you're saying there. I can because we were really surprised. Well, we didn't know the proper rule, but you think if you've got 100% record, you're going to finish 1 or 2. There was only 2 teams in the country with 100% record. That's us and Yorkshire. Obviously, I know we didn't play each other, so fair dues.
Oh, that's gone through.
That's going to go for 4. I don't know if it's buys or whether
I reckon, he's on 90. It's buys. It's buys.
No, it's wides actually. 4 wides.
4 wides. Okay.
Down the leg side.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree. I think it'd be interesting that, to be fair, because what you tend to find is that you do tend to find the 3 or 4 counties tend to win most games, don't they? If they will, and they've got a route through to the quarter final, to the semi final. And I know what you're saying. You could get 2 of the so-called favourites to play each other in the last 8 or whatever. But
bring it on. Bring it on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mark's on 90, and this partnership is getting towards 100. So I was saying when Matt was in when Owen was with me that. At 100 for 5, when Paul Radage was out, I think the USA that was probably the moment of their tour, really. And always the danger was now that they would press on these 2. But, of course, they missed Simon Routh. Peter Jones had a throw at the stumps, missed it from what would have been a stumping, standing back as the keeper. That would have been about 110 for 6. But these 2 have batted very sensibly. So Simon's on 21 off 28, and Mark's 90 off 78, and
the thing
suddenly
with Mark,
it's nearly 200.
Yeah, and the thing with Mark is that I've really enjoyed batting with him. It's the first time I've batted with him, obviously, but I've played against him once last year when he played for Warwickshire against Lancashire. He got 90. 98 and 96, I think. Batted fantastic well, and to bat with him, he just hits a lot of 4s, doesn't he? The bad ball he just puts away, and he's a terrific sweeper of the ball as well. And he's really good fun to bat with, and it's just been effortless, really. He's got to, like I say, 91 now, and it's just been effortless. And even more reason for me to be so annoyed at the ridiculous shot I played, because I should still be out there in the middle with him. But that's cricket.
Well, these 2 are batting really well.
Really well. Simon's done a good job coming in, because it was, we lost Paul Rad, didn't we, straight away, really. And he's done really well as Simon coming in steadying the ship.
Well, he's a very good batsman, Simon. A lot of experience, and.
It's good cricket.
This is only the 30th over. It feels as though they have been out there 2 hours 20 minutes, so it's a little bit steady on the over rate. But
when we're out there, actually,
that must be. It's drinks now. Look, drinks now, Ian.
Yeah,
there we go.
When I was batting, the umpires actually went to the skipper for the USA and said to him that you need to show more emphasis in the field and get round the field but I think they only bowled about 12 overs in the first hour, which is okay if you're facing Michael Holding and Colin Croft and whatever else from the 1970s for the West Indies, but not so sure it should be happening.
Well,
at this
they've
level.
averaged 15 overs every hour and 10 minutes so far, because we've been out here 2:20, so that would take us through till 3:30, so 3.5 hours. So, but it is hot out there. There's no doubt about it. But
it's hot, and it's also as you get older, it is more difficult with field settings and the like. So I'd hope that obviously when we take the field after tea that we'll be a lot quicker than this and get through our overs more. But time will tell, won't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a target already now for the guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
197, aren't we, for 5?
You feel as though once Mark gets his 100 that. The gloves can come off.
Yeah,
I think he's going to get it now.
I think he just should walk to his 100. Like he deserves it.
Yeah, so the gloves have come off. So I'm just checking in the commentary team. I can see Owen's back with us. So we're just going to have a little swap over here.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you for letting me come on. It's really enjoyable. Thank you. And you do an amazing job covering the Vets cricket.
He's a professional broadcaster. He puts us,
Well, I do not. No, but thank you so much for the coverage that you give to Vets cricket. And without you guys, there's no way that we'd have the profile that we now have. And to see games live via YouTube and with such a professional setup with the cameras and the commentaries, is absolute credit to you. So thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ian. You're welcome. I'll come back for this in the new innings. That'll be great, actually, Trevor. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for that. If you do get stuck, I'm just over there. So right. I'll just go and catch up on a couple of things. Get a cup of tea organised. Yeah. Was that all right? Was that good? So yeah, a big thank you there to Trevor Lee and Ian Barton for those brilliant insights there. As you say, from a fellow broadcaster. That's what we always like to see. So at Drints, 197 for 5. Trevor will be back on with us at the commencement of the US's innings. As we say, what are we? We're at 2:20 here at Eastnor Castle Cricket Club, 197 for 5. As you can just see the US having a chat there. The players having a debrief from Ravi Suri, the US captain. Wonder what they're thinking. Food for thought for them at this second drinks break. 2/3 of the way through the England innings. The Lions are currently 197 for 5. Mark Eames and Simon Ralph really building a formidable partnership now, just what England really needed, and Mark Eames only 9 off that century now. Can he get it once again? Just like he did at Ascot. "15 overs to go then. England Lions looking good. Still 5 wickets in hand. Thanks for watching, everybody. 137 live viewers at the moment. Great to see. Rash asks Trevor if he's doing a summer review on the podcast. We'll have to ask him when he comes back on air. I'm sure he will be there. The Silver Stumps, a great podcast. If you haven't heard it, folks, the Silver Stumps podcast. Grant Timms and Trevor Lee. Really, really great insight into the England over 60s and over 60s cricket in general across the country. So give that a listen wherever you find your podcasts. The good question being posed here by Banana Brutz: will Eames retire if and when he reaches his 100 to save himself for his next game? That's a great point, actually. Just like he did at Ascot. He might just do that. Or does he see it out till the end? That's a great point. 91. 9 off that century as Pardeep Gill comes in again for Simon Ralph. Yeah, great partnership. Look at that. Within just the hour, really building England's run rate here. Run rate now almost approaching 6.6 and over. .198 for 5 then. For England Lions at Eastnor Castle here in Herefordshire. Peter Jones has took his ice hockey mask off. Not ice hockey, it is just normal hockey event. Protective face guard. As England 1 run away. So that 1 and a wide from Pardeep Gill. 1 away from 200 runs. Will they get it now through Mark Eames? They certainly will, and then some. A great boundary by Mark Eames gets him onto 95 off 82 deliveries, and England onto 203. He's played many of those shots today, and now, as we say, he's only 5 off that century. .200 runs in 149 minutes. And Eames will get his 96th run with that single. And Gill starts his run up. Well fielded. Well fielded there. Preventing only a single. Gets it to 205 for 5 as Mark Eames is back on strike again. Yeah, decides not to go for that run as Peter Jones had it. The risk not worth the reward for Mark Eames there as he was looking to get ever closer to his century. That's nice from Eames. Get another single on the board. If you've just joined us, England currently at 205 for 5. The loss of Steve Hunt, Steve Small, Martin Ford, Ian Barton at 97 for 4 after a valiant debut, and Paul Radage at 100 for 5, as Trevor rightly mentioned. Getting a century at Ascot and an out on the first ball here at Eastnor. Shows how volatile and how ever-changing this game of cricket really can be. But something's never changed for Mark Eames. He's only 3 off his century now, with England 206 for 5. To answer Banana Brooks' question, I've been pondering it for the last few moments. I think Mark Eames will stay in here. might be proved wrong. He might have his century and hold up his bat and retire. We'll soon see. He might get it if he hits a 4 here. Won't be a 4, but a single's just as nice. 207 for 5 to start this 32nd over. Simon Ralph in again then. He's also had a good return, 24 off 31 so far. Oh! And Ralph is not happy with that. He's out. Stump there. Another first wicket took for Chetan Shah in his 4th over. And he was not happy with that. Just as commentators curse, saying he was building a nice little partnership there with Mark Eames. And he's out for 24. And in comes the captain then, Jason Cornt, who's been watching he's been watching this game, this ever-changing game. I was chatting to Steve Small just in my overs break, and even he was saying it's been a fairly even contest so far. The 6th wicket took by the USA. Of course, at one point, the USA were England were 23 for 3. So I wonder what Jason Cornt was thinking there. I wonder what he's thinking now. He's batting in with he's in the 32nd over. And now he's on strike with Mark Eames 2 off his century. He's chatting away to Mr. Eames there. Peter Jones trying to get a bit of info there to try and pass on to his colleagues. That is a breakthrough moment, though, for the USA, as that last wicket was took at 100 for 5. The loss of Paul Radage. So 207 for 6 then for England. Seems to have clouded over somewhat here at Eastnor. It's still got that warmth in the air. Hasn't gone really humid yet, which is good. There's no sun beating down, which is a bit of respite for these players who've been out in it. And Jason Cornt's first strike is a dot ball, so a decent over for Chetan Shah, halfway through. A wicket, and then a dot ball. Him and the USA will be hoping for more of the same. Just as I say that, Jason Cornt gets off the mark, and he wants to run 2, and he certainly will. 2 more to add to the total. England move on to 209. Thanks everybody for joining us. Almost 150 live viewers. Great for the support. Great to be with you. Great for you. Get my words out. Great for all of you to be with us here on the YouTube channel. Always a privilege to be commentating and covering these games all up and down the country. So thanks very much for that. Mark Eames will get his 99th run. He's 1 away from that century now. And that's the end of the over. England at 211 for 6. Slight delay as the field is shifted about for the USA. And that'll be the century for Mark Eames. His second in as many games. And with that, he matches his Royal Ascot total of 101 runs not out. And a great level of applause here at Eastnor Castle from all sides of the ground as Mark Eames reaches 101 once again. And with that, looks like he's got no sign of retiring. He's going to carry on to the bitter end. That's what we like to see. So Banana Brooks, that answers his question. He gets his century. That's included 13 fours. Brilliant. And he'll keep adding to it. One more single. 102 off 89 deliveries now for Mark Eames. Fantastic from him, and some clapping emojis from Paul Delder in the chat. He's pleased with that. Great return from Mark Eames. Someone else who'll be chuffed with it is the man who's standing opposite him on the wicket. That's the Lions skipper, Jason Cornt, who's back on strike. 3 off 3 for him. They'll take another run. Another single, which I won't mind at all. 216 for sits. Peter Jones dives for that ball acrobatically. So Prem Suri, 2-1 wide, dot ball, one final ball for Suri to deliver in this 33rd over. There's a dog on the pitch now. Fantastic. That lovely Jet Russell we saw earlier, still roaming around with the ball in its mouth. Not the cricket ball though, most importantly. Nice tennis ball of some sort. So 103 for Mark Eames, then now an England move on to 217 for sits. Keep going, boys. Is the call from the US captain, Ravi Suri. Another debrief in the middle between Jason Cornt and Mark Eames. Another century for him. He had 101 and retired at Royal Ascot on Thursday. He's done so again. 103 runs, and that'll be quickly added to. Oh, it trickles through to the boundary. Wasn't expecting that to go towards the boundary at all. There you go. Trickles right out of Expensive over for Chetan Shah. 4-1-4 on a dot ball, and Jason Cornt strikes again. Prevented the boundary though this time. Another one to add to the total then, 227 for Sits as we approach the final ball of this 34th over. There we go then, 4-1 for dot ball 1-1 in that Chetan Shah over. Mark Eames on 109, not out. And Jason Cornt, 9 off 8. You can see a lot of England players deliberating there. So quite a good chat with all of them. My overs break. Very pleased with what they've seen here at Eastnor. And as you saw from that sign, a club that's been in existence since 1884. Really good bit of heritage for this local community here in Hereford. Land Rover experience across the road as well. And a castle. A lot to see here in Eastnor. And Ledbury up the road is a lovely town we went through earlier, Ledbury. Getting a taxi was a different story, but we won't get into that. $110 for Mark Eames then now. Yeah, I do wonder what that highest story, if I'm trying to remember of my, we know that Darren Smith hit a few centuries. We've seen some centuries from England. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the captain, getting one at Winchmore Hill on Wednesday. Nice from the line skipper. It's another one onto the board for him to reach 10 runs off 9 deliveries. Yeah, the good thing is with these two in the middle, they really haven't let the dismissal of Simon Ralph affect them at all. Mark Eames getting on to obviously that 1-1-1, getting on to the Nelson. Matt Evans' favourite cricketing number. The famous Nelson. Normally is a curse. Hopefully not for Mark Eames. Jason Cornt moves on to 11. Four ones in succession for this Prem Suri over, his 6th that he's been bowling for. Mark Eames gets on to 112 now. He'll have a fantastic return if he plays out his 45 overs here, as the run rate creeps towards 7 and over. Sits singles. In and over. Moves England on to 234 for Sits as Jason Cornt signals over for a drink. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. It's 2:45 here at Eastnor Castle Cricket Club in Herefordshire. 234 for Sits, 35 overs in. Early dismissals of Steve Small and Steve Hunt was followed at 25 for 3 by Martin Ford. Then Ian Barton came in for his debut and went out 97 for 4. Radic went 100 for 5, and he thought, goodness, this is an interesting, the US really putting a good account of themselves, taking some good wickets there. But since then, the only blemish after that being the dismissal of Simon Ralph. But since then, bit of a call there from Chetan Shah, but nothing given, only a dot ball. As he's in his 6th over now. 1 wicket for 39 runs. Nice from Jason, the skipper. Mark Eames 114 now of 99 balls. There's one more delivery left of this Chetan Shah over. And here he comes towards Jason Cornt. It's a full strike of the ball, but somebody's right there to field it. Well, the boundary's prevented. Another one added to the total. And the end of that 36th over, England currently sits on 239 for 6. Nine to go then for this England innings. Jason Cornt and Mark Eames remain in the middle. Banana Brooks makes a good point in the chat, saying that perhaps that wicket, I'm having a chat with Jason, the captain, in the middle, perhaps prompted Mark Eames to stay. But Mark Eames seems one of those characters that really wants to get a really, really commanding high total. He's got one of the highest of the summer for sure, Mark Eames. Close one for Eames, but he's remained in his crease. Dot ball is given. That was the 100th ball that Mark Eames has faced. Prem Suri. Another delivery and another dot ball. Nice from Eames, another single brings him onto the score of 115 runs. And England under 241. That's the first 6 of the day. Cracking shot by Jason Cornt, the captain. 22 runs for him now. The first 6 of the day. Fantastic. So that over ends with a 1 dot ball, wad, sits, and a final dot ball to end the over. England moving towards the target that Ravi Suri wanted them to limit them to, of 250. Looks like England might be well on their way to 300 runs. The way they're going, especially with shots like that from the captain, Jason Cook. Not a boundary, but a few runs will bring England on to 250 runs. In just short of 3 hours. That's up in the air from the captain. Stopped well. Only the single. Run for Jason. 251 now. For Jason. 251 now. That's nice from Mark Eames. Really. Who will be on that plane to Canada though? That's the decision making having to be made, and all these Lions players, they want to. There's no shot of the old pavilion there. Prem Suri produces a dot ball from his first delivery of this over, the 39th over. But not this time. One more run will be added to the total. As the scoreboard just updates itself. There we go, 255 for sits. Jason Quant, 20 sits off 21, and here he comes again from Prem Series delivery. Ooh. Good bowling is the shout again. 2 dot balls out of 3 ain't bad for Prem Suri in his 8th over that he's been bowling. Caught well by Peter Jones there. Sits and a bit overs to go then. Suri comes in again. Great shot from Jason Corns, and that will trickle towards the boundary. I say trickle, it was absolutely fly towards the boundary for 4 runs. 30 runs for the skipper now. He's really got himself involved in this game. Really good return from him so far. Can he continue that with this delivery now? That's up in the air. It could be caught. And it is. Just as I say, Jason Court was starting to really put some lovely runs on the board. It's right up in the air. You could just see the Indian fielder on that side was well on it. And the skipper goes 260 for 7 then. Yeah, just confirmation, it was CK Barlingate on that near side. Chandrakant Barlingate. A fantastic catch, went right up in the air. And he dotted all the way. But next up, he's another debutant for England. Can he follow in the footsteps of Ian Barton? Up comes Charles Schofield. He plies his trade at Middlesex. We've just hit 3 o'clock. Here on the YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us, everybody. England Lions 260 for 7 with just over 6 overs remaining. Final delivery of this Surrey over after claiming the wicket of Jason Cornt to that great catch by Barlingate. No, confirmation, it's actually not Schofield at all, or is it? The scorer, our scoring system on here says Razi Ahmed, and I believe it is. Mark Eames with a great swing of the bat. Yeah, it is. Yeah, just confirmation there. Just as our scoreboard logs into something else. It is Razi Ahmed then to join Mark Eames in the middle. $261 for 7. Six overs to go. What can England get to here? Still think 300's possible. Especially in those final few overs, they might start swinging. Like we saw Jason Cornt did with that first and only 6 of the match so far. Eames with another 2 for him. Moves himself onto 121 of 108 deliveries. A fantastic return from Mark Eames. Won't add to his total there after that dot ball. But he won't mind that after claiming 121 runs. Can he claim any more here? He certainly can. One more single to add to the total. 122 for Mark Eames off 110 balls. That's right up in the air from Mark Eames. They'll be straight on it, but no, they can't catch it. And that goes for 4. Sorry, no, wasn't it? Wasn't it Eames? It was Razi Ahmed. This last delivery then of this Chetan Shah over. Prolonged a little bit because of that wide. It's a nice swing. Oh, almost fielded well with the foot. That's the last ball. Last ball goes for 2. So 272 then for 7. Decent, admirable total for England as they look to reach 300 runs, and I think they will do in these 5 overs if they start swinging. As you can see, the Land Rover Experience in the background there. That'll be an interesting place to come. As you can see, Ed Gordon Lennox, the England skipper, watching on with Paul Radage. Wonder who won that match after the match yesterday. It was a T20 mitts of the England USA outfits. Wonder who won that. I'll have to ask about that. Sounded interesting. Bit more of a game to add to the afternoon of fun there at Chipping Camden after the short outing finished at 1:15. Well fielded. They'll go for a few more runs. With that, 2 runs to add to the total then. 274 for 7. Mark Eames on 125 now. What a return from Mr. Eames. He'll carry on to the end. And here comes again. He's really swinging that bat now, and that's no go for another 4 runs. What a day he's had with the bat. .280 now for England Lions. Another run to add to the total as Mark Eames moves on to 130 of 114 deliveries. I will definitely chase up Statman Harrison, or if Statman Rash is still watching, to see what the highest total of any player has been on this tour. 4 overs to go then. Mark Eames and Razi Ahmed. Bit of a close call that for Eames. He won't want to get out now, will he, with 4 overs to go? Yes, he might be knackered after all of that running. He'll have a well-deserved tea break. He'll be the toast of the tea break. It was without that century, England wouldn't be in as good a position as they are now. Obviously, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but without Mark Eames, 150, 160 runs there are at the moment. Yes, he wouldn't know how others would have done. It's intriguing, isn't it? Mark Eames, 130 runs. As Razi Ahmed comes into strike again, he's had 9 off sits. We know he can strike a ball when needed. As in to reach the 300 mark. Chetan Shah has his last over for the bowling. That's a big old strike. Razi Ahmed. Boundary prevented though, after some good fielding. One 3-2. Mark Eames moves on to that run rate 6.8. They're really getting close to 300 runs now. And we'll look out for a swing of the ball. It's up in the air. It might be caught. No, it isn't. Pardeep Gill was watching that in the air. He was a bit off it in the end. But that'll be another few runs to add to the total after the 3 singles to start this final. Chetan Shah over. 2 more runs are added to move England on to 286. And there you go. That's another wicket. Lost for England. That's Razi Ahmed, unfortunately. LBW. And Chetan Shah takes his 2nd wicket of the day in his final over. He's got 1 more delivery. And England 286 for 8. And in comes Nigel Moore. He's running. He's ready to go. He's had some good days. 2 wickets. Last time out at Royal Ascot CC. As England came out 152 run winners against the USA on Thursday. Mark Eames and Nigel Moore then. In comes Nigel Moore then, his first ball. A bit close that, bit too close for comfort for Nigel Moore, who of course had his bid match of the summer as part of the Chairman's 11 at Oakham. A big part of that was Nigel Moore. But anyway, 3 overs remain. Yeah, we've just had the message from Statman Harrison that Mark Eames has overtook Tony Burbet's. That was 131. Oh, 130, sorry. Out against Scotland. So he's overtook that to be the highest number of runs scored in a single game all summer. Fantastic from Mark Eames, adding to his 101 at Royal Ascot. 133 so far today. Brilliant. In comes Nigel Moore then, who's looking to get off the mark. Here's his second ball from Rajesh Adate. A dot ball. He's still on strike. Adate in his 7th over. That's nice, and he will get off the mark there. Nigel Moore has another run to the total to bring England on to 288 for 8. That's a nice shot. Won't go to the boundary, but they will get a few runs out of it to reach 290. More teams gets on to 135. What a day he's had with the bat. Keep saying it, but it's very impressive in any level of cricket. But for over 60s level, to have 135 runs on the board on a warm day here at Eastnor. Make that 136. That's really impressive. Last delivery then for Rajesh Adate. That's a nice from Nigel Moore to get his second run of the day and to move England on to 292. 2 overs to go then of this England innings. And they're slowly but surely getting towards 300 runs. Might see a few swings now. Two more to go then. 12 deliveries left. And Nigel Moore will kick things off in this penultimate over. Slight delay as USA just move around their field. Jig it around. Mostly fronted there by Rizwan Sheikh. But whatever the USA do, they will have prevented the England Lions to less than they achieved at Royal Ascot on Thursday. So a marked improvement in that sense. And they took more wickets as well. 292 for 8. Nice from Nigel Moore. And that'll be a boundary to move England on to 296 for 8. 6 of 5 deliveries for Mr. Nigel Moore. One more single moves England onto 297. With 10 deliveries remaining of this innings. Mark Eames just showing why. He's got 140 runs on the board with shots like that. And with that, England move past that 300 run barrier, 301 runs. Another great achievement for England. In just over 3 hours of play, they've reached 300 runs. Mark Eames would be loving it if he could get to 150. Don't jinx it, Owen. Oh, no, that's not too bad. There we go. Another boundary. Moves him onto 144 in England, onto 305. Two more deliveries in this over, the penultimate over. That's another boundary. Another 4. Really are starting to cut with gas now, England, for these final overs. As Pardeep Gill collects. And England move on to 309. Quite an expensive over. 4 boundaries and a single. Yeah, 17 off this over alone. Yeah, definitely the most expensive over of the match. And we've got one more ball left. Oh, slight misfield there as he slips over. Oh. Hope he's alright, and that was just a bit of a jolt. Yeah, seems to be okay. Yeah, 2 wide signalled by the umpire. There will be one more delivery, an extra delivery in this over. The penultimate over of the innings for England. But a very expensive over, to say the least. 20 runs off that over alone moves England onto 313 for 8 with 1 over remaining here at Eastnor Castle. There you go, you can see the 2 skippers there. Ed Gordon-Lennox and Jason Corn having a chat, deliberating. Like to be a fly on that bench, wouldn't you? Try and work out what they're talking about. Team selections. All on the mind of those 2. Rajesh Adate then will close out the bowling. For the USA, and with that, Mark Eames moves on to 150 not out. Absolutely fantastic return from him. Off 124 balls, there he is in the middle. He must be down on his feet, but 150, that's absolutely extraordinary. The highest one we've seen this summer, and one of the highest of all time. For England over 60s or Lions level. Absolutely fantastic. And Nigel Moore will add another one to that. They'll go for 2 because of that slight misfield. You can still see the ball there. Retrieved by Pardeep Gill in the end, but yeah, as you can see, 18 fours for Mark Eames. That's extraordinary. In just under 3 hours, he's been out there. That's a long time to be out there with the bat. Takes it out if you're at any age, but at over 60s level, certainly does. 3 more deliveries then of this final over, bowled by Rajesh Adate. Slight call for Nigel Moore there, although they'll go for the single to move on to 317 for 8. Yeah, they'll just saw the umpire signal that, led by. So 2 more deliveries to go then before the tea break. We're just approaching up to 3.5 hours of batting for England. Most of that occupied by Mark Eames. And there he is again. Beautiful 4 again, moves him on to 154. Which then eclipses Tony Burbett's 151. I believe now that puts him as one of the highest run scorers in a single game in the over 60s England history. I'll have to get a full confirmation of that. But nonetheless, 154 runs at all is just absolutely extraordinary at any level, as I keep saying. And he'll close us out with one more. Can he reach? Can he add any more runs to his already fantastic total? Rajesh Adate to deliver this final ball of the innings here. There we go then. He won't add any more. That dot ball to end the innings. Mark Eames finishes on 154. That's extraordinary. And England then, 321 for 8. Really decent return from England. We'll just go through what was happening. The early fall of Steve Small and Steve Hunt. Kit things off. And the USA had a really good spell of taking wickets. Martin Ford, another opener, 2 openers absolutely gone. USA took some really useful early wickets for them. Then it was a good spell for Ian Barton and Mark Eames. 97 for 4, the debutant went out on. He started off really well, actually, getting 30 runs to his name on his Lions debut. And then Paul Radage went out after a century at Royal Ascot. Went out on the first ball. Had 100 for 5. And then it was Simon Ralph. They then acquired 107 runs in that time, and it was a good partnership between Simon Ralph and Mark Eames. He went out at 207 for 6. Then came the captain, 260 for 7. Razi Ahmed at 286 for 8. And then the final 2 were Nigel Moore and, of course, Mark Eames, the man of the moment, man of the match, surely. No one's going to eclipse that today. Unless somebody in the England side gets all of the wickets, but that's highly unlikely. But Mark Eames, 154 not out, and England with a fantastic score of 321 for 8. A tall task for the US, but I've got to say the US can hold their heads up high. 8 wickets took today. And after the tea break, we'll be back at 4 o'clock. But for now, we can just have a word from our sponsors at CleanClad.
couldn't get it along any squarer. Yeah, it's starting as a line. That's plugged into the starting, isn't it? Just wondering, we have got quite good. Oh, it is on that. Oh, that's good. That's all right. I'm going to turn my Wi-Fi off. This mic keeps picking Starlink every time I change it. Oh no. Good enough for me. Good, well done, everybody. That's pretty good. I think the thing is to put it into that. So it's politically means that we're going to continue to that, and then when we know, of course they're on. Oh, they're on last time. I think actually it's the opposite. I think they're asked to just roll result back. You're right, we're swapping every bat every 5 overs. So we changed the batteries. Yeah. Cool. It's good. It's all good. Here, though, one breaks. Look to be one of the others don't.
I shan't. Yeah, we did actually. Enjoyed that. I shan't set my task bar.
Just don't do it subtly. Just do it blatantly. Oh man.
Victoria ham and pickle sponge sandwich. Ben's brave though. He knows the pain would be worse if he didn't stand out there. Joe, what's the prognosis on this stuff?
USA did definitely do better than. They did better than Ascot. In terms of.
Yeah, it was very different to yesterday.
Not sure how they'll do. Been out there for that.
The batting has been particularly weak, hasn't it?
Yeah. See, got a few wickets in. They still can't believe yesterday. I know they were 4-6 in 4. They only lost 4 wickets, and then within 6 runs they got they're all gone.
You work for Land Rover.
I didn't mention them, did I?
There are other all-terrain vehicles available. That is the ultimate snobbery place over there.
Yeah.
That's where you go when your manager rectifies you.
No. Okay, that was it.
And the JLR. See that just Benjamin Jack Martin on top of the pavilion?
Yeah.
That's a microwave dish. Yeah, so what that's doing, that's beaming a direct signal somewhere to its opposite mating hull. Somewhere over there. BBC used to use them in London quite a lot, and also used them at festival sites for beaming sort of stage to continuity. But they quite often they run on a 2.4 megahertz system, which is what every other bit of wireless kit in the world runs on, and it just became so ubiquitous on festival sites that they couldn't use it, because a little bit like probably what's happening to our cameras as it's finding its space in the used frequency space here. But that's a classic microwave dish. If you go through central London, you'll see them on the side of buildings. There's police and that bounce signals around the streets like that. It means you don't have to go up, and you don't need vast amounts of power. It's very, very focused and directional. My brother did Wentford golf at Wentford Golf Course. They would get signal off the site on microwave to like the M25, and then beyond, to satellites and stuff like that. Cheaper than satellites. When we did Winston Party in the Park, the guy who provided the internet beamed it across to his house from the site there.
See what tomorrow brings. Give this an hour, see if it moves.
Expecting anything different for the second half?
Is this your website? It is indeed. Is that the Menac Theatre? It might very well be.
Is it?
We did.
I thought it was, because
yeah,
I'm down.
We
Not
did a couple of things down there when I lived in Falmouth, and then we went back and we did a sort of live stream experiment of theatre. And I remember it well. It was in April. There were 2 guys there, and 2 students, third-year students from the university that I took down with me. But it was a locally written play with children in that we did, and the rehearsal was in the pouring, freezing rain. These children were in these Source FM in Falmouth. He's given me the kind of brains behind all of that. But anyway, he vision mixed for me. And it was that impossible scenario of, do you come out and look at the whole stage and see no detail, but you'll get every entrance. And with theatre, what you don't kind of get is that actually it's the person who's going like this in the background that is the centre of the intrigue, if you like, rather than the dialogue that's going on between the two people in the front. Do you get what I mean? So it's very difficult without. I mean, if it was the BBC, they would have been there for a month before, rehearsing it and making detailed notes about it. So they never had us back, which was unfortunate. But we also did Will Keating. You familiar with Will Keating?
Is he the guy with the big?
He's the very Cornish.
Is it golden something or other he has, or am I thinking of a different guy? I'm thinking of a different guy.
Where you're going with that, but no. Will Keating he sings,
Oh right, no, I'm thinking of something else.
He's a Cornish guitarist and very, very good. Sings in the Orgy Men. The Orgy Men being the sort of sea shanty style. Thing. But anyway, we did him there live, and that's what we're better suited to in there, because in that live scenario, he's going to walk up to that microphone. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to happen over there in the corner. It's going to happen at that microphone. So,
Well, I've been to the Minack a few times, obviously, but about 3 years ago, I got hired in by the University in Falmouth who were doing an entrepreneurial degree, and they hired me in to deliver a presentation skills session for the students. And they said, "Oh, it's going to be off campus, though. We've got a venue off campus." I said, oh, "Okay, the Minack Theatre." So
what, to an audience?
Well, what was really funny is there was about 25 of them came along as students. So I'm delivering this session, stood on the stage to them, and then I get them to come and do their own thing. But there were the thing was the Minack Theatre was open for visitors just to wander around. So people started coming and sitting down, thinking something was going on.
That's right, because it's open for visitors, isn't it?
So it's really funny. So there's all these students there doing their 2-minute presentation bit, which I'm kind of coaching them through. And there's these people watching them and applauding them. It's brilliant.
Lovely. Yeah, it was great down there, but
Right, I'll just go and wash the malt loaf off my hands, and then.
That's a sentence I didn't think I'd hear today. You're not eating, Benny?
Stretching a lot.
I'm not. If I was your mother.
Necessary evil.
Very right it is.
Oh, there's me.
after that, just give me the signal if you want a break at some point.
On the drive.
You have your break.
On the drive.
If you need a break, because the thing I'll do with Ivor, I only take the equivalent of 5 overs at the most. With 5 or 10 minutes. So you could have a break then if you want, and then you can, if the game's still on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
you can see it through. Could happen, couldn't it? It could easily happen. It could easily happen. Now, I think, the USA guys won't want to get out, clearly, but
Sorry, guys.
I think they. So it looks like
Hello again, everybody. We're back here at Eastnor Castle Cricket Club, just at 4 o'clock, as the church bells tell us. And joining Owen Mason, myself, is Trevor Lee. Trevor, welcome back. First of all, it was a very interesting innings that from England. You know, at one point, my goodness, we thought, 100 for 5 when Paul Radage went out. Easily could have been a different game, but my goodness, I think 2 words to be said about that. And the man of the moment is Mark Eames. Wow.
Yeah, Mark will be pleased with that. 154 not out of 126 balls. Yeah, I think the USA, if you remember, Owen, there, it was 100 for 5, and then there was that chance, wasn't there, when the ball went through to Peter Jones. He was standing back. Simon Routh had come tracking down the pitch, was miles out of his ground, and unfortunately, Peter Jones's throw at the stumps missed, and I think that would have made it about 120 for 6 or even less runs. So after that, so 322. I mean, it was very attritional. Blimey, it took 3.5 hours. So I think there were some tired legs out there in the USA side, particularly in the last 20 overs. The fielding did decline massively in those last 20 overs. So, so what do you think? England go on the attack, and we're looking to bowl them out, I suppose, quite quickly.
Yeah, we could see something similar to yesterday in that sense. It's going to be interesting because obviously at Royal Ascot, England got a score obviously higher than this one at 350 for 5. They lost less wickets, there you go, on that day on Thursday. But in the USA, played out their overs and got just short of 200. So something interesting. Obviously, that's like with that game. That was obviously the first time the Lions had played the US, so they know what they're about now. And obviously, now playing their innings today, they'll know what they're about in that sense. Of course, they took 8 wickets. They are a good side. They really show. I've got to say, Ravi Suri, whatever the result, he said to me earlier that obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. He'll be best pleased that they took 8 wickets this afternoon, Trevor.
Yeah, I think so. It's a massive mismatch. There's no two ways about that. And I know some of our guys watching on YouTube are going, well, this isn't a great standard of international cricket and all that stuff. But hey-ho, the guys are here. They're representing the USA. And they're only going to go one way, hopefully, and that is forward. And, we mustn't forget that 5 or 6 of their top players didn't make the tour for whatever reason. And, of course, when the tour was organised, they wouldn't have known that was going to be the case. So you can only work with what you've got. And, they're going to give it their best shot. And it's going to be tricky for it to beat a side like England, certainly. And but, they're probably better than they're giving the impression of at the moment, maybe.
Yeah, that's right, Trevor. Yeah, it'll be interesting. USA innings to see what they can do. They'll just be hoping hoping to play out their 45 overs. They don't want to get out. But for England, they want something fairly similar. They know what can happen with this US side. And as we saw yesterday, positive start, wasn't it? Where they got 10 in that first over. But Then it went to 40 for 4, and then 6 runs later they're completely all out. So it once a few dominoes fall, and that was the case yesterday for the USA, it really, really can change the game. And I've got to say, a good point made by Rash, actually. I was meant to read it out before we came off air for the break. Obviously, Mark Eames was there for most of the lion's share of that innings, but he didn't actually start it, did he? Because he came in about number 3 or 4, Trevor. So if he would have...
5. He came in at 5.
Wow, yeah. So Rash made the point. If he'd been there since the start, how many runs would he be on? He's still on an incredible total of 154, but my goodness, he could have been even closer to 200, Trevor.
Well, it's all ifs and buts, of course, Owen, in cricket, as we well know. So if I've missed hit that ball, I might be still batting there, that innings from last week, you know. So... yeah, so who we got? We got Ravi Suri, the captain, and I think it's CK, isn't it? Mr. Barlingay, who are going to open the innings. And I think this is Dean Sykes from the looking to open the bowling, left armour from Suffolk. And if I've identified him correctly, and he's going to be bowling from what we think is the Castle end. The Castle is somewhere in those trees. Left arm over. So a good opportunity for people like Dean, who've played a couple. This is his what? He's where are we? He's played. This is his second Lions game of the summer. So a chance. He played against the Wales B team, which was wasn't a great match either in terms of a bit of a mismatch. But hey ho, decent game. So. It is CK, number 11 at the non-strikers end. So I'm going to give a shout out to a guy in Cornwall, Matt, called Kevin Hicks, who has been putting a bit of stuff in the WhatsApp group about the coverage and saying how much he's enjoying it. So I think he's been watching quite a lot of the coverage this summer. So there you go. Kevin's played for Cornwall over 50s, over 60s and over 70s. And he's only 33, so that's pretty good going. So if you're listening, Kevin, thanks for all the nice comments and support. Right, we're ready to go. So we've got a slip, gully, point, square leg, deep fine leg. Got extra cover, mid-on, sort of mid-wicket, and a mid-off. So not the most attacking field in the world. I'd be, if I was Dean, I'd want 3 slips in there now and a leg slip. Because you don't need to worry about defending the odd single right now. But so fairly orthodox. This is a typical sort of orthodox first over 65s field, really. Nothing too ambitious with the field setting. Anyway, here he comes. And the first ball, great shot from Ravi. He's smashed it away. Well, Owen, that puts him ahead of the run rate.
That's it. Fantastic first hit from Ravi Suri. My goodness, like you say, absolutely. It was a nice delivery. And my goodness, it was a... Wow. Yeah, the captain, Ravi Suri. Good start.
Well, it's a bit short and obviously a little bit wide and nobody at backward point. Point's fairly square and thanks very much. 4 runs. Yeah. There we go. Right, let's hope Ravi can stay in for 20 overs or something because at that rate he's going to entertain us and get quite a lot of runs. Okay, come on, Ravi. Oh. So are we looking at a wide or a bye there? We're looking at a wide. So we've had 1 ball, Owen, and the score is 6 now.
God, that's incredible, isn't it?
I wonder what's WinViz saying on your computer now for the USA after that 1 ball.
God, that run rate is 36 at the moment. Have 2 balls. That's incredible, that. Run rate required of 7.05.
Technically 1 ball, of course, because that was wide.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So still 44 overs and 5 balls to go, and the target, well, it's not as much as it was, obviously. What's the target? 3-2-2 to win, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That run rate of just over 7 and over. So that's the thing with this sort of target, though. You've got to keep fairly consistent because, as we've seen, I remember I think it got into that Wales game with the target, well, the first USA game, where the target just became incredibly unattainable.
Yeah, I mean, I think from that first shot, Ravi's going to enjoy himself. CK looked as though he's a little bit beaten for pace there. Simon's standing up now, but Big appeal, big appeal. Not only from the bowler though. Keeper was already going down leg side. Always a signal that that's where the ball's going. Bowlers always think it's LBW. Have you noticed that during your time on commentary?
Yeah.
Bowlers are always convinced it's going to hit halfway up middle stump. All the time.
They love a trier. It's been one of my favourite things, actually, in all the appeals that we've seen. So we've seen some very loud ones. And I love it when almost everyone in the field is just, remonstrating with the umpire. And the umpire's just there, unmoved. He's like, nope. For the best seat in the house.
It'd be very interesting if you were restricted on appeals. A bit like you are in reviews in the Test match game. So you could say you can only appeal 10 times in the innings. If the umpire agrees with you, you don't lose an appeal.
That is good.
Oh, so there was a signal there. Was that a no ball maybe? He put his arm out, the umpire.
Yeah, no ball.
Yeah, no ball.
It's quite a extended first over, this for Dean Sites. A few more runs in.
I think CK's off the mark there. Yeah. Little tickle down to fine leg. So what did you say the run rate was? 7 and over?
Yeah, 7.11 at the moment. So yeah, that's
so 8 off this over. They've got runs in the bank on this over, ahead of the rate. Right. Cruising, Owen, cruising to victory already.
That's right. Keep it consistent now. You just never know with this USA team. They took those wickets early on in England's innings. Eames sights again.
Right, there's the first over, an 8-ball over from Dean Sykes from Suffolk. Right, who's your money on coming on at this end then? Will they open with a spinner? Or will it be the skipper? The skipper was warming up. He's taking his cap off. I think he's going to bowl. He's played in every game this year, the skipper for the Lions. All 9 matches so far. Plus he had a game in the ODI series against the West Indies, I think. I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, really good. He's had a great summer of it, Jason Gaunt. And then he comes again then to bowl this second over.
I had a little chat with Jason. He told me he very much enjoys being captain of this team. He's been captain of Nottinghamshire over 50s for a while, but of course he's a dual county player because Nottinghamshire don't have an over 60s team. So because of all this cricket, he's only played once this year for Nottinghamshire over 50s second 11, but he plays his over 60s cricket for Derbyshire. Because if your county don't have Nottinghamshire are the only first class county without an over 60s team. So I think they're trying to get one organised. Right, so CK on strike. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, a fairly similar first over. Obviously, it was 10 runs yesterday at Chipping Camden. 8, not a bad start.
Well, let's hope for the sake of the massive crowd here that history doesn't repeat itself then.
Certainly.
And that first over turns into all out in the next 30 minutes.
I know, it was Peter Jones was joining us on commentary, and he went from being really impressed with that start to really just being a bit shell-shocked at what happened. It was the Phil Deaton and Lee Self show. 7 wickets in not so many runs. It was absolutely extraordinary stuff from those two.
Yeah, I think with those sort of bowlers, left arm round, you can't let them get on top of you. You've got to take the game to them, and I think from what I saw, bits of it on your stream, is that the USA boys weren't quite sure what to do, whether to take it to them or indeed try and defend it, and kind of got caught between the two, and then you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble, as they obviously were.
A great start to this Jason Gaunt opening over. 3 dot balls. He'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, I think that's a leg by probably. Get CK down the other end.
Yeah, 9 for naught off that led by. 2 deliveries remaining.
Right,
Jason.
so how's Ravi going to play, Jason? Let's have a look. Oh, he steered it past for second slip. Well positioned. Oh, no, past gully, rather. Well positioned. Picks up a single. Ravi's played a lot of cricket around the world. Very interesting fella. And he's one of the leading lights in the charge for, I think he's the head of the sort of comms and PR stuff for veterans cricket in the USA in total. So he's trying to, really drive it, make it happen. Right, so that's blown our run rate out the window, Matt. That over.
7.26, but yeah, they're down to 5 now off that quite economical Jason Daunt over. Only 2 runs conceded. It's not bad at all. There was an over that got Barling Day off the mark. But the captain's in again for his fourth ball.
Ooh. I think that hit Simon Routh, actually, so I suspect that's either a wide or a bye. Okay, it's a leg bye. There we go. Wrong on all counts, but it definitely hit the keeper rather than the batter, I thought. Yeah. Did you think that?
Yeah, you could see that properly bounced, couldn't you? Properly bounced off him. That's what it seemed to
Maybe
suggest,
it must have just hit the thigh pad on the way through to put him off taking it cleanly. Got a long run up, Dean Sykes, hasn't he?
Oh, my God, yeah. No, he does, yeah. Here he is then.
Was that a wide signalled?
I believe so. Yes, it was.
This umpire kind of gets like half signals. Does that mean you can get half a run?
Yeah. Do you know, yeah, I thought that earlier because it was, I don't know who it was who was out for England, but I had to just double check that he was out. It must have been Martin Ford, because for a moment I didn't realise he was out at all. So I was keeping an eye on it, but the umpire really was unmoved, even though he had called for it, just about.
Maybe you thought it wasn't worthy of a full wide, you just give half a wide, but
Yeah.
I think it's been given as a whole wide on the scorecard here.
Nice signal.
I tell you what, he's a very quick signaller, this umpire, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because that was a leg bye, but he signalled that long before the ball had come to a halt.
Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to catch up time from the first innings by signalling quickly, thinking that will speed things up.
Yeah.
Right, Ravi Suri, the captain, back on strike. I think the scoreboard stopped.
Yeah, we've got the most up-to-date version on our screen right now. It's just trying to update itself now on our near side. It's 13 it should be on. It's on 11 at the moment. In the ground. Nice from
Good
Ravi.
shot from
Really
Ravi.
nice.
He's driven that. That's a chase. That's a chase, and he's not going to get there. Great shot. Ravi's second 4 of the innings.
Yeah, 17 for naught then. That's a really nice shot. Keeps them just below the run rate required. Not a bad start at all from the USA.
Excellent start. Excellent start.
Oh! Commentator's curse. There you go.
Well, he tried to cut that, and looking at the way the stumps are rearranged, that was probably on middle and off, and he tried to cut it. So I'm afraid that wasn't the shot to play, skipper. So first wicket down in the third over, 17 for 1.
It's fairly similar to yesterday, actually.
Okay, so we can...
If I try and find it. Oh, yeah, the bail's broken.
broken the bail as well.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, 18 for 1 Ravi went out yesterday.
Did he? 17 for 1 today.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, he'd be disappointed with that, but it was a poor shot. He was trying to force it through the offside, and it was obviously quite a straight ball. So here's a young man coming on with a change of bails. So has he got a yellow one? That's the thing. Yeah, there's all these specialist jobs in cricket, though, and this is the boy who looks after the bails. So he brings out a box of bails, and then the umpire decides which one he thinks is the nearest match.
Here he is. Look, there he is with the replaced bails. Just going off now.
There we go. He's had his moment of fame on YouTube. What? I wonder if he'll come over and show us what the broken bail looks like. Do they chuck them away or do they try and repair them?
That's a very good shout.
Let's see if we can get his attention. He's holding the bail in two hands. Look, it's obviously in... Oh, no, maybe they've taken them both off so that it's not distracting, like one's one colour and one's... I can't see now. Can you... I'll have to go through the binoculars. Anyway, new batter. This is the Rizwan Sheikh, who's the vice-captain of the team. So I think he's replaced both bails there, actually. Oh, he's going to put him in, the bail bloke is going to put the... Oh, no, he's left him. I thought he was going to put him in his bag then. Right, let's get back to the cricket. They take a single. I think that's going to be a... Oh, that's a wide. This umpire's signal for a wide is like not quite a wide, and it's almost on its way to being a 6 as well, isn't it? Because it's kind of... He's kind of got his elbows bent, you know. And... So if every time he gives a wide, the scorers think it's a 6, that will help the run rate.
Yeah, it's another quite long over from Sights.
Well, you've got to get value from these Lions games. So the more wide you bowl, the more balls you bowl. So it's a cunning tactic to stay on for a little bit longer. Anyway, he's gone for 16 in 2 overs. But he has got the wicket. He got the key wicket in that over of the captain, Ravi Suri. But with the help of those wides, it's now 20 for 1 off 3. So, yeah. Trying to get the attention of the guy with the bails. We need to have a look at these bails. Right, so skipper Jason Corn to continue from the pavilion end. As you said, tidy first over, just a single. He's going to be a difficult bowler. These guys here, these 2 batsmen now are going to find it hard to score off Jason, to be honest.
Certainly.
I think he'll have a couple of overs to burn off his tee and then hopefully get, let's see, Charles Schofield in action. Middlesex leg spinner making his debut.
Yeah, not too far off the run rate, are they? But here comes Corn again. Another dot ball. He's going to be a tough customer, isn't it? As you just mentioned, Trevor, only 1 run conceded on that first over. And that's 3 dot balls.
Oh, there's a wide. Another wide.
Oh, it's a wide, yeah, brilliant.
Wides are racing along here.
Yeah.
At this rate, I think the wides are going to be up to a century by about the 40th over, which will be really handy for the USA.
Jason Cornton again. Another dot ball. 2 more to go then. In this over, he's only conceded 2, but obviously with that wide.
Right, so Peter Jones, the wicket-keeper, is coming in at number 4.
Well, didn't play yesterday. He was sort of the 12th man. But, the Bale boy's on his way. We're going to get a closer look.
Ah, great stuff.
Bales.
Here we go. Here we go. This is going to be one of the... can we get this on film as well, Benny, so we can have a look at this Bale? So here we go. So here's our Bale boy, Bale lad. So there we go. Can we see that in the camera there? Look, we want to have a look. So there we go. The broken Bale.
My goodness, look at that.
So, but why did you take both of the yellow ones off because you hadn't got a spare yellow one? Yes. Okay, so he's taken. Yeah, so you had to change both of them. Is that right? Right.
We had spare ones at the start of the season, and then they got broken as well.
Did they? So can Bales be repaired?
Yes and no, depending on how they break.
Okay, so are you in charge of... What's your name?
Archie.
Archie. And are you in charge of Bales at this club, Archie?
No, not really, but a few of us can fix them, and I'm the only one here that can.
Okay. Would you be able to fix it and get it back out there?
Hopefully, yes. Not today, because the glue's at home.
Well, what's he doing at home? That's no... So I suppose it takes time to set and all that stuff, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a common occurrence, is it, with the Bales like that, or is that quite rare?
Rare enough that it's not needed glue here, but
wow, okay.
in this season you might get a few broken.
So you look as though you might be a fast bowler from your build, are you?
Yes.
So how many Bales have you broken this year?
One.
One? Okay. Have you been allowed to keep it as a souvenir?
No, I had to get fixed.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great stuff. Well, that's great to know because we is that the first broken Bale we've had this year?
Certainly is. Certainly is. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Archie. Thank you very much. Right, there we go.
God, that was no glue either, so it won't be fixed till later.
No,
Trevor.
well, it's a specialist job. You can't rush these jobs repairing. Sure, has he played much? Have you seen him in batting in action? Only you can remember.
I haven't actually. I think this might be the first time. I mean, he might have batted in the earlier games on Wednesday and Thursday at Winchmore and Royal Ascot, but I'm not overly sure. But he had a great chat with us yesterday. He was a really good insight into just how the US cricket, as you mentioned earlier, Trevor, really is growing at at over 60s level and at all levels. But he really gave some good insight. But it was just he was disappointed with the way the innings went yesterday at Chipping Camden. He'll be open to rectify a bit of that today. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, he's away. He's off the mark down to fine leg. I'm just checking to see if he played in the earlier games for our listeners, who will be on top of this anyway, I'm sure. Yeah, LBW Philip Deakin, no score in the first ODI. Oh, wow. That was when USA were all out for 104. I guess if he might be the only keeper on the tour, so he probably has to play. And he made 5 not out in the last Lions game when they were 198 for 6. And yeah, so he scored 5 runs so far on tour. And where are we? Yeah, he didn't bat, as you say, yesterday or play yesterday. So yeah, so he's up to 1. So he's increased his runs by 20% already.
Yeah, and a much more economical over for Dean. So it's only 2 off that over, rather than the 16 the previous 2.
Yeah, 3 overs, 1 for 18. Yeah, so skipper staying on. 2 overs, 1 for 2 so far. Yeah, I think maybe 1 more over from the skipper, and then let's have a look at Charles Schofield and his leg spinners. That's what the crowd want to see, really. What are the spinners? Oh, we've got Nigel Moore, of course. Well, we kind of know about Nigel, don't we, as a spinner? We've seen a lot of... Oh, Razzie. I think Razzie at one end and Razzie Ahmed at one end. And Charles Schofield at the other end is what the crowd want to see now, really. So we've now got three slips and a gully. So I think Jason's been secretly listening in to our commentary here, Matt, following your advice to get more slips in the game.
Definitely.
He's probably got one. Have you got one of those earpieces that you can connect with him, and it's you're sending him tactics?
He comes again, the captain.
I've got really into watching the Tour de France series on Netflix, and they have blokes in cars in the teams, and all the riders, you know, they're trying to desperately hang on and not crash, and they've got all these instructions coming in through their ears.
God, yeah, that's multitasking to
it certainly
to the next
is.
level, isn't it?
Yeah. This is modern professional sport where you're not on your own. Well, all the Formula One drivers, of course, they have comms now, don't they, as well?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. They've tried it in cricket a bit. When the 100 first came along, I don't know whether you saw that, but they had fielders. They had an odd fielder wired up so the commentators could talk to a fielder.
Yeah.
But that's about as far as it's gone so far.
Yeah, and they mic'd up Freddie Flintoff, didn't they, one time? I think one of his retirement matches, or singing along to some Elvis, I think it was. Or...
Was he? Singing, was he?
Yeah, very economical again by Jason Cornt.
Right, tell him to get on the mic, comms to him, and say, right, we've had enough of you, Skip. Get off. We want to see Charles come on. Charles is taking his cap off, but I think he's just sorting his hair out rather than actually preparing to bowl, because he's gone back to square leg now. Maybe his anticipation of, he's just practicing taking his cap off, ready for when he's coming on to bowl, which will hopefully be soon. Right, here's Dean Sykes coming in off the long run.
Yeah, lovely maiden over there for Jason Cornt. Only 2 runs and 1 wicket, beautiful.
How many overs did the USA innings last yesterday? It wasn't that many, was it? I can check. I know England knocked them off in 8.2 yesterday. 17.5.
Yeah, it was around about 35 when they were bowled out last week. All out for just over 100.
Oh, no run there, fellas, flipping heck. I think that have both been run out there.
Yeah, really cranking down on this run rate now. Our England 3.63. Especially with these if a maiden or 2. England are really in control. They were in control with the bid target anyway, but to really cramp down the pressure on this US side.
Well, CK's getting forward to Dean, and this was the downfall of Ravi, really, because he went back to a ball that was a similar length and had no chance, really. It's too tight, too close to him, and too good a length, and yeah, he's got to take full responsibility for his own downfall, the skipper, with that shot. But here we go, live and learn.
It's not bad, a bowling rate. One has another run to his total.
Yeah.
3 off 21.
Inside edge on that one, I think. So
yes, Peter Jones. Facing a long run-up of sights. There we go.
Oh, yoked him.
Cracker.
Full length ball. Straight through him. Probably passed him on the full, actually, because I think it yoked the base of the stumps. I don't know whether you can see the replay. Wow. So I think it went past him on the full. So that's the end of him. Well, another wicket for Dean Sykes, so I'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, slightly earlier than yesterday. 35 for free they were yesterday. Well, now it's 24 for free.
Well, let's not forget, Matt, that England were 28 for 3 earlier in the day
Course,
and ended up with
yeah.
321. So,
That's a very good point.
So, you know, at that rate, USA will get 317.
That's right.
So,
second wicket then for Dean Sykes. And as you say, his second Lions match. Great for him to claim 2 wickets like Nigel Moore did at Royal Ascot.
yeah, I imagine Dean's a bit of a handful on a lively track in over 60s competition championship. So deserves his go at this level. He wasn't in the original 34-man squad announced at the start of the season. So, yeah, he's here. So we've got number 99 in. Let's hope that's what he gets today. Sankar Jaram, the left-hander. So slip, gully, point, short, backward square, third man. Where else have we got? Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and yeah, and the point, as I said. So it's a fairly defensive field in a sense. Interesting that the captain gives himself 3 slips, but only gives the other bowler 1 slip. Right, that's another over gone from Dean, so he's had 4 now. So I expect he'll get another couple at least, you know, because he may not get a chance to bowl again if he comes off. So if I was him, I'd want to stay on as long as possible.
Yeah, certainly so.
Right, Jason's going to stay on at the pavilion end. 1 for 2 so far, so that's, and one of those was a wide.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course that wicket getting out Rizwan Sheikh. Just moving his field around, isn't he, a bit, Trevor?
Yeah, so he's got kind of 2 slips and then like a 4th slip and then a gully. So there's a gap at 3rd slip. And then a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So yeah, I might bring in another slip because he's looking to cut it outside the off stump. So like that there, which went to the 4th slip. I think you could get away with having 1 on the leg side here. Yeah. So I'd take Nigel and put him into that gap between 2nd and 4th slip and just move Steve Hunt a bit and just give him all of this room. I don't think he's going to score any runs on the leg side against Jason. He just bowls such a good offside line.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a spell in one of the games, you know, I've just seen where Jason Taunt's halfway to his second maiden with 3 dot balls there. I think there was a spell at the first ODI. I say it won't be a maiden now. That's a cracking shot. That's going to go for 4.
Great shot. I think that was a slightly slower ball from Jason there, and fair do. CK latched onto that. That was a super shot. He may not have played a better shot on the tour than that. He'll be very. It's a great feeling as a batsman, Owen, when you hit a cover drive like that for 4. Oh, the ball's gone behind somebody's car. It's now been rescued. I wonder what happened to the lady who was conveniently walking past the sight screen. I don't know where she is. I can't. It was the big hat though that gave it away. But an immaculate forward defensive shot from CK. That's 4, all giving him a lot of confidence.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, especially against someone like Jason Taunt. Yeah, as I was mentioning, there was a spell in the first ODI in the Grey Ashes where I think there was 5 maidens in succession, and you know that's when you start to struggle a little bit, especially when you're coming up against such a strict bowling unit.
Well, I think have you seen that? There's a YouTube channel called Village Cricketer or something, where they get a couple of lads and they get top players like bowling or batting against them and see how they get on. So I'm envisaging at the next game, Owen, that you're padded up. At the next Lions game, before the game, in the nets, and Jason bowls at you. See if you can see out an over off him. Right, here we go. CK on strike. He's on 7. Dean Sykes starts his 5th over. In fact, it's not CK on strike. It's Sankar Jaram on strike, number 99, the left-hander. Right, so, yeah, they've definitely got a live feed to our commentary, look, because they're listening to us. They brought another slip in now. Got rid of the mid-wicket.
Yeah, 2 wickets for Dean Sykes, into his 5th over now, as you say.
And also, you know, that first ball, you remember, it was smacked behind backward point for 4. Since then, he's trying to bowl a full length all the time. It's almost as though he's looking for that Yorker, which, I mean, it did get Peter Jones, but I think it was more of a York the stumps rather than the batter, really. But went past him on the full, but he's really trying to get that full length where he can.
Yeah, 28 for 3 then. And Dean Sykes freed up balls. He's going to do that really long run up. You don't even see him shot. You don't even see him on the shot because of the long run up. It's fantastic. Here he is. He's just coming in now. There we go.
Yes, if you can't see him, viewers, he's actually going behind the sight screen and coming back onto play. It's such a long run up. And he runs like crazy, and then he comes into view of the camera, slows down quite a lot. Have we had any chat? Is anybody? Do we get chat on the channel? Is there anybody saying anything? Yeah. So we've now got 2 slips, and what looks like, again, it's that kind of 2 gullies. I'm gonna say that's 2 gullies rather than a 4th or 5th slip. Nobody at short leg though. No one fancies that probably at this age.
Simon Byford says plenty of folk from Suffolk here for the left arm in swing. And Rob Doveston says handful every Saturday. I assume that might be about Jason Cornt or Dean Sykes. Who knows?
Right, well, there we go. 2 for 19 or 5 for Dean. So, yeah, I suspect you'll get a couple more. Oh, Jason's staying on. Yeah, surely just one more over from the skipper now. He's done his job. 1 for 6. I mean, yeah, I want to see Charles Schofield bowling his leggies here against these boys. Oh, collision there. It's Dean Sykes at 2nd slip diving for the ball. I think that's Charles at 4th slip. That's a good shot. That's 4. No need to change that. Did you mention the R word then? Ray? No.
It is.
Oh, we've got an umbrella up on the camera there on that one.
Yeah, there's a touch of rain here. Wasn't expected. High of 29, but it has gone really cloudy today. When it was, yeah, it is. It's first quite extraordinary. That was not expecting rain at all. But it did go really cloudy. That sun went in a few hours ago Which was, yeah, it is. That's quite extraordinary. We had so much rain. It was meant to be dry for a week. The weather, Great British weather, rears its head again. And another comment from Paul Delder. The bowler sets his own field of input from the captain. It's likely the field that Dean wants. That's an interesting one. From Paul. Catherine Stevens says, where is this match being played? We're at Eastnor Cricket Club in Herefordshire. Beautiful part of the world. And finally, just from Rash, he says, no intent by the USA. A wicket for JC. And England run through them as per the last game.
Well, CK has not been tempted with those. I've got Ian Barton at first slip, Dean Sykes at second, Charles Schofield at kind of wide gully fourth slip, and Paul Radage at orthodox gully. Yeah. I think that's the end of the over, according to the scorers. But we're carrying on. Ooh, good job that wasn't got him out. If that was the 7th ball of the over. It came up as 4.6 on my intel here. Anyway, there we go. That's the end of the over. Okay, well bowled, Jason. Have a rest. Let's get Charles on.
There we go. As you can see, Eastnor Castle. Great clubhouse there. Here in Herefordshire. Great to be with you, everybody, on the YouTube channel. Let us know where you're tuning in from as a spot of rain comes down at Eastnor Castle. Hopefully not enough to have a rain delay here. Not too heavy at the moment at all, really.
So Dean's in again. And he's now got 4 slips rather than slips in a gully. So he's got Ian Barton, Steve Small, Razi Ahmed, Steve Hunt, and now he's got short mid on and short mid off, or short mid wicket, short extra cover. I can hear a few drops on the top of our canopy here, Matt, now.
Yeah, I can start hearing that now. It's coming down a bit heavier, not so much as I just said to stop play, which is good for now. Sights in again then to face Sankajayaram. Yeah, really well bowled, as I heard from Ian Barton. You had a great chat with him, didn't you, Trevor, earlier on?
Yeah, he's a broadcaster himself, so there was always plenty of chat going on, so it was great. No, and he seems to have, when you come to a game like this and you're playing your first game and you're playing against guys you might not know, but sometimes you'll have seen this a lot, Owen, this year, where guys come in and you get a feel for whether they're going to immediately kind of feel as though they're part of the team, or maybe they're slightly on the outside. And I know the management work and the captaincy work really hard to make sure they feel part of the team, but inevitably sometimes. But Ian seems to have slotted in as though he's been here all summer. So, and he's commandeered first slip position as well. I know he was disappointed to get out because he'd got 32 and he was going nicely, but people just sort of, he's the kind of character who would easily fit into your team. So, and as I say, that's not always easy for everyone to do that.
Oh, certainly. No, really, really good to see from him this afternoon.
Yeah, so Sankar is, I think he's just, I mean, England, they're challenging England to bowl them out now. I think that's what they've decided. If there's a really bad ball, they're going to take advantage of it. But largely, they're going to just keep it going. Oh, Jason's staying on again.
And as the rain continues ever so slightly.
Razi's sort of moving his arms about as though he might be in action soon. Right, so what have we got now? So now we've got one slip. We've got like first slip, third slip, and kind of fifth slip, really. And short extra cover. But Jason bowls a very good line and length. I mean, he's not giving these boys anything, really. All he's doing is tempting them to have a go and get themselves caught in the slip cordon. There we go. That one's on the ground. Dean Sykes at third slip picks that one up.
Rash has another prediction. Razi Ahmed to come on to replace JC, the captain. That could be what's happening.
Okay.
We'll have a look.
Well, it means Charles might come on at the other end.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing his first game. I mean, he's in the side for his bowling, so
that's right.
Now's the time to get him on. Dean might get. I think Dean might get another one. He's had 6 because he's unlikely to come back. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, Jason is just giving nothing away whatsoever. It's just that 4 that he got driven through the covers on. But apart from that, but you know, CK is he's faced 37 balls for 11.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it?
Don't think he meant to leave that one.
I do. Yeah, 11 off 38 for bowling day. Jayaram yet to get off the mark for the USA. The USA have been stuck on 33 for 3 for a little while because of these fantastic maiden attempts. And that's going to be another one for Jason Corn, his second of the day.
There we go. So 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Right, Razi's wheeling his arms. Here comes Charles Schofield. I think he's stood behind the stumps as though he's going to bowl. So he's going to get a couple of overs in before drinks at 15. Right, so let's have a look at him. So Middlesex have been on a real roll I think they've won 6 games on the trot in their division to get themselves into the last 16 in a competitive division in the south. So he told me before the game that he bowls leg spinners. So let's have a look at his field. I don't think he needs a deep extra cover. Or a deep square leg, frankly. Not at 33 for 3 with 300 and whatever it is the target. Let's get some guys in short. Let's put pressure on the batsman. Thinks he's still playing for Middlesex.
Yeah.
Mind you, at the end of the day, you know, I suppose he's given himself a little bit of protection. You know, it's his first game for the Lions. He's going to feel a little bit nervous for the first 2 or 3 balls.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want someone to whack him out the park, but not that these guys are going to, because the guy he's bowling at is on 0 off 13 balls, so he's hardly taking it apart, is he? So I'll be hugely surprised if these guys on the boundary come into play very soon, the way that Sankar's played. But you never know, he might be a specialist leg spin hitter. No, he's not. Well bowled, Charles. Good dot ball to start with. Hope you're pleased with that. Ooh. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, because I think that came off his pad and he didn't play a shot. But the umpire is giving him a run. Okay, so that was half a chance, I reckon, there, Owen, don't you think? I think it was half a chance, either to the keeper or on the rebound to the slip.
No, you're right, I think it was.
That's weird. I thought he didn't really play at that, and I thought it hit his pad. But anyway, he's been given a run, so he's off the mark. He'll take that.
Yeah. 1 off 15 for Jayaram, as Jason Taunt's just having a word with his field and with Schofield.
So slip, kind of backward point. Man at cover in front of point. Deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket. Simon Routh convinced that the keeper had hit that. The batter had hit that. Charles Schofield, the bowler, not interested. Umpire definitely not interested. So, as we were, CK on strike. This is a good over. This is a good start.
Yeah.
You know, first over up. He's bowled really tight line, very, very consistent length.
Yeah, really pleased with Schofield is Simon Ralph.
Yeah.
He said, well done, fella, I heard him just say.
Yeah, it's good over, good start.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if he's a leg spinner, they're always useful in, well, all types of cricket. Doesn't matter what level you're playing at. Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. Good first over. Well bowled, Charles. Right, is Razzie coming on? I think he is.
So yeah, 34 for 3, like you say, only 1 run added to the total from that Charles Schofield over.
I think he's only been 1 run in the last 40 minutes, hasn't it?
That's right, yeah. I know they were stuck on 33 for a little while, weren't they?
Can we work that out from the analysis detail we've got? Who do we turn to for data? Who's our you know, equivalent of Andy Zaltzman around here? So where's your colleague Matt this week then? What's he up to?
He's on holiday. I always get it wrong. Is he with the Isle of Man or the Isle of Wight? If it's the Isle of Wight.
Isle of Wight, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's down there with his family on holiday.
Lovely.
So that'd be nice. If you're tuning in, Matt, hello from us.
In the over 50s, the Isle of Wight were in our group. They still are in the over 50s first 11 group. So every 2 years we used to have the potential of a trip to the Isle of Wight. So we've had a lot of fun there, and we played a game there once. There's a fantastic cricket ground on the Isle of Wight called New Close or New Road or something, where a guy went over to the Isle of Wight, wanted to get first-class cricket match played there. So he built this amazing ground with this fantastic scoreboard with your names on the scoreboard. So I never played a match with my name on the scoreboard before there. And we had a great game. We scored 302 for 2 or 3 or something, and then I'd kind of done a bit of the. I was captain, and I'd done a bit of the organisation. I forgot how big the Isle of Wight was. That could be 4 byes actually. No, it's going to slow up on the rain. Is it going to get there? Yeah, just a couple. So, we were trying to. I was thinking. We had to catch this ferry, and I totally underestimated how long it was going to take from the ground to the ferry. I thought it was like 5 minutes to all sides of the island, you know. And so, as captain, I just wanted to get through the overs. I thought they've no chance of getting 300. We'll just get through the overs. So rushing the bowling, rushing the fielding, and suddenly we realised they were like 230 for no wicket, chasing 305 or something. And both openers got 100, and the guys were saying, you know, we're going to have to get one of these out soon, so maybe we should just slow it down slightly, you know, because we were racing through like 21 overs an hour. Anyway, we got one of them out, and then they finished about 30 short, and we literally had to. I'm sorry, lads, we got to go and catch the ferry.
Yeah.
So fortunately, they never ever put me in charge of organising the game ever again, which was great. Right, so we're coming towards drinks. Razzie Ahmed is into the attack. Oh, hello, what's going on there? I think everyone was... I think the batsman wasn't quite ready. Razzie was in his delivery stride, almost let go of the ball. So 36 for 3, so 11 more owing to beat yesterday's score.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Maybe that's the first target
for
the USA.
Certainly so, Trevor. They would like to... I would like to beat that, just for a bit of pride, really.
So I'll give a shout out to my my mate John Nance, who played in the Isle of Wight game, who might be tuning in. He scored 137 that day, and the record for Cornwall was 145. And I was at the other end, 1 over to go. He needed 9 to beat the record, but I was on strike. So we agreed that we might need another 20 odd runs. So I would just go for it, and if he got on strike, great. But I wasn't going to give him a single, try and beat the record. And unfortunately, he didn't get on strike because he hit a few boundaries in the last over. And so he was marooned on 137 not out with a record within sight. But there we go. There we go. It's all part of the team. It's not about individuals.
That's right. Yeah, maiden over there for Razzie Ahmed. Well done, Razzie.
Yeah, so last over. We think this is last over before drinks, do we?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice dot there. Watching proceedings.
So you might get Peter Jones to come and talk you through his full toss Yorker. Then I think, is that him stood there in the blue jacket?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we might be getting Rizwan Sheikh in a few hours' time.
Yeah, he's
vice captain.
He's queuing up there to come and chat with you. I'm going to be disappearing at drinks. Oh, that's a good shot. That's
lovely.
as good a shot as you did. Nigel Moore's not going to get that. 4 runs. That's a great shot from CK. He's played a couple of nice shots. That cover drive and a beautiful square cut there. So he's played a very solid innings here, 15 not out of 44. I mean, realistically, you know, that 321 for 8 was always out of sight.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you can declare in these games, can you? And say you declare after 35 overs and then get 10 overs that you declare added on to you can bowl 55 overs then. I don't know. Do you know about that?
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, I've heard about the declaring.
I'm not sure, because a lot of these 45 over games, I know in the county games, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to declare the first innings, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Well, he's played one great square drive and he's tried to repeat it the next 3 balls and missed them all. But that one was worth it.
Yeah, Charles Schofield has looked decent so far. We're looking for another one now. Only conceded 5 runs.
That was a better line and length. That was it. Because as a leg spinner, you've got to be, bowling out on that leg stump line, really. And then you're tempting the player to play that cut shot. And if you're getting a bit of spin, it's turning across the right-hander. But if he's trying to cut him, that obviously means he's bowling it outside the off stump probably, and it's going slightly further away if he's getting a bit of turn. But you need, as a leg spinner, you need to bowl. You just keep bowling. You need to bowl. I mean, they only get 9 overs in the championship. I think it should be a special rule for leg spinners who can bowl a bit more than 9 overs, really. So, yeah, I think Nigel Moore from the field in there, adding to the commentary, thinking off spinners should get more overs as well. Yeah. I tend to. Yeah. Oh, now then, what are we going to get now? We've got a bye or a leg bye. Oh, leg bye. You've got to be quick with this umpire, haven't you? You can't watch the ball.
That's right.
Because he signals like a long time before the... Anyway, that's drinks, I think. So I'm going to leave you, Owen. And it's 40 for 3. So when I hope to come back on, which means that there will have been some more action. So I'll see you. I'll be back, give you a break in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Yeah, it's always great to have Trevor on the commentary with us today here at Eastnor. And there we go, drinks break for the US. They're at 42 for 3 then. Jayaram, 1 off 21. Still only the single for him. He came in really just when they've really whittled down this run rate to 2.8. Of course, they require 9.3. Barling Day, 15 off 49. Well, there we go then. Drinks break, bit of food for 4 for this England side who have took 3 wickets early. And as Trevor mentioned, the US only sit 4 off matching yesterday's total that they got at Chip in Camden. So they'll be hoping within the next over to eclipse that at least. But still a very long shot to try and reach 322. But if they can play out their 45 overs, They got near enough 200, 198 at Royal Ascot in the first Lions test on Thursday. Their series with the Lions concludes on Thursday at Hamworthy. Live commentary will be of that on this very YouTube channel, as well as the third and final one-day international in the Clean Clad Cup. That'll be at Hursley Park Cricket Club on Wednesday from midday. That is the next time we are live on this YouTube channel. Do tune in for the England over 60s as they take on the USA over 60s in the third and final session, third and final ODI of the Clean Clad Cup. As you can see at Eastnor, that sun really has gone within the last few hours. We did have a spell of rain, not much though at all. There is a 50% chance of rain according to the Met Office to come about in the 5 o'clock hour. But for the USA, I think it's just playing out their overs. That's their MO really at this moment in time. That's what they'll be wanting to do. As we mentioned all day, a learning curve. Ravi Suri and his side. His whole tour. They'll take a lot from this, going into their selection for the World Cup next year in Toronto. They'll have learned many lessons leading into that. I mean, they're a good outfit in the World Cup 2 years ago. Got a few decent victories. So with it building year on year, like we see with Scotland, who have just obtained professional status from the IMC. This year just gone. But here we go then. To continue then. Sankar Jayaram and CK Barlingay to come in to continue. 1/3 of the overs complete. Oh, that's going to be out. It is. It's a very early call by the umpire this time. He didn't take his time. And that's a 4th wicket. Straight after Drints. That's a bullet blow for the USA. And it's Sankar Jayaram who's out. Razi Ahmed. Many hands, many high fives for him. He hasn't conceded a run and now he's got a wicket to his name as well, Razi Ahmed. Led before wicket. Fantastic. And he goes out for 1. Just get confirmation of who will join Barlingay in the middle. It will be Syed Abid Naqvi. Look at that then for Razi Ahmed. No runs conceded in his first over. A wicket in the first ball of his second. Razi Ahmed's licking his chops. 42 for 4. That's slightly ominous again for the USA, unfortunately. Ravi Suri, Rizwan Sheikh, Peter Jones and now Sankar Jayaram. Bowled out. In comes Naqvi then for his first ball in the middle. Bowled by Ahmed. It's a nice shot. It comes up the hill where we are. Caught well by Nigel Moore before it can reach the boundary. And they'll go for 1 run. In from Ahmed again. It's another nice effort. Don't go for a run this time though, because it's well fielded. Very well fielded indeed. That's not a bad return at all, is it, for Razi Ahmed? 2 overs in. 1 wicket for 1 run. That's a very good shot from Nakvi. Almost a nice catch show. Would have been a beautiful catch. As you can see, cap on the floor. Proper dive for that. That's the 3rd dot ball in succession for Razi Ahmed to finish his over now. His 2nd over. And that's another dot ball. So he's only conceded 1 run. He's got a wicket for his troubles as well, Razi Ahmed. Fantastic from him. We know how lethal he can be. Nakvi, 1 off 1. Bowling day 15 off 53 deliveries. So he's stuck in there. Yeah, it was a point where Rashid's just made a fantastic point there. I don't know how long ago we made that comment, but 8 runs in the last 5 overs. Yeah, it just shows how they've really, really limited the US to anything. 2.69 their current run rate. And the run rate is really nearing towards 10 and over now. 9.6, yeah. We know how good this England side are. Lions or over 60s main side. We know how good they are and what they can do to sides. Case in point yesterday at Chipping Gandam. 46 all out. Schofield again then, who's impressed actually on his debut. Charles Schofield of Middlesex. Some good support for him. And so he should, because he's had a really good day of it so far. That's 2 dot balls in succession. Only 5 runs conceded. This is his 3rd over. And there you go. Then he's not suing for his troubles now. Charles Schofield takes out Natfi, who also goes out for 1 run. Here you go, look. Bang, there you go. See you later. And Charles Schofield claims a wicket. Very, very impressive from him. In his 3rd over, has 1 run for 1 wicket, for 5 runs. And that's it for Natvi after only 5 minutes, unfortunately for him. And it's 43 for 5. Oh, the USA. Halfway to a wicket maiden is Charles Schofield. Chetan Shah then to come in with Barlingate. 2 wickets within about an over and a half. And now Schofield will be looking for another. Chetan Shah then to face his first ball from Schofield. And that's a dot. 2 more to come for Schofield to close out his third over. One more dot ball required for a wicket maiden for Charles Schofield of Middlesex. Ooh. And there you go. Fantastic wicket maiden for Charles Schofield. In the middle of that over, took out Natvi for only 1 run. That run rate trickles ever so closely to 10 and over now. Shah yet to get off the mark because of that maiden. And in comes Razi Ahmed again. Oh, goodness. That's a good effort. Oh, it almost was a catch. And it might go for 4. No, it doesn't. Well fielded in the end. But it almost was a nice catch, and it almost was that 6th wicket. 2 needed for the USA to level yesterday's total at Chipping Camden. 3 to beat it. But when you're coming up against this bowling unit, my goodness. It's some proposition, isn't it? Razi Ahmed, Charles Schofield, and we've seen how economical the skipper's been today, Jason Caunt. Razi Ahmed only conceding 1 run. It's 1 wicket for 2 runs. Here's Ahmed again then. Oh, it almost was a catch, but a bit too soon. A bit too quick for Schofield, that. Jason Caunt just manoeuvring Nigel Moore around a bit. Really surrounding Chetan Shah now. My goodness, look at that. Pressure's on Shah now. There you go. And Razi Ahmed claims his 2nd wicket of the day. 2 wickets for 2 runs. And I just said the pressure was on Chetan Shah. And unfortunately, that's another wicket for the USA. But Razi Ahmed is 2nd. And the USA are 44 for 6 at the end of the 18th. So Chetan Shah out for a duck. And to join CK Barlingay in the middle. Will be Abhay Maheshwari. Schofield's back in again. On the ball. On the bowling. It's a great last over. Wicket maiden. He starts things off with an LB. 45 for 6 the US move on to. And Maheshwari comes in for his first ball. Just started the 19th over here at Eastnor Cricket Club. They don't go for that. That might trickle over for... They'll get one run out of that. Oh, they don't go for it. Yeah, they'll go for two. Yeah, 2 LB there to put them on to 47. And that eclipses yesterday's total at Shipping Camden at around about a similar time to when they were bowled out. So 47 for 6 for the United States of America at Eastnor Castle here in Herefordshire. It's 20 past 5. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on this YouTube channel.
Yeah, so Charles Schofield finding his line and length now, 47 for 6. Ayab Maheshwari on strike. Leaving that one well alone. In fact, I don't think this is a wash. I think he's a bit...
Back in straight away.
Right, so the good news is for the United States that they've got past yesterday's 46 all out. So they're 47 for 6. And it's number 12 out there. So I think that is Bhavani Padare. My scoreboard is showing that's number 2, Abhay Maheshwari. So I think, I'm not sure that's right. Anyway, Razi Ahmed is on the bowl even. It's 4th over, 2 for 2 so far. And CK. Chandrarekha Barlingay has really held the whole thing together here. 16 not out of 57 balls. And he's whipped that away, but there's a man out at deep square leg. So just a single to him. So I was just saying, Owen, that they've got past yesterday's 46. It's now 48 for 6. So yesterday's 46 all out. A distant memory already.
That's right. But I've got to say, it was a lethal spell after Drints, wasn't it?
It was.
Very lethal spell. Razi Ahmed And of course, Charles Schofield continuing to impress.
Yeah, 4 overs, 1 for 5 at the moment. So good. He'll be pleased with that. A couple of maidens. It's difficult now for the USA. I mean, I'm not sure what they do here, other than try and just hang on in there. Really, they don't seem to be very confident about playing the spin at all. So the England Lions when they play England in the Tri-Nations, Owen, if they've got England 48 for 6, they'll be pretty pleased with that, won't they?
Definitely.
So, so this is good warm-up for them, really. They want to try and bowl these guys out now as quickly as they can, really.
Yeah, that'll be appointment viewing, won't it? England versus England Lions. We mentioned it earlier, but my goodness, that'll be a really interesting test to just see where the Lions really, truly are at. We saw them really test Australia. Going to take a bit of a leave, and you're going to hear from the vice-captain of the US side, Rizwan Sheikh.
Okay, let's get him on. No, we don't need.
Oh, it's we're okay. Yeah, we're all right for a moment. Oh, you want me to go? What do you want me? Oh, sorry. Rizwan's on.
Right, so we've got Rizwan Sheikh coming on, the vice captain of the USA. So I'll just wait for him to get in position. Then we'll have a little chat with Rizwan about how it's all going. So Charles Schofield continuing to bowl, and so Rizwan, talk us through that ball that got you out for no LBW.
You have to appreciate the English humor and the that you'd never lose an opportunity to take a dig at us.
So how tell me about how you're I mean, clearly the cricket, you're learning, it's a learning experience, but the tour overall, tell us about the tour overall, and I'm assuming it's been an enjoyable experience overall, and you've learnt a lot, and you've played a lot of hard cricket.
Yeah, indeed. I think one of the things that you have to admire that we've had a great sense of hospitality from the English, irrespective of how the things have been on the field. There's beautiful places to play, great, again, I mentioned hospitality. But one of the other thing is that we're learning how to adapt to these types of situations, understanding how the game is played at this level. And we have to do things back home that allow us to have more time in the middle with pitches like that, and the type of competition, and we already are underway. It will take a bit to get there.
Yeah,
we only have a few hundred years between this country and ours. So.
So tell me about your cricket then, Rizwan. How what's your cricket background?
It's not been anything that has been formal. Primarily club cricket. Born in East Africa, played as a very young man, but played most of my cricket in Pakistan and then in the U.S. Primarily. Most of us, what you see, that constitute of people who came in for economic reasons to the U.S. and then have found themselves into a playing situation. So we were beginning to see an amalgamation of all these different leagues across the country and finding seniors within those to find and build a proper team.
And how long have you been involved? You're the vice captain, so how long have you been involved in the USA team?
In terms of the club level, for over 40 years.
Okay.
At the Masters level, which is the governing body that puts together the senior tours for 40s, 50s, 60s, and now 70s, that's been about a 3-year journey.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have sort of internal domestic over 60s games then? How does that work?
Yes, we do.
Oh, there's a great shot. Sorry to interrupt. Fantastic shot. Straight down the ground.
You can take some more time. I'm fine with that. Beautiful. I think that's one of the things that we have to learn to do, is not to go into our shell and play our game like we're capable of playing. A number of our players haven't had the opportunity from knowing them over the years to really showcase their talent.
Okay.
So I think as these games get under our belt, we are becoming more and more accustomed to how we can take the game to the English. Yeah.
Okay, and once the tour is over here, are there any more plans for international cricket for yourselves before this time next year and the World Cup in Canada?
Well, we have a national tournament in October where we'll get the opportunity to play in the international stadium, and that's just primarily 60s, a 6-team format, which will give us a good view into the talent that we have, and we have assembled, or at least assembled an initial list of 30-odd players to allow us to begin to groom them.
Okay.
And there's some new blood that will allow us to get measurably better. I truly believe that. And then, of course, we've got, not finalized, but we may have an international tour coming to the U.S., and we'll make a couple more attempts at creating camps that will allow us to prepare for the World Cup. And again, it's in the North American context, so we're hoping that it'll give us a little bit of an edge relative to playing in our environments that we're a little bit familiar with.
So that sort of 30-man-ish list, is that your kind of long list for the World Cup? Is that what you're thinking?
That's the plan, yeah. And we will obviously narrow it down to the probables of 16 and 18, and those are the ones that will spend about a year getting ourselves prepared for the World Cup.
So, do you know much about cricket in Toronto and the kind of pitches and all the sort of infrastructure there?
Not to the extent that I would want to be. I can talk a lot about the U.S., but no, not in the Canada's perspective. I mean, look, it's not going to be anywhere near what we have here, right? But I think it is important that from a North American perspective, the game finds itself there.
Yeah.
And it finds this way to where a number of players that are sort of in the crevices come forward, and so we could provide just countries like Australia, England, Zimbabwe, South Africa a level of competition.
And what's the appetite or the interest in cricket in the States, Rizwan? Where is that on the up?
Significantly.
Okay.
Yeah, we find the diaspora that we have in the U.S. and you'll see that also with the national team, the U.S. national team, that we now have players that are U.S. born.
Right. Okay.
And playing at a level that is incredibly competitive. So I'm extremely optimistic in terms of what that will become, and the athletes, the type of athletes we are getting, are going to be incredibly encouraging.
Because did you go on the tour to Cape Town early in March?
I
did. You had two USA teams there, didn't you?
Yep.
So what was playing cricket in Cape Town, South Africa like, say, compared with what you've experienced over here in England?
Oh, that's going to get me in a lot of trouble. Look, the hospitality was incredible. The grounds were fabulous. We really did enjoy ourselves. But there's something about coming to England and playing. I had the good fortune of being here, playing in Southampton for 2 years in the early 2000s. So I just fell in love then, and coming back and being able to come in and enjoy this yet again. I think once we begin to play more of this, we will not get too distracted by the surroundings and the castle in the background and so on and so forth, and we'll start playing cricket. And I promise you, it's going to be a lot more competitive than what we have showcased up to this point.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all kind of a learning experience, isn't it? Largely for you. And then you've got this very packed schedule. Blimey, you've got 6 matches against England teams in 9 days, and that's inevitably going to take its toll a little bit. This is match number 4, isn't it? So
that's right.
You've got 2 more to go, and then hang on, it could be a run out here. No, I think he got back. No, he's been given.
He has been given.
I thought he got back then. Anyway, that's the umpire who knows that, not me in the commentary box. So will you be having a bit of a wash up when the tour finishes? Thinking about the things that you've learned and the things that you can do differently next time and move it forward.
Yeah. Now I think the one thing that we have, this tour came a bit quicker than South Africa. A lot of the learnings that we've had, and I think one of the things that we have to be mindful of the fact that still there's a work type of an attitude in the U.S. where people tend to work deep into their. So as a number of these people begin to retire and begin to spend more time on the cricket, there will become much more availability, and a number of these people couldn't be available for either health reasons or work reasons. So we'll begin to, now the interest is growing. What you are doing here, telecasting and having all these people watch it all around the world, will create the type of intrigue, excitement that will bring those people back. And I'm really, I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic, having also serving on the executive committee for the 60s, that we see it every day, that there's a incremental opportunity to enhance the game.
Well, we know what, because we had, I did a little interview with my friend Grant with Ravi before he flew over, and we'd done a bit of research. And of course, in the World Cup in Chennai in February 2024, I think you beat New Zealand, didn't you? Who came third overall.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm.
You mentioned nothing about my performance there.
Just kidding. You'll have to remind me about that.
No, it's all
I haven't
good.
got it in front of me, so I'll check it up and yeah.
I think we're learning how to play that. We were very, very close to make the semifinals. We beat some really, really good teams, including South Africa and Zimbabwe in Chennai as well. So we do have the talent. Availability is what got us this time around. Yeah.
So I think, some people looking at this will be thinking, well, this is a bit of a mismatch, but as you said, and I know as Ravi said, the chance to come over for you guys, play an intensive 6-match series. Well, you had a warm-up game as well, didn't you?
Yep.
So in England, as you say, what a fantastic opportunity. So learn from it. So I'm sure that you wouldn't have expected to win it 3-0, would you? So probably in all
Not
fairness,
this time around at least.
Well, that's the thing, and that's the great thing, isn't it? Going forward, how it's going to pan out.
Indeed.
So just going back to, because I know in Australia they have a Nationals week where they kind of get together and it's quite intensive. So that's, did you say that's in October?
That's in October, yeah.
Yeah, and that will give you a good idea as to
who's
starting to emerge, ready to pick your squad for the World Cup in Toronto.
And we'll get an opportunity to play on surfaces that is comparable to this, right, at the Grand Prairie Stadium in Dallas. And so once we start playing in surfaces like this on a consistent basis, and to be able to know how to negotiate certain things, it'll make things a lot more easier for us.
So is it predominantly AstroTurf type wickets that you play on?
That's right. Most of us are. We have a few pitches in California and then of course in Houston, but those are not as easily accessible as for league play. Usually it's a tournament play that, and the T20 format is a lot more prevalent in the U.S.
Well, of course, there was the T20 World Cup, wasn't there?
That's
which
right.
was a great showcase for cricket in the USA. I mean, when you think about the size of the market potentially, I mean, it's there's got to be a great opportunity there, hasn't there? Really?
Well, I mean, cricket all around internationally, I think, has a great opportunity to be embraced by the U.S. The type of format, T20 in particular, will become incredibly popular in those parts. So I'm pretty excited about it, that we've seen investments in proper grounds and proper facilities, and I think those over time will become more and more and allow us to get better.
So the age groups you've got, just to confirm, 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s?
That is correct.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I mean, certainly in the 60s and 70s, it tends to be a bit of the same format, doesn't it? 45 overs or 40 overs. So maybe things need to liven up and let's get a T20 series, in the mix or something like that. So
I think I think we introduced the T20 format for the 50s for the first time.
Okay.
it seems to have taken off a bit. It looks like we will have a competitive edge there. So we'll probably look to do the 60s at least regionally and then nationally, and that will allow us to at least begin to explore that format.
Well, your guys are batting here, aren't they? You know, they're hanging on in there.
That's right.
That's going to take the score to 56 for 8. So that's a run.
Not much to go get.
That's a run. So Rashid Eames looked quite pacey in the first 3 or 4 overs he had at the start of the day. I think his run up got a little bit slower as he got further into the game, but. He was. He took 2 early wickets, didn't he? And bowled really well. He must have been pleased with that. So that's if you've got a couple more like him up your sleeve somewhere. So
we do, and they'll come through when we get back. And I'm really hoping that as these tours continue to happen, we'll assemble teams that are competitive and have at least at the Lions level. I think we'll be fine. I want our teams to be competitive at the national team level. I want them to give them a run for their money, and I believe we do have the talent to do so. It's just that the approach and the discipline that you have over the years is something that is not as commonly available at our level yet.
Well, of course, the World Cup gives you that opportunity, doesn't it? Because you're going to, in those group stages, you're going to be playing, 6 or 7 other teams from around the world, all of varying standards. You will win games, you will lose games, but you'll get a feel as to where you sit at that point in time, which is a year from now.
Indeed. Well, look. However, these things end up with, I'm very proud of these set of people that I've traveled with. These are I would consider them pioneers, people who have, trying to fight a good fight with picks and shovels.
Yeah.
And soon enough they'll figure out how to use what their little talents are and find a way to gel as a team and develop a proper team attitude and a winning attitude and approach to the game. So every bit of this has been tremendous learning and opportunity to spend together over dinner, bus rides, so forth, that allows us to continue to hone in.
Wow, that's great. Well, we've got to change of bowling here now. So Nigel Moore's coming on. So Razi Ahmed, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4. And the other end, Charles Schofield, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11. So, I think...
Some gaudy numbers, huh?
I think WinViz is not looking too optimistic for you, Rizwan, at the moment. But
well, you can't trust everything you read.
No,
you have to be the optimism.
Absolutely.
This game is anybody's game at any point.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if who's going to be the last man in? I'm trying to work out from the scorecard who might be your last man in, because you've got 12 in the side, of course, with 11 batters. So I'm just envisaging whoever it is coming in and hitting the ball over those sight screens at both ends, and a bit of a carnival finish.
Carnival finishes, it would be good, especially when you're having me grilled here in front of everybody.
So. It must have been. Well, we're convinced that everyone's listening out there, because we were going, I think we need 3 slips now, and suddenly there's 3 slips, and we talk about hitting out of the ground, and then there
it is.
Yeah.
No, I think if we
Pardeep Gill just has he goes for it. Oh, now he's playing more defensive again.
There you go.
So have you had a? I mean, it's a packed tour. Have you had any chance at all as a group to see any sights or do any tourism?
Well, we had one day off, and we got the opportunity to go visit Lords. Of course, we've got to do that, and a nice little tour of. So that 3-hour break was wonderful.
Oh, did you do the tour of Lords then?
We did the tour of Lords.
Fantastic.
And it was good to see. All of these folks getting to walk the same corridors as their heroes, and to be able to enjoy what this, and in particular, what this country means to the game. So it's for most of us, it was a pilgrimage.
Yeah. Well, it's great. I took my son there, 10 years ago, probably when he was about 12, and it's brilliant, yeah. And presumably, are you staying in the same just one location then?
No, so we stayed in High Wycombe early on, and then we have moved 2.5 hours closer to this.
Okay.
And then we moved to Southampton area, the Winchester area, I believe,
Right.
for the remainder 2 games. So yeah, you're right. It's been a packed schedule. We've been going from place to place, and even the drives, or there really isn't a day off.
Yeah,
We really are settling in. So it's a proper grueling tour.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and you know, it's easy for people to watch this on YouTube and not fully understand the demands of that, frankly. You know, because they think, oh, the guys are over here having a bit of fun, playing a odd game of cricket, but. Hey, you were straight into it, weren't you? Literally off the plane, I think I heard someone say, and straight into the first game. So sometimes people don't appreciate just what a challenge it is.
Indeed, yeah.
To come and do this.
Yeah, my time to land and on the crease was about 2 hours.
Is that right?
So that was it.
Wow!
Thanks to Ravi, I was hoping he'll stay there for a few balls, but we ended up getting a great summer day. Spitting.
Oh, here we go. Big heave up. Great effort. But he spilled it. But a great effort coming forward. I haven't got my binoculars with me, but that might have who's that down there? I'm not sure who that is. I can't see without my binoculars. But great effort.
Yeah.
Great effort. Great effort.
Well, at least Mr. Pradeep Gill is giving it a go. So that's fun to go watch.
Is he a relation of Shubman Gill, or does he bat like Shubman Gill? Well, he's going for it now. Look, there we go. That's a good shot as well.
I would think that Shubman would be proud of him if that's the case, but I doubt it. We would have known by now.
Well, one thing is he's spread the field now because there's deep mid on and deep mid off. So he's got England worried. So they've put the field back, and they've got a deep mid wicket as well. So, so they're obviously worried that once he gets going, he's going to cut into this required rate of 14.16, which Matt would eagerly-eyed spot. So
we're just a couple of big shots away from bringing it down to 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then it's game on then.
That's right.
Oh, here we go. He's given that a thrash. That's 4 runs. Oh, great shot from Rush.
Rajesh looks like he's found the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going to hang around now. So, well, that's good. That's kind of got the scoreboard moving, as they say.
Yeah.
So club cricket. Do the members of your team play club kind of cricket at all? Much or?
Yeah, so in one of we're geographically very dispersed as a country.
So
most of us don't get to actually see each other except for when we come together for regionals or nationals. So that poses a little bit of a challenge. But club cricket is very alive in the areas like Texas, California, the Northeast, and it's quite vibrant. Except for the surfaces are not what we need to get ready for.
Okay.
Mostly AstroTurf. And
okay. Well, there we go, Rizwan. Well, it's great to have you on the live stream.
Thank you.
I'm going to kind of hand back to Owen now because I think he's going to see us through.
Very nice.
Either to the next drinks interval or the end of the game, whichever comes first, I guess.
Fantastic.
So there we go. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your tour. And I'll see you. At Hursley Park on Wednesday. Yeah. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. So we've got Owen back in the commentary box. So I'm going to hand back to Owen. 64 for 8. So chances are you'll see this through, I think. So. And then I'll see you Hursley Park.
Yes. Trevor, thank you very much indeed for joining me today. It's been a pleasure sharing the commentary booth with you. Been great insight and great laughs throughout the day as well. That's what we love to see. It's been an interesting game on our hands. And the USA, as we look at it now, 64 for 8. Pardeep Gill and Rajesh Adarte in. 4 off 13 for Gill and 9 off 22 for Adarte. Yeah, that run rate at the moment, 14.74. Absolutely, yeah, Nigel Moore conceded one run in his previous over. He's halfway to another maiden here. It's a nice shot. Chasing that down as it reaches the boundary. It's one more run to the total then, 65 for 8 for the USA. Great chat there with Trevor, with Rizwan Sheikh, the vice-captain of the USA over 60s. Great to have a really range of different voices that we've had over the last few days. That's a lovely shot. That'll trickle over for 4. And put the USA onto 69 for the loss of 8 wickets. I think in their heads now, they'd love to get to 100 runs. England would love to get them out before 100 runs. In the 28th over, just coming up to the end of the over, one more shot, one more ball to be delivered by Nigel Moore. And that's a dot ball to end the over. His 4th in that over. And it remains 69 for 8 for the USA. Big thank you to Eastnor Castle for their hospitality today. A great cricket tea. Great spread as always, lovely sandwiches, cakes, and all the rest of it. Nice fruit and salad as well, it's lovely. Anyway, we carry on. 29th over, the USA 69 for 8. They're looking to play out their 45 overs for the second time on this tour. Can they do just that, or will England get them out before they can do so? Schofield in again. He's had a really good game of it. He'll be looking to claim another wicket. It's his final over though. 2 wickets for 18 runs for the debutant. It's Gill again then. Had a swipe at that. Did Gill. There we go then. I always like when the scoreboard lozenge does this. It gives us how many balls remaining and runs to win. And when it was the grandstand final, that's a great shot. And that'll go for 4 runs. Almost well fielded. But the USA reached 73 for 8. Another 4 to add to the total for Gill, who reaches 9 off 19. But yeah, there you go. 249 runs to win off 98 balls. When we had that grandstand finale at Royal Ascot 3 weeks ago, for the final game of the Grey Ashes, England and Australia, which of course ended in a tie, it was really fascinating to see how many balls were remaining off and runs to win. Reminded me of that super over a few years ago. Wonder what happened there. So then, 2 more deliveries in this final Charles Schofield over. 4 dots, 1 boundary, and here's his final delivery. He's had a really good go of it today. Charles Schofield claiming 2 wickets, just like Nigel Moore did at Ascot. And he might have a 3rd. No. He called for it all right on his final ball. But that's a really good showing for Charles Schofield on his debut for the England Lions. 2 wickets for 22 runs. Really good stuff. And I don't think it's the last time we see him in a Lions shirt by any means. Great showing from him. Quality player for Middlesex. And showing just that for the Lions again today for the first time. Two wickets in hand then for the US. Nigel Moore in again. Two defensive shots. Provide 2 dot balls from Adate. There's number 3. A 4th dot ball in succession. 2 more. And Nigel Moore's got a maiden. Only conceded 6 runs. This is his 3rd over. A bit of swipe, bit of a hook at that. Rajesh Adate's 30th delivery. And no run. So Nigel Moore has a maiden in his 3rd over. Another cracking showing from Nigel, who took 2 wickets at Royal Ascot on Thursday in the first Lions session against the USA. And yes, with that we will head to a drinks break at 73 for 8. The US get through 2/3 of their innings. They'll be looking to play this out now. His first maiden, 6 runs for what? Fantastic from Nigel Moore. As you see, drinks just being told, it's just approaching 6 o'clock here at Eastnor, and we can just take a moment while we've got the drinks break to thank our sponsors for the England Over 60s. They are Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, MatTech, The Jube, and of course the sponsors of the England USA Series, the Clean Clad Cup. Thank you, Clean Clad, all of those. A big thank you to all of them, because without their support, this all wouldn't be possible. So a big thank you to those 6 wonderful sponsors. Thank you very much. So drinks being took. USA valiantly trying to pursue at 322. There is such a gulf in class. So I've got to say, commendable by the USA, and they've had a good day of it, taking 8 wickets off England themselves. There's a shot for you if we can get it. Some paragliders. I don't think I've ever seen that in the flesh before. That's quite incredible. The fins you see in Eastnor. Very cool. That'd be a great view of the cricket, wouldn't it? I'm alright. Here they come then. Only the 249 runs to win for the USA off 90 balls. But they can be proud of what they've achieved today and what they've achieved over this series. Still two games to go for them. Playing the over 60s at Hursley Park on Wednesday. From midday, you can join us for ball-by-ball commentary. And on Thursday, the final Lions test against the USA at Hamworthy, near Poole. Join us for that one as well. And of course, the Tri-Nations to come in September, mid-September as well. Wales, Scotland, England, and England Lions. And that'll be the commencement of a fantastic summer of cricket. It's absolutely flown by. Some fantastic games that we've covered on this YouTube channel. The West Indies, Wales, Scotland, Australia, of course, the Grey Ashes, and of course now the USA series. .15 to go then. And Razi Ahmed will be looking to claim another wicket. to wrap this up. 2 in hand for the USA. So that means they will have one more batter to come out if they were to lose a wicket in the meantime. That's a nice effort. And that'll go for 4 runs. Yes, it will. 77 for 8 then for the USA. As the ball gets retrieved from that far side. Before that, Razi Ahmed had only conceded 4 runs. Now on to 8 runs in his 7th over. But he's got 2 wickets. He'd love to get a 3rd wicket. Would Razi Ahmed. That's nice from the USA to prod home another single. 14 off 25 deliveries now for Pardeep Gill. Rajesh Adati now on strike. 13 off 30 for Adati. 2 more deliveries in this over for Razi Ahmed. And that's another dot ball, 3rd of the over. 1 more delivery to come. And that's another dot ball to end the over. And they end on 78 for 8 at the 31st over. 14 to go then. 78 for 8 at Eastnor Castle. It's going to be Nigel Moore then. Back bowling. Decided to intercept run. Gill on Adati. Gill was off, he was going for it. Rajesh Adati warned against it. It's a dot ball. Another dot ball towards Nigel Moore's last over. It was of course a maiden. So he'll be looking for another one in his 4th. But he won't get it. That prods along and they'll get 1 run. Will they try 2? They'll just stay at 1. And they're now at 79 for 8. England, of course, reaching a target of 321 for the loss of 8 wickets themselves. Bit of a whack on that from the bat. As Nigel Moore comes in again. It's a nice one, but it's straight at Nigel Moore. Well fielded by Nigel. He'll go again for his final delivery of his 4th over. And he does well. And he only lets out 1 run. No wicket, but only 7 runs conceded in 4 overs. That's pretty good going from Nigel Moore. As we enter the 33rd over here at Eastnor Castle, 79 for 8. One more to add to the total then. 80 runs now for the USA. Razi Ahmed in his 8th, his penultimate over. Try and catch either Adate or Dillaus. Another dot ball then. Call by the England fielders there. Nothing given on Rajesh Adate from the umpires. And he'll go again. 13 off 37. In from Ahmed. That's another dot ball. 2 more to come for Razi Ahmed. One more dot ball. Razi Ahmed only conceding 10 runs in his almost 8 overs. This is the final delivery of the 8th. That's another dot ball and only another great over for England as only one more run added to the total. USA on 80 for 8 here in Herefordshire. As the afternoon turns into evening here at Eastnor. That's a nice shot. On the clubhouse there, Peter Jones there included, chatting away to teammates and family. Yeah, they require, as you can see on screen there, over 20 and over now. Which is some going, my goodness me. There's one more to the total then. 81 for 8. Gill moves onto 17 off 31 deliveries. And Rajesh Adate, 13 off 40. He's back in now. Made that 13 off 41 as Nigel Moore only conceded one single run there. Only his 8th run conceded, it's his 5th over. 2 dot balls either side of it though, a dot ball sandwich. Can he carry on for a 4th? Call for catch, but it's very short. Would have had to be some catch. .68 balls remaining, and as you can see on screen, 241 runs to win. But without that mark, Eames, 154, we really could be looking at a different game, couldn't we? For another over in succession, only one more added to the total. The USA move on to 81 for 8. As we approach the 35th over. Razi Ahmed. That's up in the air. Won't be caught. But the boundary is prevented well. Yeah, so a wide and a 1 so far in this over. goodness. Moves them on to 83 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. As I said, for the USA, they'd just like to get to 100 runs, I think. They've only failed to reach 100 runs once this tour. That was yesterday. That chip in Camden, where they're all out for 64. But a much better showing of themselves here. Claiming 8 wickets, and that's right up in the air. That might go for 6 if it's not caught. Oh, almost a great catch. Oh, that was almost sensational. But we're single in the end. 84 for 8. At the commencement of this match, we will have an interview with England Lions captain Jason Cornt to see what he thinks about this resounding win for England that will come in about 9 overs' time. And see what he makes of Mark Eames' 154, the man of the moment, the man of the match, surely. What an incredible innings he had, one of the highest England over 60s amount of runs in one singular game for Mark Eames. A big well done to him again. 154, not out. Batted for 3 hours out of the 3.5 that England had this afternoon. Well deserved his tea break. But that's the end of, that's the end of Razi Ahmed's overs. He's done now. Nigel Moore to come back in then, after he took 2 wickets at Royal Ascot. In that Razi Ahmed over a wide 1.1.1. Bit of a longer over because of those wides. But in comes Nigel Moore for his 6th over. Big call by the umpires, but I'll have a run for it anyway. And the USA move on to 87 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, still on to 20. Here's a lead by there. Idarte back on strike. Yeah, they'll go for that. And Rajesh Idarte will claim his 15th run of the innings to move the US onto 88 for 8. That's up in the air. Was calls for catch, but no one was anywhere near it. And they will claim one more run to add to the total. 89 runs now. 11 off that 100-run mark. That's where they'd like to get to. I do feel that the USA will play out their 45 overs here. Nigel Moore in again. That's nice. Duck ball again. One of the most impressive things I've always seen with England is the amount of economical bowlers they've got across the board. in the senior side and in the Lions side. The likes of Phil Deaton yesterday taking 4 wickets for not many runs. Nigel Moore today's only conceded 10 in 6. Razi Ahmed only conceded 15 runs. It's really tight fielding. Jason Taunt not conceding many either. Really limiting the US to anything in this match. That's the end of the over then, the end of Nigel Moore's 6th over. The last wicket fell at 55 for 8. And that was of Maheshwari. Dylan Adate. 34 runs in 39 minutes, not a bad little partnership. If they can see that out to the end, they'll be well over. It'll take the USA well over 100 runs. Just a bit of slight movement from Jason Taunt, the Lions skipper. As there's 54 balls remaining here at Eastnor Castle, here in Herefordshire. And Martin Ford is now taking his first over. That's 2 dots to start things off for Martin Ford. Can he make it free against Dill? No, Dill puts it right up in the air. And he won't go for 4 runs because it is well fielded, but they will get another run on the board for that to reach 90 for 8. Two more deliveries then. With Martin Ford over. Now make that one more delivery. Only 1 run conceded so far. Very economical. He will take one more. It looks like it's going to trickle over for 4 towards us. And Ivor is a fielder now. He's loving life. He sends it back to Razi Ahmed. That's another 4 runs for the United States. Adate moves on to 19 runs off 53 deliveries. Sits off the 100 for the US. And Dill's in again. He's left 21 off 40. Just slightly moving around his field again, Jason Taunt. As Nigel Moore comes in. That's really nice. He won't reach the boundary, but it's a bit of a chase. By Steve Small. That'll be 2 more to add to the total then. 96 for 8. Can the US reach triple figures? They will go for the run. He's half there. Adate was halfway across. Luckily, no England player was quick to it. Otherwise, Adate would have been out surely. That's a nice shot. Very nice shot, and they'll get to 100 runs with that. Brilliant from Pardeep Gill. 100 runs for the US then. 100 for 8. Three figures for the US then. A really good return from them. They've had a good showing today. I have been impressed with them. Taking 8 wickets as well. It's no easy feat against these Lions. Really just intrigued to see where this US side goes in the next year in the lead up to the World Cup. We'll be keeping a close eye on them. I'd like to see this side progress. They're a lovely bunch of people. You know, tests like these are where you really learn things as a team. You know, as individuals. They've had a really nice tour of it so far. And as the team grows year on year, the experience is going to grow. And the demand for cricket in the United States is just going to keep growing at all levels. So then, into the 39th over we go then. And the US remain at 100 for 8. Let's not forget we saw a fantastic spell from the US. Claiming those 3 wickets, they left England at 23 for 3 at one point. 100 for 5. So really, really good spell from the US. The best spell we've seen from them on this tour. They can be really proud of that today. You know, really letting this England side know, hang on, we are here. We are going to give you a contest. Which is really nice to see, actually. But 4 dot balls in succession for Martin Ford in his second over. Make that 5. He's 1 off a maiden now in his second over. Will he dead? I think he will. As mentioned at the commencement of this match, I will get the England Lions captain Jason Cornt over for a quick interview to let us know what he thinks. Another resounding win for the England Lions here today at Eastnor Castle. We're into the 40th over then. The US remain at 100 for 8. Nigel Moore in again, and they'll get to 101. A 20th run on the board for Rajesh Adate. Just confirmation of that maiden for Martin Ford in his second over. Only 5 runs conceded as well. You can see some people on their bike just watching this game in the far distance. They've stopped what they're doing and come to watch a bit of seniors cricket. Always nice to see when the spectators have a glance and see what's going on. Enjoying. We've seen some great crowds this summer across the board. Nigel Moore only concedes 1 run in this, that their 40th over. 5 dot balls went after that. And the US are at 101 for 8. And there are said biting enthusiasts watching the cricket. Got a bit of fame on YouTube as well now. There you go. Fame at last. 28 off 47 and for Pardeep Gill. And 19 off 64 for Rajesh Adarte. Almost coming up to a 50-run partnership then between them two. Be nice if they can reach that before the end of the innings. 41st over to come then. Great catch. Very, very nice catch there, and that is Pardeep Gill's day over. And the US have 1 wicket in hand then. After Pardeep Gill goes off 28. Mark Eames, he's had a great day of it. And a lovely catch to seal it all off. Great day for Mark Eames. And Martin Ford gets a wicket in his 3rd over. One more wicket, says Razi Ahmed. And as we approach 6:30, the US have 1 more wicket in hand. And coming in will be Prem Suri to round things off. .28 balls remaining for the US. And with shots like that, they'll end up getting a few more runs on the board. That's nice from the US. And Prem Suri gets off the mark. He won't leave on a duck. He gets 1 run to get on to 102 for the loss of 9 wickets. Wicket.1 so far for Martin Ford's 3rd over. 1 wicket for 6 runs. Really good economical bowling by Martin Ford. That's another dot ball to add to the collection. There's been a few of those in this innings. Great to see from England. 220 runs needed to get to 3-2-2. Martin Ford in again. Razi Ahmed as well. Fields that, prevents any runs being taken. 1 more delivery then in this 3rd. Martin Ford over. And that's another dot ball then. A very successful over then for Martin Ford. 1 wicket, 1 run conceded, 1 wicket for 6 at the end of the 3rd over for him. At the end of the 41st. 42nd over to come here at a beautiful Eastnor Cricket Club. Great crowd forming. In next is going to be Nigel Moore for his final over. Can he claim a wicket? He claimed 2 at Royal Ascot, as I keep mentioning, but will he claim a wicket to bowl the US all out here? Here's Nigel Moore. Oh, he'll go for that again. Here we go. Take 2 for Nigel Moore. And that's a dot ball to start. Successful start for Mr. Moore. Another one there. 22 balls remaining. Heard that Matt Evans has been on the beach all day at the Isle of Wight. Hope he's enjoyed his day. Hope he's not a tan, not a sunburn. And that's another nice shot that will provide another run onto the board for the United States of America. 103 for 9 then now. 2 dot balls and a single. It's the 18th run that Nigel Moore's can see. This is his final over of bowling. Great bit of fielding. Really, really nice. Darte remains on 19 runs off 68 deliveries. Prem Suri 2 off 5 as Moore comes in again for his penultimate delivery. It's really good fielding once again, as it looked like it was just going to go under that flailing hand. But that's the end of the 42nd over. The US move on to 103 for 9. Only a single to come from Nigel Moore's final over. No wicket and only 18 runs conceded. Decent return from Nigel Moore. 43rd over to come then. As we mentioned, stay with us at the end of proceedings here, as Jason Cornt will be being interviewed about what's just happened here today at Eastnor Cricket Club and what he thinks going into the final Lions test against the USA on Thursday at Hamworthy. Join us if you're in and around the area, around Poole. If you can't join us, watch a YouTube stream. We're live from midday. And so we're also live on midday on Wednesday for the game at Hursley Park Cricket Club in Hampshire. Do join us from midday. Me and Trevor will be back on the commentary, plus a few guests as we've had today, to shake things up on the commentary desk. 2 dot balls for Martin Ford. 1 wicket, 6 runs conceded in his 4th over now. 2 dot balls to start this off. That's nice. A very good shot from Prem Suri. And they did another boundary to move on to 107 for 9 then. 6 off 8 deliveries for Prem Suri. And that's the quality that this US side do have. They've really shown it in moments in this series, whether that be the games against the over 60s or the Lions games. And as I mentioned, I'll be keeping a close eye on this US side. They will be a team to keep an eye on over the next year ahead of the World Cup in Canada next August. I just keep mentioning that'll be a very, very interesting tournament with so many sides that are really going from strength to strength now across the world. It's a nice shot, but no runs are from it though. believe we're just having a bit of a spot of rain again. As the umbrella's done on the camera. It's turned into a bit of a funny afternoon weather-wise. Here's a bit of rain coming down. Did go really cloudy about 3 o'clock, and the rain just started. Not so much as to rain delay the game. Just coming up to 25-7 then. Here on this evening here in Eastnor. The end of the 43rd over. Coming into the penultimate over now. The USA at 107 for 9. Penultimate over then of this innings for the USA. 12 more deliveries then. And it will be the debutant, the other debutant from Lancashire, Ian Barton, who had a bit of a stint on commentary this afternoon, fellow broadcaster, jack of all trades. And now we get to see what he's like for the bowling for this over at least. Can he claim that final wicket? Put the icing on the cake of his debut. Well, he's got a dot ball to start, so a decent start from him. It's been really good to see players like Barton and Schofield come through today. After really impressing for their county sides. You know, and coming through and breaking into that team and really giving some more competition to what already is a really competitive unit in this England squad. Three dot balls for Barton. And there you go, he's claimed it. Ian Barton. That final wicket is took in the penultimate over. It's Rajesh Adarte. And with 9 balls remaining, England claim a 215-run win. LBW and Adarte. And that's a great end from Ian Barton. Thank you. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, thank you. So the US end on 107 all out with 8 balls remaining. 3 dot balls and a wicket to end the proceedings here for Ian Barton. And I now will try and find Jason Corn for an interview. Join me in the middle in just a few moments' time. 2 minutes. He's coming home. 2 minutes and then Jason's coming home.
Did someone... Is there a USB stick on that toaster? Yeah, that's fine. That's all right, just leave it there. Just wait to shut it off. Oh, careful. Yeah, it's stung you. It's fine, nothing happens, it's alright. Oh, that is hit battery.
It just didn't exist in Lebanon. I had 2 cancel on me. Wow.
They've gone for like Malvern Hills.
Yeah. Doing 10 miles to pick us up for a free coaching.
You're looking for the skippers now to do some after-match interviews.
Yeah, Jason, he's just coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's be quiet.
Yep.
Should be fairly close, Paddy, or just round here. So, with England captain Jason Corns after that win against the USA. Jason, congratulations there. Obviously a big target for the US to reach at 321. What did you make of that first innings for yourself?
We batted fantastic. Early doors though we struggled a bit, they bowled pretty well. And then Mark Eames came to the fore and scored 50, which was fantastic. Building on his 100 he got retired from last time we played. And during the middle overs we just decided we'll just keep chipping away and get as close to 200 as we can. And like I say, we did manage to achieve that.
Well, over the course of the season, the US have given a good account of themselves. Like you said today, at one point 23 for 3 you guys were. So what have you made of those over the season? You've seen some growth from that.
Yeah, they are improving, but they're not consistent. That's the difference both in bowling and in batting. The sides that we're putting out, both in England and the Lions, we've got batters in depth, and so some of the players that somebody else will come in next. And as a bowling side, that's not much fun. So, and we just keep consolidating as many as we can. That's the objective. No specific target. Just don't leave any runs out there. So when you've got a big target, it's a lot easier to captain and set field when you've got a lot in the left field.
Yeah, especially with the debutant today, Schofield and Schofield and Ian Barton, there we go. Quick at the end for Ian Barton.
Yeah.
Obviously 2 for Schofield as well early on.
Yeah.
It's got to be impressive how they do.
Well, yeah, Schofield bowled really well, really tidy, and it's a really good elevation. We've had a gap since Marcus Young had played with us, and so that's good. It's good that and we just calculations. I knew it wasn't him. Albeit as I've seen that, but Ian Barton bowls a bit of off-spin, got back on and marked out, and both to him and Martin Ford, that's the first thing. Yeah, so that's great.
Thank you very much, Jason. Congratulations. Thursday. That's it from us today. Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, that's it from us today here at Eastnor Cricket Club. From me, Owen Mason, we've had Trevor Lee, Ivor Richards, Benny Martin and Nuala Goodlad. Big thank you to everybody for watching, and we'll see you at Hursley Park on Wednesday.